Okay, there we go. Cool. Never had it set up to where had enough couple. Okay, there we go. Cool. Ben, never had it set up to where that is just a few. Had enough. If anybody has any questions, okay, there we go. That aren't like Ben, insanely inflammatory. That is just a few. Obviously, I'm going into this. If anybody has any questions, hey Ben, there we go. That aren't like Ben. I guess what I would inflammatory. Honest, that is just a few mind frame. Obviously, I'm going into this. Most if anybody has any questions, hey Ben, have had that aren't like Ben. I guess so. I'd prefer if you kept your question honest that in mind. Mind frame. Obviously, I'm going into this. Most if anybody has any questions. Oh shoot! I did typo that. I'm so sorry. That aren't. I guess so. I'd prefer if you kept your question. My fucking typo. That in mind. Mind frame. Obviously, I'm going into this. Most if anybody has any questions. Oh shoot! I did typo that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's straight up my bad. I even know how your name is spelled. Typo. That in mind. Mind frame. Obviously, I'm going into this. Most if anybody has any questions. Oh shoot! I did typo that. I'm so sorry. Fixed it. Yeah, that's straight up my bad. I even know how your name is spelled. Typo. That in mind. Mind frame. Obviously, I'm going into this. Most if anybody has any questions. Oh shoot! I did typo that. I'm so sorry. Fixed it. Hey, there you are. My bad. I even know how your name is spelled. Typo. That in mind. Gotcha. Hey, how's it going? I just want to put you up. It's funny. For a long time, people called me Elder, and then they switched to Drazi, and I'm fine with. You call me Elder, you call me Drazi, you call me Elder Drazi, you call me Jay if you want. I don't care. But I did realize at one point that it was kind of weird when people called me Elder because it's like a weird, and I'm fine with kind of like respect thing that it feels like I'm trying to trick people into. That was definitely not my case. I don't care. But I did realize at one point that it was kind of weird when people called me Elder because it's like a weird, and I'm fine like kind of like respect thing that it feels like I'm trying to trick people into. That was definitely not my case. I don't care. But I did realize at one point that it was kind of weird when people. Yeah, actually, I know the whole like etymology of like elder and all that stuff. It's like super old traditions. It's weird. Yeah, my name. But I did realize at one point that it was kind of weird when people. Yeah, actually, I know the whole elder comes like, from etymology of like one of the first names for God was El. Like super old, like El. Traditions. It's weird. And so, if you were like a worshiper of El, you were an elder. Actually, I know the whole. And so, elder comes from. So, like, well, like most people weren't like super religious, but they respected the religious because they relied on them to like do religiosity for them. Like way back. So you would seek the counsel of like the elders. So like, well, like most people weren't like goofy, super religious, but like this like way back before religion like creeped into like all of the world for them. Like way back. So oh yeah. Of like the elders. So like, well, like most people weren't like goofy, super religious. It's just El, like the like God. I think I don't know if this was post the sun being the primary deity or not. Oh yeah. But the elders. So like, well, like most people weren't like goofy. It's just El, like the like God. I don't know how much we've like sort of like misshapen and like stretched the meaning of these words to like get to like the more modern things that we have today. But I always thought that Elder was a really interesting one because we still keep it and use it relatively the same. I don't know how much we've like sort of like misshapen and like stretched the. That's what it means now to like get to like the more modern things that we have today. Oh, I lost your video. But I always thought that Elder was a really interesting one because we still keep it and use it relatively the same. I don't know how much we've like sort of like misshapen and like stretched the. That's what it means now to like get to like the more modern things that we have today. Oh, I lost your video. But I always thought that Elder was a really interesting one because we still keep it and use it relatively the same. I don't know how much we've like sort of like misshapen and like stretched the. That's what it means now to like get to like the more modern things that we have today. Oh, I lost your video. But I always thought that Elder was a really interesting. But just to use it relatively the same. I don't know how much we've like sort of like misshapen and like stretched the. That's what it means now to like get to like the more modern things that we have today. Oh, I lost your video. But I always thought that Elder was a really interesting. But just to use it relatively the same. I don't know how much we've like sort of like misshaped it and like stretched the. That's what I mean now. To like get to like the. Yeah, that's totally fine. Oh, I lost your video. Yeah, I go by Jay. But just to relatively the same. I don't know how much we've like sort of like. No worries. I was just gonna say too, like my name's just like it's like a play on words from a card game. Yeah, I go by Jay. But just to yeah. No worries. I was just gonna say too, like my name's just like there's some big monsters in the card game Magic the Gathering called Eldrazi, and it's just a play on that. Yeah. I still do. No worries. It's one of the best games ever made. I actually I sell cards online. That's like I have just a play on a big shop. Yeah. I don't think you can see, but I have filing cabinets and stuff with them in there, and like a full legitimate business out of the house. One of the best games ever made. I actually I sell cards online. That's like I have just a play on a big shop. Yeah. I don't think you can see, but I have filing cabinets and stuff with them in there, and what's it called? Full legitimate business out of the house. One of the best games ever made. I actually I sell cards online. That's like I have just a play on a big shop. Yeah. I don't think you can see, but I have filing cabinets and stuff with them in there, and what's it called? Full legitimate business out of the house. One of the best games ever made. I actually I sell cards online. That's like I have just a yeah. It's funny. Even people that play the game will call it like a children's card game. I'm like, it's how many kids do you see at events? Every once in a while you'll get one. I played at a major event and I played an 8-year-old, and I told him how to beat me for one out of the 3 games because he had me beat, and I was like, no, you just do this and then you win. And that was the only person that got a game on me that day. I played at a major event and I played an 8-year-old, and I told him how to beat me for one out of the 3 games because he had me beat, and I was like, no, you just do this and then you win. Oh. And that was the only person that got a game on me that day. I played at a major event and I played an 8-year-old, and I told him how to beat me for one out of the 3 games because he had me beat. Is it coming through now? It's showing. Oh. And that was the only person that got a game. Grace said that your audio's not coming through, but on my OBS, the lines are going. And I told him how to beat me for one out of the 3 games. Really? Is that better? Is it coming through now? It's showing. Oh. And that was the only person that got a game. Grace said that your audio's not coming through, but on my OBS, the lines are going. And I told him how that's so. I wonder if it's because I incorporated YouTube Studio. Now it's showing. Is it still going? Grace said that your audio's not coming through, but on my OBS the lines are going. I'm not using anything different than normal. That's so. I wonder if it's because and can you hear Ben now? Incorporated YouTube Studio. Now it's showing. Is it still going? Grace said that your audio's not coming through, but on my OBS the lines are going. I'm not using anything different than normal. That's so. I wonder if it's because and can you hear Ben now? Incorporated YouTube Studio. Now it's showing. Is it still going? Grace said that your audio's not coming through, but on my OBS. Oh, there we go. I should have fixed it. Now, my YouTube's usually muted by default. That's weird. If your video's back. Okay, cool. Yeah. But like kept that like yeah, Magic's super popular still. They're in their 30th year. It seems like their new CEO is trying to kill it, which is insane because it's Hasbro's #1 moneymaker, and they make Monopoly and all that other stuff. So it's kind of crazy that they're running it into the ground. Yeah, well, they have a tobacco CEO now, which is kind of crazy. So it's just about we don't care what happens here. We're just money until if it dies, we'll move on to the next thing. Yeah. It can be. Yeah, it depends. If you buy into like the older formats that don't rotate out, like where you can keep on using the same cards forever, you can maintain. That's so weird. Say something, Ben.
They're saying they can't hear me.
Now you should be able to. It was popping up
1,
before, and I
2,
changed
3,
it.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I had to create a new scene for this, and when you were first talking, it was showing me people said they couldn't hear you. So I switched it. Now that I switched back, showing again.
Still says, Ben, you're muted.
Well, that was. How about now, you guys? Anybody?
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1,
Okay.
2, 3, 4.
Seems like they can
1,
hear
2,
you.
3, 4. They can hear me.
Cool.
All right, she said we're good. Thanks, Gracie.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I have you in my direct front monitor so I can look at you when I'm talking to you, so I don't always check chat.
Okay.
Um,
Hello, Starlight. She says no, leave him muted. She's a pretty big streamer. Hello, Starlight. She's kind of a
Starlight?
hater. She's like a friend of me. Hello, Starlight. You ever heard of that channel?
Mm-mm.
More of a drama channel. I think we come more out of drama, and you come more out of Mr. Grill Destiny, right?
Yeah, I watched Destiny like religiously for like 6 years. Like, if there's a new video, I'm
I
like, oh
did.
shit, there's a new Destiny video on, and my wife and I would watch it. Yeah, because I really like debates. I like watching people debate.
I do
like
too.
debating people a lot.
Grace, my camera shitted out again. Oh man, it's funny because you figure a camera either works or it doesn't, and it's just like depending on what the other person is doing, like. No, no.
Oh, you just had it.
No, come on, Grace. Come on. You had it going before. Yes. Well, we're just gonna have to. Okay, we'll keep it going. Come on, don't give up.
There we go.
Okay.
Mine was a little bright.
All right, next time, Grace, we'll just go to. We have a beautiful Elgato, little like webcam.
You got Elgato face cam?
Yeah, which
I
is
got the
nice
same
because you
one.
can zoom in, huh?
Yeah, I got the same thing.
Yeah.
But
how do you know one of these little tiny like problems, and it's just like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, which is very frustrating because like it's not even clear what it would be. It's probably not the lens or anything like mechanical,
No, it's always software side. Like it's funny, I'm an IT guy
weird.
and I specialize in surveillance cameras, so I know cameras really well. And I knew the Elgato face camera. I was like, this thing's insane for the price point.
Yeah, and we got it for half price because it was on, something on Craigslist. Someone was selling it, and I was like, "Oh, Grace, let's jump on this,"
Oh wow, did you pay like $50-$70 for it?
Something like that. I don't know. Grace got it, but she was like, "Oh, let's."
That's
always
really
into
good price.
like good deals,
Yeah, me too. So I just want to say that I think that when the first time I seen you was through the framing of like the worst family on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what most people encounter us. 400,000. I think between that and Destiny covering that, it's like 500,000 views. So like that's our almost everybody compared to the number of views we got. It's like astronomical ratio.
Yeah, I believe that because it was everybody was talking about it for a bit, and when I first seen that, I was just sort of like caught up in the like, whoa, what's going on kind of thing. And I talked to a friend of mine, and we sort of came to the conclusion like, well, like this is just like Jerry Springer here. This is just somebody coming in with like a story to tell about the people. Then you actually get to see the people, but you're kind of already have your mind made up, and then there's somebody sort of like prodding from the backside. And I was like, everybody has opinions about you guys. And I was like, I have no idea what I think because I haven't seen anybody talk to Ben or Grace without like some kind of like intention or something. Like they're saying, hey, come on, we'll have a conversation, but it's very like cloak and dagger, You don't know when
it's very rare that I can have a conversation. It immediately descends into insults, and then I'll insult back, which they like, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay to insult back. Like I'm into blood sports, but it just you can't get very far that way. I mean, I feel like I'm more than just a guy who wants. I don't mind being a lol cow because I think a lot of times lol cows win in many ways.
Well, I mean,
they're very popular to watch. Yeah, I mean, like I don't know the Chris Chan story, but like everyone knows Chris Chan. It worked as far as marketing campaign. Like if you want to get your name known, be Chris Chan. I don't really think I am like that level, but we made the interesting decision to just be like, we didn't come in with people say, "Oh, this is what you did to market yourself." If you actually watch my earliest stuff, I was the first in the family, and I was the only one who intended to be. I just intended to do debates. So it's a lot like you. If you like, I was interested in Destiny as a debater, not as. But I thought I could debate these people, and so I have a background in religion. I used to teach, so I was doing like intellectual content. Then my daughter came on. She was doing tech, and then I was like, honey, if you want to come on with me, it'd be fun to have a co-host. Then people just started going crazy, and then her mother, I was like, "Oh, bring your mother on," you know. You guys can do your own show. She got interested in manosphere content, and as a natural like reaction to this, like, why is everyone screaming at me that I'm a whore or a prude or a this or a that? It's just like kind of interesting being a young female, and then all of these like the combination of the internet kind of craziness and the craziness that had been the family just came pouring out, and I was like, all right, we'll see where this goes. Because and I don't think it's always like bad. uh but it's certain people are like, you're acting or you made this up. That's not true. It's like a natural weird way in which a latent tension in my family just happened to pour out on the internet. I was like, let's just maybe this would be good, get some resolution, and it did. So
Interesting.
it's yeah,
Um,
this had been going on for years, though. The stuff in the family had been going on for years, and the internet sort of accelerated it, the process, which was good because it was in some sense going to go there anyways.
well, sure, because I imagine when there's like family tensions, people try their very best to like sweep it under the rug, and when it kind of creeps out, you step on it so it goes back under the rug. But if it's in front of everybody
Yeah,
and people are asking you about it, you can't really pretend like everything's just fine anymore, and you got to deal with your
yeah,
shit.
yeah. That's right, and especially something. It's a relatively subtle thing. It's definitely true that when my daughter was almost 16 years old, she sort of said like, I'm kind of like lost, and I'm hoping you guys can help me out. And it was a situation that it's like the situation of fairy tales. There are these stepmother stepdaughter things where the resentment of an older woman and the, you know what I mean, and I got caught in the middle. And it's almost a universal thing. Everyone was kind of confused. Nothing really ever to be honest, nothing really ever happened, but then I just think
I
there
actually
was a
don't know what you're
breakdown.
alluding to.
Well, my daughter was there had been tensions in the family. My take on it is that Grace's mother and I, in retrospect, never got married. That she was just sort of incapable of getting married for lack of maturity, but I didn't see it because I was used to seeing dysfunctionality in a family. But
Mhm.
that when Grace, as the first of six kids, hit young adulthood, that this tension kind of came out. Like, and what I mean by the fairy tale is like, Snow White. So this beautiful young girl, and there's an older woman who resents the young girl for taking the like the male attention away from her because she's sort of overinvested in just looks. And then there's this sort of antagonism, and who if I'm friends with my daughter, which is totally normal and natural, and I'm like, honey, I want to help you out, then there's this resentment and there's this kind of spiral that can happen because what my conclusion as a parent of six is like, it's interesting. You wouldn't think this is true, but it is possible for a parent to not want their kids to grow up because when they grow up, they can feel like their kid is a threat to them instead of like celebrating their coming into adulthood. That's
Yeah,
what sort of
I've
happened,
seen this. When I was 18, my girlfriend had a stepmom who was like very openly didn't like her because she was
Yeah,
threatened by her. It wasn't like a secret. It wasn't like an internal conspiracy that this was happening. Like I've seen this happen.
the stepmother is the classic case because the stepmother feels like the relationship between the father and the daughter is a threat to her relationship, which is, that's more
Yeah, she
normal
doesn't
that
see
it's
it
the
develop
step parent.
either.
Yeah,
So she just comes in and then like if this ever
right.
transitions from what it was when she was the newest person in the house getting the most attention, it's like okay, well like things have calmed down now. I'm focusing on my kids. It's like, well, what the fuck? That's when the
Yeah.
insecurity kind of comes up. But I can imagine it could come up if you have a like just biological mother that's not that we are talking about Grace's biological mom, right?
Yeah, it's all biological. I mean, we're
Okay.
just one family, all Thorpe. Uh, there's no like all my kids, there's no like there's none of that weird like three dads whose dad is what, remarriage, we're not even divorced.
And all the same mom,
So
right?
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
Okay.
both natural parents and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I'm going into this pretending like nothing that I've seen on any of these streams have been accurate or that at least that I can't trust any of it because I don't know what's been framed in what ways.
yeah, I mean the thing if you did see it, that the thing called The Darkest Family on YouTube, not the
Yeah,
Destiny edit, but like well, Destiny was just reviewing it, but that is fairly accurate if you take away the narration is like slanderous, but those are clips, but they're clips from Discord calls, and there were hundreds of hours of Discord calls. And
sure.
so they're edited to maximize but I stand by them. Like if you had a context, it's a lot like the Mr. Girl thing in the sense like if you say to Mr. If someone was to say Mr. Girl made a video saying I am a pedophile, okay, that's true.
Yeah, he did make a
Okay, but
video,
like
music
it's
video saying that. Yeah,
clearly a genre, right? That like
it's literally a
that is
parody
not
song.
a yeah, right. It's right, clearly is, but you could take it out of context and say he made this video and these are the lyrics of his song and you could take them not in the context of being clearly a parody. So,
It's happened. BX Bullet on Twitter was like, you literally have a song called "I'm a Pedophile." Like, yeah, it's a parody from "I'm a Criminal" by
yeah,
Eminem. Is BX Bullet concerned that Eminem is also a criminal? Like, what the fuck is this?
right, right,
Um,
right, yeah.
he robs
So
a
I
bank in that
wasn't.
song. Like, we
So a
don't think
lot
he's
of
a bank
times I
robber.
will say things that I think are, in some ways, also similar to Mr. Girl, because I know you're somewhat familiar with Mr. Girl.
I'm a very big Mr. Girl fan. Everybody knows me as like
Oh,
that
okay,
that guy.
okay. See, I didn't really hard. I think invited me on a panel, and then I got to know Smith. I didn't know any of you guys, and then I actually started watching Mr. People had been saying because we've been on the internet for more than a year now. Oh, you should, Mr. Girl, you should collab with Mr. Girl. And I was like, I don't really know. I watched a little of his content. I was like, I don't, I didn't feel like. And then I met you guys, and then I started actually watching his stuff, and I was like, oh, this guy is actually more interesting than I thought at first. He's really when some of his stuff is he's able to have more thoughtful conversations than most people, and I was like, oh, I actually really would like to talk with this guy. And then I saw so many parallels of I think the difference is with the like his pedophile stuff and my if you want to call it quote incest stuff is he leaned into it like on purpose. That wasn't like there were rumors. He was like I see stuff online that I want to troll by saying like there's this hysteria about pedophilia. So he kind of leaned into that and said like I own it. I think this is an hysteria. I more like ran into this and then was like, I also agree this is an hysteria, witch hunt, crazy. But I did lean into it somewhat to say like I actually like think there are some really unhealthy tendencies online that I'm happy to say um should be corrected with humor and I don't mind I don't mind leaning into it. And at a certain point, if you're accused of something over and over and over and over again, you kind of get sick of defending yourself, and you just say, "Okay, fine. Here's what it is." Like you
Yeah,
go at it, people. If that's all I can say, go ahead, go at it. So I actually started saying that I'm not only a not only a pedophile, but that I'm a baby file, and that I like having sex with newborn babies. 'Cause I
I'm
was like,
so
just
glad
like, all
I
right, let's
did
just go
YouTube
there.
only. I get it. So yeah, I have a question on here that I think you pretty much just answered. Like, you understand why people who haven't, like, who have maybe just seen like a you on somebody else's stream might have a negative opinion of you because like if they don't know the context, they can't tell that you're joking. Like, you'd expect somebody to be pissed, right?
Um, I understand that that's the norm on the internet. I don't think the internet person is a typical person. I think they're usually more intelligent than a normie person. But also, I think there is a massive sexual hysteria on the internet that is not normal outside of it. Like, for example, my PFP. Let me Let's see if I can show. Does it show up?
I
Oh
know
no, maybe it
I
doesn't.
seen it on Smeth's stream the other day. You
Like
just had your regular one where you're kissing your kid.
where I'm kissing my daughter. Uh, to me, that's a totally normal picture. I had Smith the other day was saying like, "Oh, that's a provocation. You're saying that like you're trying to tell people f you. I am openly, you know what I mean?" I was like, I don't think normal people would see a picture like that and leap to that
Well, I think
conclusion.
what he's
That's an
saying is that
online
when you're
thing.
online, you know that if you have that up online, that you are kind of like poking at the people that are already mad at you. You're like saying like this is normal. I know that it's normal, but like
Right.
if you're gonna act like it's not, like then this will fuck with you, and I don't give a shit. I think that's
Yeah.
what he was getting
But
at.
he leaped to a conclusion with that, which is fine. You know, I mean, I guess I can see it retrospectively, but the actual fact, it was just, I thought it was a good picture of me. But I also don't understand why someone would be mad at me, or I don't even know what the allegation is. Um, I guess the allegation would be that I groomed and sexually, I don't know what it would be called. She was an adult,
People would say that you groomed and
like
sexually exploited her. That's
exploited my daughter.
yeah.
Why would someone be mad at? Usually, it's both of us. Um, and what is their what is their anger accomplishing? You know, like what is their investment? I don't understand it. I think it's totally misguided, especially
Well,
since it's just a rumor.
I think a lot of it is performative outrage. Unless people actually
Yeah,
believe, if they actually believe it, then I understand that some people would be pretty mad. I don't know how many people can actually say like, well, no, this is definitely happening because I haven't seen anything that really suggests that it is. I've seen you make a lot of jokes, but like I'm a pretty
yeah.
jokey person. Like and I guess I just do my best to know my audience. When my wife and I used to live in the thumb of Michigan. I don't know if you've ever been to the thumb of Michigan. It's very religious.
Um,
Everybody knows everybody, super small towns.
the
Like,
thumb meaning the part. Is it part of the part that's near Canada?
and
That's what they call the
on your
northern.
way up, so like the thumb because Michigan's shaped like a mitten, we call it the
Okay.
thumb. So if you're like headed up towards the part where, so like you can get into Canada from Detroit and then also like Port Huron, and it's about 70 miles north of Port Huron. Like 1 square mile town, 11 churches. This kind
Oh,
of
okay.
community. So like everybody knows
Yeah.
everybody, and so like I used to make my wife and I like making jokes that like I hit her or whatever, because she thinks it's funny. She plays into it. I
That
think
you
it's
hit
funny.
her?
Yeah, it's like a joke between us. Like
Yeah.
I don't hit her, but like we joke about it because well, as soon as she said like she like expressed that she thought that's funny, I think that's funny that she thinks it's funny. And when we moved down to a bigger city, she brought me a can of like corn at the grocery store, and I was like, "Oh, that's the wrong kind." She was like, "Don't hit me," and this dude stared at me. He's like, "No, no, no, we can't joke like that here. Like somebody's gonna just come up and beat my ass. They're gonna think that I'm beating you."
Right.
And she's a lot smaller than me too, so it's like I understand that if people don't have context like they did where everybody knew
Yes.
us, they wouldn't bat an eye. They would just assume that like they know me, they know her. There's no reason for them to have concern. But if you don't know us, he might think that I just beat my wife's ass because she flinched and said, "Don't hit me" when she brought me the wrong corn.
Right. Yeah, there are a lot of aspects of it that are interesting. I don't know if this is true because I actually find funny that I was watching Mr. Girl the other day. He actually mentioned Grace and I 4 months ago, and he's saying like, oh, him and Smith were saying, oh, everyone's talking about this, and it's like, well, I didn't really actually even realize that. I knew we had a lot of views, but like,
Oh
not a lot
yeah.
of people were covering us per se. A few kind of big streamers covered us, but then it was like, oh, everyone's talking about it. So what is that? But I think probably the number of people who would at least know the name Thorpe would probably be more than 100,000 who would just be able to know the name. But then again, the internet. Well, I do think the internet's quite big. So, but streamers on the internet would be a much smaller group. So I don't know exactly the context. But I came to the conclusion. I don't know if this is true that like for like the core, the root of this is envy. That I think a lot of people don't know if that's true. A lot of people envy me having a great relationship with my lovely adult daughter. I don't think a lot of people have that, and also envy her having a great relationship with her dad. That's that's fun and warm. and that I think they just like it's interesting that you don't see many father-daughter teams on the internet. Jordan Peterson and his daughter are somewhat that.
I've never seen his
Um,
daughter ever, so I wouldn't
oh,
even know.
Michaela Peterson, she's pretty big.
I know him. Um,
Mm.
so one of the things that I
But
think
they
is
weren't
really
a team. That's right. They weren't a team. She came on later and sort of, well, you could say rode his coattails, whatever. But yeah, he was clearly a single.
oh yeah, I wouldn't have even known. But it's not like I don't avidly watch Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
So, but like I see some of his stuff here and there. Um, one of the things I think is really interesting is that you are, I would say, like unnaturally comfortable with people thinking bad things about you. Like you don't
yeah,
care.
yeah, yeah. I don't
Um,
give a fuck. I have that personality type. Like,
well,
it's
the follow up question to that is that this usually happens to somebody who like gets like a villain status put on them like a lot earlier, where you kind of
yeah,
have to figure out how to deal with it. Is that your
black sheep in
experience?
the family. Yep, yep.
Yeah, how did that happen to you?
Yeah.
Prior to
So
streaming.
actually, the way this happened like simultaneously. It happened within the family, but it kind of happened with my extended family. I'm not sure if you're familiar with a guy named Jesse Lee Peterson. He has this kind
Yeah,
of interesting. Everyone knows. He's another guy. Everyone knows him, but he doesn't get that big of numbers. But everybody knows Jesse Lee Peterson. So he has this theory about like
I think he's
family
from Detroit.
dynamics. L.A. I think is where he broadcasts out of, but
Oh,
maybe no, he was originally from Alabama. So I don't know if he ever
thought I seen
did the
something.
Midwest thing.
Then maybe he was just in Detroit. Sorry, continue, continue.
But sure, yeah. So he has this theory because I was always like, my experience was that I was rejected by my mother, and then my family was sort of like on her side, and that's a tough place to be. Really wasn't for anything in particular, but I just got used to being like the guy who like everyone was sort of afraid of or weary of. And then, I saw these dynamics. I was like, oh, that makes sense of everything. My mother kind of is a controlling, I would say, covert narcissist in the family, and sort of controls everyone else. And I just didn't buy it for whatever reason. I didn't buy it growing up. And so, yeah, so I was like, okay, I'm going to let them all know that this is what I see. And when you're young and you have something like that, it can be you're originally sort of angry about it,
Yeah,
and you think you can have this messianic complex. I also taught, and then later I became Catholic, taught in a Catholic school. I saw a lot of things that went on there, and I also like would point it out, and nobody particularly wanted that, and so I got used to it. But you know, uh, yeah, so that's true. My natural personality is I don't give a fuck about that. I think it's funny. As a Christian, also, like, I don't think we should care what other people think. Um, I know that can lead to a kind of almost sociopathic kind of behavior where just really just don't care even when you should. But I don't think
yeah,
that's the case. But I just think they're like that personality type is healthy in a society to point out problems in that society. So I think it can be very valuable, but it often people don't say like, "Hey, thanks a lot for pointing that out."
yeah. I
So,
think that's pretty fair. So just to be
but
curious,
I'm fine playing that role.
when you say that about your mother, was it like you wouldn't be playing into the things she wanted you to, so she would say things like if you were doing something she didn't want, she'd be like, "Oh, just ignore Benny. He's an asshole. He's got a behavior problem." Or would
Eh,
she like throw that kind of shit on you?
Ultimately, she came up with the exact same theory that my kid's mother came up with, which is always the theory. And the theory is that you're crazy, but you're like you don't realize it, and that this craziness leads to um violent, like a tendency towards like anger and inordinate anger and violence, and also sexual like
Deviancy?
outsized sexual deviancy, or just like way too high. And what all it ends up being is this is just a difficulty dealing with masculinity. So I think that's just sort of a vague way of saying I don't know how to deal with men and I'm afraid of them. I think that's the core problem. And so in my mother's case, she had all these theories about her father that I have no idea, because she was originally from Norway. I never met them. But there were all these theories that she told me about her father, and I was like, "Man, that guy sounds crazy." It was, like, including, like, beatings when she was an infant, sexual impropriety, and he was a man of the cloth. He was a Lutheran minister. And so when I got a little bit older, I was like, "Oh, man, I think you might have some daddy issues." You know what I mean? Whether that happened or not. Um, and then, and then I could see, like, "Oh, I see what happened. Your mother told you this shit about your father." It may have had a little bit of truth to it, but I don't think any of it was true. And anyway, so I see the same thing going on, that my father was cast when I was young as this kind of guy who's kind of crazy, has anger issues, and has sexual issues. And then it was applied to me. And then, you know what I mean? I just call it daddy issues. That if you are masculine in a way that you don't ask for forgiveness for, or become like a kind of weak man to placate women's rage, that you get cast as this type of character. So it's like, well, as far as I'm not saying everyone has to be like me, but I was like, look, I'm a man. How could I apologize for being a man? Yeah, I have a strong sex drive. Sure. I'm also 6'8". Yes. I also have an outsized personality. All that's in some way related to, testosterone. I don't think there can possibly be anything inherently wrong with that. So you're going to hate me anyway. So bring it on.
Interesting. Well, I think maybe I can understand it through the lens of, I know when I was like 18, 19, 20, I was certainly the most angry and physically active I ever was in my life, and that's like peak testosterone years.
Yeah.
And since then, like, I've definitely calmed down and not been as much, and definitely highest sex drive. Jesus Christ, being in my 30s, I could not imagine. I would never want that sex drive again. That would
Yeah,
be
that's interesting.
it'd wreck my
I like it.
body. It would destroy my body. Like, I have a pretty good one, don't get me wrong, but not like 18 years old me. Uh, 18 years old. I went through a 36 pack of condoms in a weekend with my girlfriend, and half the time we didn't even use them. I hurt my abdominal muscle. It was like fucked up for like 3 years. If I overdid it, I would feel it flare up. Like, I'm 35 years old. I'm overweight. I'll pass on that kind of that level of desire.
Yeah, maybe. Well, but I don't. I don't know. I think a lot of times I don't think necessarily sex drive equal. Like, I actually, my like body count is like extremely low. I'm extremely loyal, and like I've never used a condom in my life. So okay, so well, maybe a few times, but it's I don't know. I think masculinity is something which often gets portrayed as being excessive in some way, but I actually think that's a misguided. I'm not sure that's necessarily the sex drive. It could be the sex drive and like a kind of compulsive behavior that causes it to go off the rails like that. Because I actually think sexuality, to some degree, and like this is in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, it's bigger than just what you do with your penis. It's like it kind of is at the core of who we are, in especially in all of our relationships, including relationships with people that you would never think of having sex with. But there's a dimension of desire and attraction, and also the fun part of sexuality in a totally healthy way, with even younger generations, your own kids and like older people and all that stuff. Now that people on the internet can't handle, but I think it's definitely true.
I'm pretty sure I understand what you're saying, but maybe we can go through this to kind of
Sure.
because to me, what you're saying is that our sexuality is such an inherent part of our thinking. It's like we have like reptile brain, primate brain, and human brain. And reptile brain wants to kill or fuck everything. Primate brain
Mhm.
wants to investigate, kill or fuck everything. And human brain, we have these tendencies pretty strong, but like all three of them always still want to fuck everything. And
Mm.
then our human brain kind of sorts this out and prioritizes and manages all these things. Is okay. Here's what's actually important. Here's when we have room to do these things. Here's what we have to
Yeah.
suppress. Here's what we don't suppress. But they're all still there. And I think that
Yeah.
even if you look at like Eastern philosophies and religions, like your root chakra is your balls. or in women it's your
Mhm.
ovaries. Like there's human beings have always sort of understood that our sex drive is it's called a sex drive for a reason. It's the thing that's usually piloting the craft that is the human.
Right, and in some ways, I believe that human beings are creatures of desire. We are erotic in the Greek, the term, I think it's Greek, eros meaning desire. So erotic can mean like a devout person of prayer has a desire for unity with God that is very similar to the desire of a like the passion of a lover for his beloved. And the Bible is filled with that. And there's no problem with that. And if you call a priest father, it means like in a certain sense his seed is a spiritual seed that bears fruit. Like the Bible is fine with all of this kind of agricultural or even terminology of husbandry. A seminary, for example, I mean,
Yeah.
the same word, a semen, it's a
Yeah.
seed place. And in a sense, Jesus uh, he penetrates the church with his love. And from that comes like culture. And all that stuff is fine. It can be weird,
There's a
obviously, if you're
lot
like
of
whacking
sexual
off to the Virgin Mary,
words.
but
Identity.
yeah, it's a fecund religion, and someone like Richard Spencer, who's like I think mostly an idiot, but if he says like, oh, Christianity, I have respect for it because it's a cult of fertility. In some ways, yes. In some ways, yes. Like you get when you're filled with God's love, you want to burst forward and create new life in families, in spiritual communities, and you want to make like the whole world your bitch. You want to penetrate it with the seed, the gospel, and it's not that different from like Genghis Khan wanting to just like fuck everything in his path. Christianity has that nature, not like rapey, but like I want you to, you know, I want to share when the Virgin Mary was in some sense penetrated by God's love, created, she went to her cousin and wanted to like immediately share this amazing thing that had happened to her, right? It's like a so I don't have any problem with any of those images. I think obviously it can be ridiculous at a certain point, and you have to be careful, right? And we all know like a priest who would say take that literally is an idiot, and that's dangerous. But I do think the world is soaked in sexuality. Look at nature, it's soaked in sexuality. Um, and I just think it's a matter of like finding where it's not so much whether that's okay or not. It is the way it is. So, but I think it is a matter of like sort of where it makes sense and where it doesn't make sense. And it's very difficult to navigate that in a post-sexual revolution when we ourselves as a culture are sort of trolling all of the rules and we don't really know what the new lines are, and people just get really scared, I think, when they think of children, let's say on this website Omegle, like
Yes.
what if my 12-year-old daughter is talking to random guys who can be
She's gonna see a ton of dicks. That's what's gonna
yeah,
happen. My buddy used to go
okay,
on Omegle all the time at my house, and like, and I just eventually be like, all right, dude, you just need to turn your laptop. Like, I don't mind seeing a dick or two. Like, it's not gonna fuck me up. I'm pretty comfortable with my sexuality. But after I've seen like 40 or 50 of them in like a 4 hour span, like I've had enough. Like, I just don't want to
right.
see it that much anymore. Please. Like, I understand you're trying to find the one chick that's gonna show you her titties, but we're talking about like a mythic video game level drop here to where you're gonna grind all day to get
Yeah.
that one. Like, just Google tits, all right, if that's what you're going for.
But here's the interesting thing, you and your buddy were what, 12, 13 years old?
No, I was like
Oh.
fucking like 18 or 19 at my house, and
Oh,
he's just
okay.
there with the laptop, and I'm like, dude, just turn it, please. I'm
But
good.
there's some here. This I don't think is controversial, but 12 and 13-year-old girls may find that kind of funny, and at the same time a little bit like he, right? I don't know that it's terrible, but like they're not unaware that male sexual interest is something that's on their mind. Maybe their reptile brain is saying like, well, I mean, everyone knows like 12 and 13-year-old girls and boys are sort of, the hormones are going a million miles an hour. Now you have this thing that you can just click on. And I know girls did this and do this. And like, it's weird as a parent. How do what are we going to do about this? Okay. So I think there can be a tendency to get hysterical. I think it can be okay, like, because really, how is this gonna turn into something that's like, it's online, but there can be people who say like, "Okay, I wanna take this online fascination and turn it into a real life one." So it's interesting. I just find it interesting, like, the advent of the dick pic. Since I'm sort of new to, like, the dating market, it's like, dick pics are normal.
Yeah,
I
I'm
a lot of
super
times
uncomfortable with
interact,
it.
but in another way, I'm like, "Okay, I can see it." I think
It's not
I'm
that I've
like, "I
never
can
sent
see
it,
it."
but I have to be explicitly asked. It just feels so weird. You're digitally flashing somebody. Like, I would never, like, flash somebody, even if I was, like, interested in like, but if they're like, "Hey, let me see your dick," like, "Here you go. I'll pull out my dick." That's not a problem for me
Yeah,
if I
yeah.
have a green light, but it's so weird to just be talking to somebody and then assume, like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and guess," having no physical social cues whatsoever because we're
Right.
texting, that she wants to see my dick, and if not, oh, well. And not only that too, like, in order to get if she doesn't like it, then she has to reopen it to delete it. It's just like you're just like
Right,
double
yeah.
whamming her. It's so weird to me. And I think I maybe sent, like, I have one picture from like 10 years ago because I have no desire to take another one. Like, if you want to see, here you go.
Yeah,
Like,
then you have to actually
I'm
take a
fatter
dick pic,
now.
which is yeah,
Yeah,
right. As an older guy, I'm like, well, I've actually been in this situation where I'll just send a flaccid one because like I'm too old. Like I've been with a woman for 20 years. I can't just like do this like a younger guy could do like at the drop of a dime. And I said a flaccid one, and I said, well, you got to take it the rest of the way. You know what I mean? And like, but it is a kind of, I get that there's a kind of like intimacy of saying like I trust you. In some ways, girls like, yeah, I'm not talking about girls, little girls, but I'm talking about
I
like
understand.
women, young women. Sometimes I interact with, mostly in a kind of paternal, joking way, but sometimes they want to like, you know, fuck around. I think that's perfectly fine and funny. I get that they do that with each other. They use like language that, it could be seen as shocking, but it's just playing around. But I'll get like a picture, someone's like someone topless, and I'll be like, I really appreciate that. Here, let me give you something back. And I think that's part of like how it works. It's like, okay, because I've been like, I don't know what to do with this, and then I'll talk to like people on the internet, like I don't know what. And then I had a girl say like, well, I was just hoping you'd send me something back, and I was like, you know what? What is? Yeah, I'll do that. I'm sorry about that. And then of course she gave them all to Ethan Ralph, and he showed them on stream. So
Oh,
okay, well that's just
wow.
the world we're in.
Um, oh, that's very interesting.
It was tricky for me at first to navigate
Yeah,
because it's so weird because in many ways you're doing foreplay that would normally be taking place in real life, but you're doing it on the internet. So like some women, they just want to show you their goods, have you go, whoa, that's awesome. And then they're gone. Right. And if you're not okay with that, which I didn't used to be, I was like, okay, so that's foreplay. So when are we gonna like close the deal? And I didn't even know what I was saying because like I was just new to the whole thing. But then I
sure.
realized, oh, sometimes they just want to have validation that you
Yeah.
go, whoa. But it's not necessarily that they're fake pics. They just like it to turn you on and then move on to the next guy.
Yeah, they
And
get
it's
that feeling
interesting.
of
I don't mind
desired
that.
and they can do whatever they want with it. I think
It
uh,
makes sense.
maybe I learned that lesson a long time too. I put that one picture online because I was asked to, and then it circulated amongst everybody in my small community. So like
Yeah.
now, like for all I know, like everybody that I ran into knew exactly what my dick looked
All right.
like, and
Right.
it's weird.
It's weird, especially if you have like I have kids, right? So theoretically, it could be that these pictures circulate with their friends. But on another level, look, a penis is pretty much a penis, and it's kind of interesting because I was like, oh, a dick pic. So these guys, so like, but what do you do to make your penis stand out? It's like it's unlikely you've got a huge, we're all usually within a certain thing, and then you could do a little bit with lighting, but it kind of is what it is. So I was like, oh, okay, it's just kind of fun. It's kind of fun to say like, okay, we all have one of these. What's the big deal?
Uh, yeah. I just think it's just not something that like I seek out participation in. But like I'm 35.
Yeah,
I'm not
right.
like super young,
And
but
you're
like
married.
yeah, and I'm married. So it's not like I'm sort of just like in between. Like it wasn't super common when I was a late teen, early adult. It
Yeah,
became more and more normal. And so I just think I'm just sort of in this weird middle spot where like I very much
yeah.
understand where you're coming from. More, I think I understand where you're at with it more than I understand with the casualness of it. But I don't give a shit what people want to do. I just kind of freaks
But it
me
gets
out.
it gets really weird. And I've never had this experience, but when people you don't necessarily know how old the person is that you're dealing with. And when someone might say all of a sudden, you could usually tell someone might say, "Oh, I'm 17, by the way," and whoop, you just committed a federal crime, and it's like, "Oh, what?" You know what I mean?
That
And then I've had that experience, and then they're like, "I'm just kidding. I'm 25." Or in one case, it was like, "I'm a dude, actually. Those aren't even pictures. Those are pictures I got off a porn site." And I was like, "Oh, okay." You know what I mean? But
I've
it's
had
like
that once. I've had that happen
weird.
to me once. Yeah. Um, yeah, I think it's all kind of weird. But I think I get what you're saying. I think I understand where you're coming from.
And I've
The
actually
internet's made sexuality a lot more different than it used to be.
yeah, really different. And in some ways it's okay because some of these rumors have actually like caused people who actually do have incest let's say issues. One woman in particular, beautiful woman in her mid 30s who used to like go like date baseball players. She has a whole history. I don't want to dox her in any way shape or form, but like she was like I was molested, me and my cousin or brother or something, and so she's just like has all of these like family and sexuality got intertwined on that reptile brain level. And at first she was like, "So are these rumors true?" And I was like, "Well, I don't even know what you're talking about." And then she was like, "Because I'm into it." And I was like, "Oh, really?" And
And you
she's
knew what
like,
she was talking about.
"Yeah, but it
What
was
other
kind of
rumors she
interesting."
gonna be into? Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, like, I don't even know to what extent what is true. People
Right.
say a million different things about me. So, and then she's like, "I'm into it. What I want to do is like, don't you think it would be awesome for us to create a family?" And I picture, I don't want to say it like I don't get you in trouble, TOS, but like to basically have an incest family. And I was like, "Actually, no, I don't like." But she didn't have any kids. I was like, "Do you have any kids?" And she's like, "No." And I was like, "Oh, you know what? I think this is all just." But then she let me know she was really ashamed later, and she said, "Please, please, 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 like, don't, drop, don't use my name, don't let anyone know. I'm so ashamed. I never feel any sexual feelings except when I'm on these certain meds that I was on when I contacted you, and they make me super horny, and I say stupid shit." And I was like, I don't think
That's still her.
it's a shame. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like that the idea that a woman could be with a man, have a family in order to molest them. Like the actual chance of this happening is zero because when you actually have kids, I don't know. I guess it's theoretically possible,
I,
especially
you
women. There's
know,
almost a 0% rate at which, so, but this is just obviously a fantasy. And I think, like Mr. Girl, in some ways, you should really understand that fantasies are just a different world than reality.
of
And
course.
sometimes I was like, if you want to talk about this stuff with me or wait, like play into this, I'd like to actually help you to like be more okay with your sexuality because you should feel sexual 100% of the time, not 1% of the time when you're on certain drugs. And probably what you're experiencing is something you don't have to like completely repress,
Yeah, it's
because
probably
if it,
mismanaged, displaced sexual feelings.
yeah, it's somehow she like my guess is that something really happened to her. That didn't happen to me. I was like, I just, haven't been through this trauma. But I can see that if you, experience some pleasure in these experiences, which I don't think is all that uncommon, but like then you like repressed it and said like I feel super guilty, which I have a ton of sympathy for. Someone young who like just gets super stimulated in this area with someone who like they didn't, you know what I mean? And then it's like you should process that.
If your
It's
first
like it's
sexual experience
okay,
happens when you're really young and you suppress it, then all of your sexual feelings that you have are going to be stacked on top of that initial experience that
right?
you've had and suppressed. So the only sexuality that you're going to know is going to be in tandem with the abuse that you suffered. And I think that it's
Right.
impossible to develop healthy sexual desires and habits if you don't confront them and understand what's going on to be able to make
Right.
that jump. Yeah, this is
Especially as
very
the victim,
clear.
as the
Yeah,
victim of it. And then in some ways, I'm not saying you're condemned to repeat it, but like, ooh, it becomes like something if you don't deal with, and then you have kids yourself, you have to process it, or in some ways, you're very likely to replay it on some level. Most people, but I mean, the
yeah.
percentage of people who abuse in this way, who have been abused, is quite high. And so, like, you really don't want to be in a position where all of a sudden you're doing something that was done to you, and you got to live with that, you know.
I
But
100% agree.
it's
That's
a
why I
very
think it's
unfortunate aspect of human nature.
That's what I'm saying. You
But
have
you,
to figure out what it is going on in you, and you have to
yeah,
interact with it in a way that is safe for you and everybody else around you, so that way you can develop
yeah.
proper, healthy sexual feelings.
And you have a right to. You
Yeah,
have a right to work it out in fantasy, or whatever. Like, it's so unhealthy for you to say, like, I'm just gonna bottle that up. And she had, she had become, like, you could see she had put on a lot of weight. She couldn't hold a man. She was an alcoholic, and I'm like, I think probably all of this stuff is related to not processing this. And then, so but I was like, I'm glad you talk with me. If you ever want to talk more, if you want to come over and, like, do some sort of play where you work it through, it might be interesting to me. At a certain point, I can't relate, but you know what I mean? I'm not gonna be able to tell you, like, I get it. But, like, you should explore this because it seems like it's killing your life.
yeah, and I think that I've met women that have had similar stories. I've never heard of like an incest family, but they've had like
Yeah.
similar kinks and fetishes, and then it comes out like, yeah, that there was some abuse there, and that
Yeah.
I think that talking about those things with somebody that you end up being sexual with who is an adult who can have a productive, healthy sexual interaction with you, that's sort of how
Mm.
you bridge those feelings into having healthy sexual feelings.
Yeah.
Um,
I think most kinks, I don't have any, and people tell me I have a kink, which is that I love the idea of romantic love with a woman, in the context of a permanent relationship where you're absolutely looking forward to having children is a kink. I would call that normalcy. But I find if you want to call it a kink, because like most people are like, I don't know, that's weird. Let's call that a breeding kink or a love kink. Okay, that's fine with
I
me.
think it's a kink because it's so
But
specific.
I just think it's like just like it's sort
Or
of
the fact that
dictionary
you're
definition of like
putting a
traditional
name to
marriage, right?
well, the fact that you're putting a description to it, I think if like for most people that want that, it's just sort of they just sort of like they just go for it and they don't really like think it through. If you're thinking about it a lot, I think that might make it a little bit more fetishy.
And maybe if you're like,
Uh,
oh, I'm thinking about what my kids will look like when I'm penetrating you, like, and like I'm so into you, uh, getting pregnant that I follow your chart of every month of ovulation, and it's like I get super horny when you're ovulating. I mean, but also I think that's just like that's like what two people who really want to have a kid would be doing, So
yeah, I think if you're super
uh,
focused on having a kid, that makes sense. I think that so I guess I noticed that I think everything that you said is fine, and I understand where you're coming from. But I think that your genuineness and lack of filter doesn't do you a lot of favors for people that hate you.
yeah. But the point is, I
Yeah,
don't give a fuck.
yeah, yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
That is very clear to me. Um,
And
so
it kind of works in a way that if I don't give a fuck and they have, like if they want to just go crazy, then okay. So like then you get this blood sport thing, which I'm fine with, which, makes a certain name. But it does, and this is what I really wanted to talk to you about with Mr. Girl. I don't think he so much gave a fuck either, but he oddly ended up really giving a fuck. You know what I mean? This was what I found. Maybe you could help me understand this, but like I had an interaction with Destiny within 5 minutes of my interaction with Destiny. I was like, I had said, like, I don't give a fuck. This guy sucks. And like, I'm just going to hammer him when I'm here on his stream, and then he's going to boot me or I rage quit, and then we'll take it from there. Whereas Mr. Girl had a year and a half, I think, of friendship with Destiny, and then made this huge report about him, which is pretty much just saying he is who he mostly says he is. So it
yeah,
wasn't really
so
like, you know what I mean? So I was like, and then he's like, I think he was saying like I was really hurt by how he was treated by that community. And I'm like, well, I don't really understand that. I don't really
I think I
understand.
can illuminate that quite a
Yeah.
bit. But if you don't mind, I have a question that perfectly ties into this. If you
Yeah,
answer
sure.
that, then I'll go right into that. I'm gonna ask how much of like I can only imagine the variation and the quantity of online hate that you get. How has that affected you and your family? Because it can't be like nothing.
Yeah, that's true. So I would say we're just now. I'm trying to get uh I just met a 25-year-old girl who just interviewed me earlier today, and I was like, oh, you should network with us. But I did say to her, if she's new to it, and I was like, what you'll get is a first wave, especially as a female. No joke about it. People go, well, it's easy to be a female. You have a pair of tits and you get many more views. That's true. But also, you're objectified in a way that men are not. And it's really tough to take, especially for women. Like Grace was 19 years old and she gets this shitstorm, and it was really tough. Some ways, like sort of permanently kind of hurt her. Okay.
There's no
But
right
in
way to
other
be a woman
ways,
online. Either you're
yeah,
prude
right.
or
No
you're a
matter what, you
slut.
get screamed
Oh,
at. That's
you're
right.
so
Yeah.
prude, you won't do that. And as soon as you do it, like, oh, she's a fucking
Right.
whore. I knew it.
Right.
There's no happy medium. Everybody wants you to be everything that you're not. And as soon as you
Right.
change, now you're fake, or you're the bad way of me saying
Right.
whatever you are. Yeah,
Right.
it's tough.
You unbutton your shirt, one more button. The Christians want to crucify you, ironically. You button it back up,
The people who
and
wanted to
the
see that button
liberals are
undone
like,
are
you're,
pissed off at you now.
yeah, right, right, right.
They didn't want the
Right.
button undone. They wanted the fantasy of the button being undone. And now that you did it and
Right.
everybody else got to see it, now you're a whore. I wanted that
Right.
button for me.
Right. But in some ways, it's an exaggerated manifestation of what it is just to be a woman, which is that, a young woman has a certain amount of sexual power, right? And then she has it at a very young age, and it can be very difficult to negotiate. Okay. Online, it's just exaggerated wildly because people can say whatever they want behind the shield of anonymity. But pretty much they're just saying what, like, you wouldn't believe what guys, you and I both know when we were young men and we saw like someone who was whatever, just a pair of tits, it's like that thing that was in our reptile brain. Now people just say it. Okay. It just is what it is. Not really all that threatening, especially online, but it is a little overwhelming. So yeah, so I think no matter who you are, unless you're the most banal type of streamer who's just like doing makeup streams, but even them, I'm sure they get
Oh,
weirdos,
absolutely.
you know. But
Yeah.
you can be in a relatively safe space, but live streaming, you're always going to get trolls. Then you have to determine whether you're going to like ban people who are saucy or like whether that's the internet and you should embrace it. I almost always go for the latter rather than the former because I'm like, well, any interest, if you're interested enough to make a stupid comment, I'm okay with you. Like, you're interested, so welcome. I'm not going to put you on a panel, but like, you can do it in chat. I'd rather have a lot of interest than a little interest. And if you get bored, you'll leave. But if a lot of times people who originally come on as trolls, like the guy who did that video that you watched, which was like a 3-hour video, put an enormous amount of time into it. And he was a total hater. But I actually think he has quite a bit of respect for me personally at the end of that because I stood by it and I was like, all right, you know, you know what I mean? And like, obviously he found it sort of fascinating in a certain way, right? To put together. Hate is interest. It's not disinterest.
Yeah, I think the
But
thing that made me give you the charity to say, like, all right, I'm not going to listen to, like, I'm taking everything that I hear here with a grain of salt is because if you were a liar, you'd be saying a lot more different shit than you're actually saying. So I feel like that you're typically honest when you're talking with people. I think sometimes you fuck
yeah,
with people too, when you want to, but like, why wouldn't you? Because it's
I
streaming.
actually
When you're
pretty much, I think like Mr. Girl, pretty much like, I would say that almost everything I've ever said is both like, that is both uh, true in the sense I'm not acting or lying. I'm not trolling in the sense of just lying. And it's also actually not really that controversial, except that people online hear it a certain way. And I do lean into sometimes like kind of recognizing that this is going to sound controversial to people who are hyper puritanical to say, for example, that it's totally normal for an older man to flirt with his niece a little bit and say, like, don't you have a beautiful dress, even if she's a
I
7-year-old
remember
girl.
that.
I do think that's called flirting. I actually don't think that's leaning in because there's no other word for it. I understand that that word also has a sexual connotation in a certain context, but I actually think that's not even controversial. I could go around to all the old men in the old Portuguese and Polish men in this community, and they would go, yeah, of course, that's not even controversial.
When you said
Um,
that, my wife and I were watching that stream, and I was just like, everything that he said about like why he said that is 100% true. It's just like, but like I wish
Only
you
a
said it
weird
different.
person.
I would just
Only a
wish you said it
weird.
differently.
Why though? Why?
Because I know what people are gonna say. Because I know that because a lot of stuff that you said in that stream made a lot of sense. And it was just like I thought it was a good stream. But if you had said it in a different way, I knew that it wasn't going to that people weren't just gonna jump all over you. Like so when you say
But I
something
think
like that
maybe these people
online,
have to wrestle with why it is that they're so
they
like
don't have to because they're just gonna call you a
crazily.
pedophile and move on with their internet life. That's just what they do.
Okay.
They don't have to introspect. They don't have to think about like was that an interesting point? Is it interesting that like this is technically the correct word to use even though it just feels weird to hear it being said? Am I able to like differentiate when somebody says flirting in a romantic sense or when they say flirting in a playful sense that would be
Yeah.
appropriate for any two people to engage in? They're not
But
going to
but
do
what I'm saying,
that.
well, it made you and your wife like had a little bit of a conversation about it because maybe you were like, "Is that okay to say?" And then you're like, "Okay, I think that is okay to say." And then you had like a thing about like what made it maybe not prudent to say, but like so, I don't care if that was the only
I
conversation
also
that
thought it
made
was
any sense.
funny
That
that
was
you said
triggered.
it that way. I mean, I laughed when you said that because I was like, I get it.
Yeah,
Like, it's true.
it's
It's
kind of
accurate way
true, right?
to say it. Yeah, but it's just a very very bad thing to say optically, which is funny.
Depends what you mean, what you're trying to accomplish optically, right? So if you're trying to
Sure.
say like, I would like people, I mean, why did Mr. Girl make a video called "I Am a Pedophile"? I think he wanted to provoke people. And why did he do the? I never actually saw it, but like the
Did you see
thing,
that music
the
video?
no, I haven't
It's
actually
such a
seen a lot
good
of his
video.
content.
It's super funny.
I think he's a great artist, but why did he do this? The review of
Cuties.
Cuties, where he said I was sexually stimulated by some of these scenes. He was obviously aware of the optics of that.
Yeah. I
And so but it did accomplish the mission of kind of like allowing him some access to people all wanted to interview him like what's up with that, is that okay or what, and like and he's very good with the interviews. Maybe he's better than I am because he can keep someone, he does that kind of like withdrawn thing, and people kind of respected him for a while. um
the
and he's
entire
a
time
very
people
thoughtful
respected, he
person.
had tons of hate too. There's some
Yeah.
people that'll never let some of those things go. They won't actually engage with it. They're gonna so he has a song called
Yeah.
"I Kill Pedophiles." Have you heard that?
No,
Uh,
I've seen very little of his own content because I don't think he even has a channel on YouTube anymore.
it's a really good the song "I Kill Pedophiles." It's just kind of it starts off saying "I kill pedophiles because I'm not one," and then goes in more and more
Right.
extreme of like different kinds of people that he would kill to just kind of like show to exemplify how extreme people get with their performative outrage.
Right. Right.
It's like, oh,
Yeah.
you kill pedophiles? Well, I'll kill protesters. I'll kill, and it just keeps on stacking up higher and higher and higher. It's like
Yeah.
the internet seems to be a race to see who can be the most angry about
Yeah.
about the least anger-inducing thing.
And what's interesting about Mr. Girl, I think, like the advice that you say to me, like you should think about optics. Like I actually have, in a certain sense, better optics than him because
Oh, I
I
don't know
have
if you
6
should.
children. I
I'm just
have, well,
aware of them.
whatever. I'm just saying, even from that point of view, like, and also like I have a master's degree in theology. I taught sexual moral theology to high school kids, to thousands of tens of thousands of boys. And so like I did have these discussions with kids
You have a
when I was a
master's in
teacher.
theology?
I have a master's from a Jesuit university, and that starts a whole thing on the right. Jesuits, oh, they're controlled by the Jews. You get into all these conspiracy shit, like, oh, you work for the Mossad, the FBI, the CIA, whatever, like, and you do have to be careful if you're going to be in these spaces trolling. I don't think you have to be careful,
You're
but there
speaking
are
as an
some
authority
things.
too, then.
I have some degree of authority, but also like my record is clean as a whistle. Like literally, there's no one who's going to come out of the woodwork other than my own son and his mother who are ever going to say that I was abusive in any way. I've worked with tens of thousands of kids from the age of 16. Like I'm clean as a whistle. Like I've never cheated on any of this kind of stuff. So, but I also like would say like I'm really comfortable with, like, I've had to make peace with, like being a man who has a high sex drive, I've learned to say, like, I'm okay. I have a penis, guilty as charged, and I love what it's done in my life because it brought me 6 kids. And I think that's what it's all about. Like, I'm not even into I'm arguing against, I argue against premarital sex, but I will say things that are a little bit spicy, like the whole consent thing in premarital sex is inherently problematic because women, when they're engaging in premarital sex, women more than men are taking a risk, and they don't want to be asked if they want to do this. They want to, like, just kind of let it happen. Okay, and I'm arguing it's easier to say, like, I'm against it altogether for these and other reasons, but within the dynamic, in a certain sense, the crazier it is, the better it is. And that's a problem I don't think we're going to be able to resolve in our culture until we say, like, okay, so does this belong in marriage or not?
Um, I think I think it's not as crazy as we make it out. I think the problem is we use an enthusiastic consent model. I actually debated Brianna Wu against I was against enthusiastic consent. I'm for an authentic consent model. You don't
Yeah, I don't
have
think
to
any
be
of these things
you don't
work.
have to be jumping up and down. Well, authentic consent just means like if they wanted to do it, then it's fine. Like if they agree to do it, it's fine. You don't have to be jumping up and down for joy to have sex. If you're just dating somebody on the third date and they're like, do you want to come back to my place? If she's like, all right, yeah, and if she's just, like, kind of weighs it, like, I don't really think that, like, third date wasn't it for me, but like I do like him and I don't want him to go away. Yeah, I guess, if I could get a couple more dates to see if I'm interested, because I don't want him to think I'm not interested in him, I'll have sex. This is
Yeah,
fine. This is 100% totally fine. It's something that you're allowed
yeah,
to
but
weigh and make that decision on. You don't
sure,
have to
but
be
you're
like,
talking
oh, I
about
so
people who
want
are
to.
you were talking about people who are fairly mature. I'm talking about within, like, hookup culture, club culture. Okay. Like, this is very, very, like, and it exists. Hookup culture, Tinder hookups is a big chunk of sexual activity. Within these chunks, um, it's a lot of chemistry and reading the room right. And, I'm not saying I have a lot of experience with it, but
I think if
the
you meet somebody
problem I
on Tinder
have
and they
with
come straight to your house, you're fucking. Let's be real.
well, but not if she says the next day, like, actually, I'm not sure I was into that. It's just a very dicey situation. I'm against it altogether. I would say this is
Sure.
stupid. And a lot of men in the manosphere are now saying, like, it ain't like, this is like a friend of mine told me, his Italian grandfather said, the fucking you get ain't worth the fucking you get. And like, that's super true of premarital sex in the age of Me Too. And like, really, who's going to adjudicate? How does anyone know? How do courts, right? But it tends to be, this is the problem, I think. It tends to be misandrist. It tends to be anti-men. It's almost impossible to accuse a woman of raping you. It's possible theoretically, but, like, come on. But it ends up being that the sexual revolution, which really happened and really changes everything, ends up, while I think in a sense the people who wanted to do it were men to say, like, let's throw all these rules in the garbage, ends up with a society that where the gun's pointed at a man's head for having a dick. A normal man, I think premarital sex is now normal. And so it's really, really hard to navigate. And I think we're better off with a much older model. But in the meantime, I think we should really be super hesitant to, like, I think when you have a misandrist, it's just like misogynist. It doesn't women don't win when men are really unhappy and, like, are paranoid constantly. Nobody wins. And I think we got to be real that consent is a failure as a substitute for, like, marriage. It's very, very different.
I think,
And
well, let me put it this way. I understand. I think it would be insane for you to have the feelings that you have about marriage and for you being religious and not feel that way. I have different ideas about it. I don't disagree with everything that you said here, but I
yeah,
also say maybe if some other time we can talk about this and like trade back and forth. But like, I want to get to know you better and not like tell you why I think like this thing that you're saying is wrong or like
yeah,
breaking
yeah,
the
yeah.
nuance of that. But
No, I'd
I think
love
it's
to.
really, I think
I'd
it's a
like.
really interesting conversation to have, though.
Yeah, I'd like to have more of those conversations. I think there's, even though in a sense I'm coming outside of the norm, like a lot of times, and I know I've busted your balls about this, a lot of times I think there's a kind of hair splitting that goes on within the debate world. Oh, and you get the same debates over and over again, like flat Earth, round Earth, because like in a sense, like you can always find a crazy to talk about flat Earth, and the veganism's another one. I don't think it's really, but a lot of times, like
I'm
you and
vegan.
Wick and those guys will get into. Oh yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. It's interesting. I think veganism is interesting, but it tends to be like issues with there's a tiny group of people who are like super into it, and therefore they're always willing to have like a very, very bombastic debate about it. Not
Sure.
necessarily all. It's not fair to say to all vegans, but you know what I mean. That's the
The
reputation of
fact that you
vegans. They're
didn't
on a
know that I was vegan
crusade.
yet, kind
Right.
of shows where I stand. I had a conversation with a friend of mine, Cat Dog Bark, where it was very non-typical. And I think I've streamed about veganism like as the main topic 2 times. One of them was with him because he never had a conversation about it. Just sort of me informing him about what it is. And then another one was talking to another vegan about there's better ways to talk to people about veganism. Because I think that the way people
Right.
talk about it is batshit insane. Some of it is just things that, like, are you logically sound? Yes. Are you going to convince anybody? No. And if you're attempting to convince somebody using this, then you're actually being an asshole.
Yes.
You're hurting the cause
Right.
that you're supposed to be promoting. Fuck you. You don't represent me and other vegans. Then it's bad.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of Pharisaism and judgmentalism in any like I would say societally like it's sort of extreme, right? It's a societal extreme. If every time you go to the market you're just saying murder, murder, you're all murderers, right? Like
Yes.
you can't really hold that, but there are Christians who say that, like, every time there's an abortion clinic in a city, which is normal at this point, they're like, I've got to like just make a huge thing about this. It's understandable if you think it's murder, as I do, but you got to be able to like roll with the reality. Um,
Yeah. And like,
that like
I,
you can't make this you can't make this the first sentence you utter to every human being, because then they'll just go like, oh, abortion people, pro-life people are crazies, right?
yeah, it
It
takes a lot.
Like it or not, it's normal to say
If
abortion, like the debating about abortion is, or being pro-life, pro-choice is intellectually normal. It's okay to say. You can say, well, I would say it's a lot like it's worse than being a Nazi, logically. Um,
I think if you think
but
it's murder, you'd be crazy not to bring it up sometimes.
yeah, but I mean,
I think
you
that
got to
you're
also have relationships with people that aren't all about that,
yeah, I understand. I do. I think that when
and
somebody's
recognize that
fanatical,
a lot of pro-choice people, what maybe confused, or maybe are seeing this from just a different point of view. Than they're not necessarily bad people who are saying murdering babies is fantastic. There are a few who say that, but
yeah, again, like I'm like crazy pro-choice, but I don't usually but like I think it's pretty fair to think that most people might not know my stance about it because I don't talk about it all the time. Even
hmm,
there's people that have known me for a long time, they have no idea that I'm vegan because I'm not here to convince anybody. If somebody wants to talk about it, let's go.
right,
I'm totally down.
right,
I'll
right,
explain to you why I think it's right and all that. But otherwise, like, I might make jokes here or there if something's super tasty. I'm like, wow, that actually tastes like it was made with cruelty. To just like fuck around. But that's people who already know me and stuff. So yeah, I
right,
think
right.
that if you have anything that you actually care about, being fanatical about it, interacting with people in a fanatical way, um, you're a bad person because you care about this thing and you're hurting the thing you care about.
Right, right. It's counterproductive if you actually care about it. So it's like you can't be saying I care about something and yet I'm making the worst case for it. Then
Yeah,
it's like, what are you doing here? You're actually like it actually you're the best. You almost like you would almost like be paid by the opposition to like be making the case against this, that it
yes.
makes you an asshole to hold this philosophy.
Oh, I
So
talked to Smeth about it because people came and talked to him about veganism and they were so terrible that he left. I've never seen Smeth leave a stream before like that.
pretty tolerant.
And I
Yeah,
was
he's
like,
pretty.
Smeth, tomorrow, if I could talk to you about veganism, I think you're gonna grow and stuff, and I don't want you to get bigger and bigger thinking that that's what veganism is about. So I just like to talk to you about what it's actually about because that was
Right.
insane. Those people are bad people if they're actual vegans. I think that they're like actually just like not good human beings. If they're gonna use it as a way to just like dunk on you and make the whole movement look like shit, fuck them.
Yeah.
And the
Right,
same for
right,
any.
right. A few bad apples ruin the whole, right. I mean, that's true. I think of veganism, that's true of flat earthers. I don't know, there may be an argument for flat earth, I don't know. But like I wouldn't even want to know. The people who propose it are so crazy and they start denying that space exists and it just sounds to me like this is a psychological problem. But it may be true. I'm agnostic on, like I don't think it really makes a difference to me one way or the other. I'm not going to like, you know what I mean? I just assume we landed on the moon, for example. What right, but I know that there are things that are, I think the COVID experience made a lot of people lose faith in things to an extent that is really unhealthy. But I get why that could be. We've been eroding trust in institutions for a long, long time, and now we have the people who are very cynical, who are a lot of times running things, and they like it's sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But I do have a problem online. Like I do have a problem
There
online
you go.
with a lot of the hair splitting that misses, I think, the larger. That's why I call it. Sometimes I think on your panel I said like this a lot of this intellectual masturbation. Are we seeking the truth here? Because there's a whole like say coming from a religious point of view, which I know a lot of people are like, well, that's something you read in the Bible, it's pure faith. I mean, that's a very cartoonish version of a religious perspective on life. In some sense, we all have a religious perspective on life, and the things we hold some things sacred. So we should be able to have a conversation. I understand that a lot of fundamentalist Christians will not really have a conversation that is open to challenges. But, I think that
Yes.
they're like a religious point of view is a thoughtful, sophisticated religious point of view is an interesting alternative to a secular point of view. And those two worldviews should have a conversation and can have a conversation. But you get written off a lot of times if you just mention that you're Christian. Then they go, everything you're saying is like because someone told you it, if some authority told you it. And that's not true, especially for me, like convert, because, I asked these questions and I came to believe that in my case, the Catholic Church, the teachings of the Catholic Church are like the moral teachings of the Catholic Church are actually the formula for everyone to be happy. And
Yeah, I understand.
they're
And I
not
want to.
based on faith per se.
I wanted to tell you too. I think it's really cool that you have a master's in theology. I wanted when I was in high school, figuring out what I want to do. I really wanted to be a theologian, and I
Oh,
found out
really?
I can't. There's no way for me to get a fucking job with that degree that I would want to do. Like I'd have to be like a professor, or I'd have to write a ton of
Yeah.
books. And both things are just super hard career paths to get into. And if I want to write books, I don't need the degree. And if I want
Right.
to be a professor, I have to wait for like two people that are like old enough to like
Right.
perceivably die
Crazy.
by the time I would
Yeah.
have my degree like that. But that's super cool. We should definitely talk about religion sometime. I'm like
Depends also what religious, um, like for Catholics, of course, there is like an institutional, so
mhm.
there's all sorts of jobs. When it was one of the benefits of becoming Catholic is like
Well, you can become a
there are
priest
all.
too with
Right,
the
but you could
theology
also be
degree.
like a teacher, you can be a youth minister. There are a lot of like, there's a big institutional network if
As a
you're Catholic.
non-religious person though, I'm like
Right,
aggressively agnostic. I get
right.
really mad at people when they say there is no God, just as much as I get mad at people who like say I know that there's like you could say you have faith. I accept that wholeheartedly. You have faith, but like if you could know that there's God, you couldn't have faith. Why would God can't be benevolent if he allows you to know that he exists. You have to be able to have faith. That's the
No,
thing
no,
that
I see. I
counts.
actually disagree with you, but on rational grounds, I don't believe that. I believe you can absolutely know with reason that God exists because
Not out
even
of
this,
faith? I thought faith
no,
was
no
the thing
faith.
that matters.
In fact, like what I'm saying is like let's say the sentence "there is no God."
Mhm.
It actually is impossible. It's not a sentence that's false. It's just it's like the if I was to say to you like one thing you should know about me is that I'm a liar. Like that's
Yep.
actually impossible for you to make sense of as a
Sure.
sentence, right? Because
It's
are
paradoxical.
you lying about right? It's so inherent. And I think actually the same thing is true of saying like I know that there is no God. Because implicit in language are a number of spiritual realities, whether you want to call them that or not. Language depends on ideas, depends on right all sorts of stuff that I would say is close enough to calling God. Now, that doesn't mean that you're a Christian, but I would say like that we are all. I would say what that really means is if you say I don't believe in God, it means I'm angry at God. It doesn't mean you don't believe in God. But I don't really want to like that gets into high level philosophy, and most
Yeah,
people don't have the equipment necessary to actually parse that out. But I do absolutely believe that you can know that God exists by reason, and you can also know God in a way that, like from personal experience. Now, that's not really faith either. You can have personal experience of your creator that is like as true as that I have experience of my family.
I've actually
But
went
I
on.
get that that's not a rational thing that someone who's skeptical is going to be. But I can say like I know my creator, and I believe that's a fair statement to make. But I understand that like if you haven't had that experience, okay, then.
Yeah,
But I can
I
say
argue
it
for
still.
revelation. Like you can't. It's not right to say it's somebody. I said the best argument for believing in God is saying that I had revelation. If you have a personal experience and you deny it, you're crazy. If you see something or
Yeah.
you hear something or you feel something and then you convince yourself you didn't have that, any other scenario we'd say that you're a crazy person now. You're denying
But
reality as it was
but
presented to
But
you.
but I also believe
So
you
you'd
could say
have
like,
to
of
believe.
course there must be a creator of the universe. Like the proofs of God. You can look into that. I don't think any of them have been disproven. I think that there is an uncreated creator. If we just leave it at that, of course that must be true.
Sure, I understand. Yeah, and I know I have to. I can talk about religion all day, so
Yeah,
I have to stop. But then I'll answer your question about
but
Mr.
you're right.
Grill.
If you're just like interested in religion,
I super
but
am.
you're not committed to a denomination, the career paths are vanishingly few.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
author and professor. That's it.
Yeah.
Or like if I was a shitty guy, I could be a televangelist who just didn't believe. I think I would have been really good at that. I get my energy up and just like spin a tale, just knowing the scripture real well. Oh man, I
I
think
really want to be a televangelist. I love it.
I
I
think I
love
would
it.
love it if I had faith. I think that would be like the best job ever for me.
Yeah,
Because
I
I'm a
think
good
it's
salesman.
cool because yeah, I think it's fun. This might be I think it's fun to like if you really believe in something. I'm not saying like
Yeah.
someone who doesn't believe in it. If you really believe in something, you should see if it sells and
Yes.
sells big. And if you believe in something that's like life-changing, then people should be willing to give you a lot of money um to help your cause. And so like I appreciate Protestants because unlike a Catholic priest kind of has his life set. It's not going to be super duper whatever, but like a Protestant, it's like you make of it. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of very American to be like you make your own church and you call yourself. You can I can call myself like that's what we were talking about before. Elder. I could call myself Bishop Ben, right? And like Protestants do. I could wear whatever collared thing I want to wear, and I just got to try to work it. And if it sells, it sells, and I can I don't think it's wrong for people who are religious to be wealthy and to have lots of followers. I think that's okay. I think you're supposed to succeed, but you shouldn't, of course, prioritize that. But
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with televangelists. Any more than I would say, like, if you're an author and you sell a lot of books, good for you. I don't want to take Jordan Peterson's money away from him.
Well, like I said, I'd love to talk to you about religion sometime, but if I even respond to what you just said, the subject's gonna move off of you and it's gonna be about religion. I'm just so
Yeah.
invested in the subject.
But
Um,
this ties into the Mr. Girl thing. I think he has, interestingly, for a secular person, a kind of way in which, and I find this morality a lot on YouTube, that like success in and of itself is wrong, right?
uh,
So like you shouldn't want to make money or be successful on YouTube. I say, no way. You should want to be successful.
yeah, I think that the thing
No
that makes
problem.
me the most sad about seeing Mr. Grill's career is his aversion to doing things that would make him more financially successful.
Yeah.
Because he's my favorite content creator. It's no secret, everybody knows it.
Mm.
And he does this thing where he just he
Sort of
handicaps himself over and
self-troll.
over
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I get it too. He said something that I've said a lot of times in my life, like when it comes to my moral system, you can think of me as a strictly religious person. So I understand why he does it, And for people that don't have that kind of system, it's a matter of self-respect and being able to understand the world around you. Like if I adhere to my religion, which is my own rules for myself, then I can understand who I am. I can understand the world around me through this lens. Because otherwise, everything's fucking crazy. You need to have
Yeah, yeah.
something to root you and anchor you down. And
Yes.
I interact with the world the same way. I didn't. It's not like I was like I woke up one day and said I'm gonna be vegan. I woke up one day and was finally like, I can't keep on telling myself that I don't think that this is correct. I have
Mhm.
to. I have to adhere to my rules. That's just how
Yes.
this works.
I think this is true for a lot of people. In the absence of a religious worldview, which of course can mean many different things, they end up with a moral worldview because, which I actually think is not really what the Christian religion is. Not a moralistic religion, and if anything, it's kind of almost immoral Christianity, right? If you think about like the doctrine of grace, it's kind of like you can do whatever. All you have to do is be genuinely sorry and you're forgiven. It's the scandal of Christianity that it's so liberating. And yet, Christianity in our culture is associated with prudishness and like this just kind of utter moralism, which I think is a total mistake because Christians shouldn't have any problem with sin, even massive sin, murder, all these things. It shouldn't be a question for a Christian whether they should pray for Jeffrey Dahmer. The answer is absolutely,
Yeah, automatically.
absolutely. You
Uh,
should love, and I like Kanye's troll of saying I love Hitler. That's actually not controversial for a Christian to say. We should all
it's
pray.
controversial for him to just be saying "I love Hitler," though.
Yeah,
Like
right. It's a troll in a certain way, but
if
in
you,
another way, we
because you know
don't
how people's
judge
gonna take
people.
it.
We
Yeah,
don't. It is not our job to create a world in which we know who the good people are and the bad people, even what history has deemed the worst people. They're all on the list of like there, but for the grace of God go I. I am in no position to judge. I just pray for God's mercy and the justice system and whatever international whatever will play out. But like I would hate to be a judge. I would hate to judge a man or a woman. Even Jeffrey Dahmer, I don't really know. I'm fascinated by serial killers. A lot of them you can see are like messed up people who had really weird childhoods and got into a place where I don't envy being in that place where you're saying like,
sure.
I'd like to. I think Jeffrey Dahmer's thing was like, I don't know how to love people. I don't know. I've never known how to love people, so I want to slow them down. So in order to slow them down, I have to kind of knock them out, and really to slow them down, I need to kill them, right? And you say to yourself, that's crazy, but I get the logic. You're saying like, I need to slow people down so I can love them. And I'm not here to judge that. I'm saying like obviously that's not healthy and there's some anger issues there. But like
Sure.
I'm glad I know how to love people. And I'm happy that they're, you know, able to push back and reject me. But I've known people in my life who are like that. They don't know how to love and relate to another human being. And the depth of loneliness you experience when you don't have social skills is unbelievable, right? Because people
Sure.
are just like that, you can live like totally isolated, never be loved or love another human being. I don't envy being in that position
Uh,
where you're actually like saying like the only love I've ever experienced is with a dead body,
yeah.
but I
There's
believe that's his actual experience.
one of the best things I ever heard Jordan Peterson say was, "I don't think how awful it is somebody did that. I think what would it take for me to do that? What
Yeah,
would have
yeah.
to happen for me to end up in that same situation?" And I understand that.
Yeah, as
Um,
Christians, it's a no-brainer. We do not have to create this list. Jesus Christ told us specifically, commanded, did not ask. Do not judge anybody. And it's so liberating to say, oh, phew, I don't need to make two. But I think a lot of people on the internet are like with me, for example, they're like, is this guy one of the bad people or is he one of the good people like us? And I'm like, I'm so glad I don't have to do that. I don't care. I don't need to do this. It doesn't. But I think in the absence of religion, you interestingly, many people say the reason you jettison religion is so you can do whatever you want and live like a libertine. But actually, I think what happens is you become a hyper moralist, even though your morality doesn't even make any sense anymore, in my opinion. If you say, well, it's just a bunch of rules that are arbitrary that I made up that work for me, like who fucking cares? But it's interesting that I think there's an inverse relationship to religiosity and sort of like moralism, like Pharisaism, moralism, all this. Because we are religious creatures, we need to make sense of our world.
Yeah, I think I'd just be lost if I didn't have like a strong moral system. I think a lot of people that don't have something, even people who say they're religious and they aren't, I think they are lost. I just think they don't know what the fuck they're doing. You can tell by the way they
Yeah,
behave, the way they interact with people. They have no fucking clue what's valuable to them or who
yeah.
they are to themselves. It's fucking crazy to me.
The
Um,
common the common the common thought of religious people or conservative people, of people on the left, is, oh, they jettison the rules so they could do whatever they want. And but actually people don't generally, there are very few people who say, I do whatever I want. I kill, I fuck, I go with the reptile brain, and I don't get, like, even serial killers who are, there's no chance they're getting out. In interviews, they always try to justify their actions by saying like it was the demons' voices, or like I didn't know what was going on. They end up being, you know what I mean? There is no such thing as a pure libertine who's like, just very rarely does a guy say like, I kill people and I enjoy it for no reason other than the power thrill it gives me. Very rare.
yeah, I think it's really good to like when I fuck up, I don't usually try to justify it. I'll just say like unless there's something like you need to understand what really happened here. This is what actually happened. You're just misunderstanding. Otherwise, you say like, yeah, I fucked up. Like I know I was wrong. I knew I was doing something wrong when I did it, and I'm gonna work on it. Here's what you can do to help me work on it if you want to. People don't want to do that.
Yeah, and I actually think, I think they're right to say like this project of like figuring all this stuff out without religion, without like confession, without forgiveness, I actually think it's like a failed, it's like impossible project. But I think online a lot of people are doing this. Um, I like to
I think
offer just like a
confession's
kind of
important.
different worldview. Only God can forgive you. So you need to, you know what I mean? So like, it's just, I think people think I'm trolling, but I really think like there's a worldview that even Christians have lost touch with, and it's a fundamentally like almost you would say immoral or anti-moral, but that's not really true. But it looks very similar to it. That is the Christian view of morality, which is like that we're all really, really, really inclined to evil,
Well,
and only the grace of God. You know what I mean? It's like a whole different way of looking at things, liberating from all the responsibility of trying to regulate ourselves, which is an impossible task. I mean, that's the that's
uh,
my take on it. We should all chill morally.
um, okay. Uh, I think that comes out a lot when I see you interact with people. Uh,
I think the fundamentally religious response to life is the response of a child, which is wonderment and just joy. And I think a lot of things that people get like hyper moralistic about, like violence, low level violence among people is normal. It's normal for children. I think it should be normal in our society. And like normal sexual activity, it like I do think we should like talk about the sanctity of marriage, but in our culture in which we haven't done that, there's just going to be a lot of shenanigans that take place, and I think we all need to relax about it because sexuality is the one area that like it's just very hard to regulate. But in a certain sense, internet culture wants to hyper moralize those things, and in doing so sort of kills the joy of life. If we're constantly
nobody's
afraid of breaking the rules, there's no fun.
nobody's ever going to be able to tell anybody something that's going to be more convincing and more strong than when somebody when you start getting horny and figuring out that this is what your body really fucking wants to do. All that shit goes right out the window. You're going to try to figure out how to do what your body's telling you want to do one way or another.
But then of course reason does help us to say like, well, does this make sense? But for
Sure, we
like
might
a
have
lot of
guidelines of
times,
like what's acceptable, what's not, but like my point is we're getting to that end goal one way or another. If you're a 15-year-old boy and you can't find anybody to have sex with, you're gonna end up jacking off, even if you think even if your parents tell you that like God doesn't want you to, or that whatever excuse they give you to make you not do it, you're you're nutting one way or another. Nobody can convince you
yeah,
that your body's wrong. You can't convince your
no.
body that it's wrong.
I think your body convinces you when you masturbate. Like there is no M in the LGBTQ. No one is like there is no like hand flag to say like masturbators unite. Right. So because like no one has yet really, it's vanishingly rare the number of people who say like, you know what my sexual orientation is? I masturbate. Right. Because we all kind of still say like, now this should at least involve another person. You know what I
Uh-huh.
mean?
I think that's
And
a lot of
it's
asexual people are
inherently
like that.
relational. Huh?
A lot of asexual people are like that. They just do it themselves and that's it. Or they feel no sexual. I guess there's the groups in two different kinds of people. Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Like to me, in a sense, like me religiously, more important than the sixth commandment, which is thou shalt not commit adultery, is the proto commandment: be fruitful and multiply, which is in a sense God saying fuck,
Yeah.
fuck bitches. We need to remember that He wants this world populated with beautiful children, and like I think that's more important at this point because I think the danger is not the danger used to be that we were too exuberant and we could get into trouble. Now the danger is despair and loneliness and sort of like shutting down. And I think that's a far bigger danger to the human condition than when it got like crazy, like the big orgies in the middle, whatever, like Roman times. It's like more of a threat to the human experience. Like I think it's better to like have crazy sex than to say I have come to the conclusion that sex makes no sense, like a MGTOW. Like to me, that's like really sad.
Yeah, I
You
would
know,
say it's probably one of the most self-explanatory things once you're in it. Like, even if it made no sense to you, have sex and be like, "Oh, I get it. It makes sense, perfect sense now. I get it."
that's why I think like for something, for example, that a lot of people would say is like absolutely normal, like condom use. And I used to think that, okay, use a condom. That's a better way, safe sex, these kind of things. I say no, like no. It's no fun having sex with a condom.
It
Take it
sucks.
off. Take it off. And like it gets crazy, right? If you're not married, that's going to get crazy super fast. It's going to involve a lot of dangers. People are going to get pregnant. That like it's not easy to regulate, but like the condom thing ends up making sex. I thought I was married for a long time, so like I only did it a few times, but like with a condom, but like I kind of say like it's not even worth doing to me now. It wouldn't even be worth having sex. Now, of course, I'm older, so I have some control. But I would just say, no, I'll pass.
Yeah,
Even if it
I
was
got a
Heidi
vasectomy.
Klum. Heidi Klum. Oh, really?
Yeah, I had a rare experience. It was the worst experience of my whole life. They fucked up, and it was like the worst pain ever.
Oh,
I got in the hospital. They gave me fentanyl. Okay, like
really? Nice.
the drug that overdoses heroin users was given to me, and it still fucking hurt.
Really?
Yes. I
No, I
don't.
see. I find that interesting. Why would even if you had that? Why would you say that publicly? I had a vasectomy.
I'm making a video about it. I was gonna make a video about it beforehand as like a much more lighthearted thing because I expected it to go as it does for most people. So it was gonna be like a cheeky like review of the process, but now it's a bit more of a more seriously toned video now that it's actually happened and done.
That's
Um,
really interesting because for a lot of people, I mean, you must be aware of the fact that a lot of people would say like that's self castration, right?
sure, but like,
It's not literally. I understand it
yeah,
doesn't literally keep. It's not like cutting your testicles off where you're like, you know, what become a gelding or something like that. But it's like
yeah, I still have a
I've
sex
always been
drive.
fascinated by it.
Well, cool. You should check out my vasectomy review when it drops. Working on it. Uh, but I think that my bigger priority for it now is to give people much better information than what I had given to me. Even when I had the issues, I didn't even know there was so little information online to help me figure out what the fuck was happening to me after it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, but actually,
It's
it's so
interesting. Yeah, a lot of people. I mean, but I think like what I don't know you're thinking, but like I actually think like a lot of MGTOWs are going to eventually all get vasectomies. And if too many people get vasectomies, that's a threat to the human race. I think that's like a huge problem.
sure. I got the reason I got it was just because my wife was having a lot of issues with her birth control. Um, it was just bad for her, and I knew that it was bad for her. And as soon as I found out my insurance
Not
covered it, I was like, "Oh, I can just get a one and done thing, and she doesn't have to keep poisoning her body. Fucking run that. That was a no brainer for me."
But then you're saying you're never going to reproduce.
I already have a kid. I'm good. I have the number of kids that I want.
See, I've thought like, okay, I have 6 kids. That's a lot of kids, and like like I have a lot of interest from younger women, like whatever. I don't know if that's no one's ever really sort of. But why wouldn't I do that? But like
Well, I have no
to
problems
me,
adopting either. Those kids need parents too.
but to me, it's like no way would I ever, ever, ever do that. And if I did do it, I would never, ever, ever say I did it
Oh, well, I
because
don't do things that I would be afraid to say that I did.
no, I respect that. I respect that. I'm not like making fun of you, but I
No,
just
good.
find it
Good.
like I can't conceive of a situation in which a man would ever say, but like I'm interested. But why would a man ever say like I have like trolled my own virility? You know
Well,
what I mean?
I sought that end result. That's the end result of it is what I wanted. I just didn't know the kind of difficulty as I was
But
gonna
it's like your
face.
most basic power as a man.
Uh, sure. I guess I just don't. I don't feel like I need to lean on that. I have other qualities. I understand. Looking at me, I don't seem like I'm that great, but in person, I do very well for myself, despite
I
what I
agree.
got going on here.
I like from the Catholic tradition, you can say in a certain sense, like celibacy is similar, saying like you can reserve your sexual powers, right,
Mhm.
permanently. And Christians were mocked for this, right? Like what the fuck, right? You're almost in a sense cutting your, you know what I mean, like clipping yourself, but you never do. Like it's illegal, it's immoral to do that in the Catholic tradition. Um because that's considered self-mutilation unless it was for like if you had testicular cancer or something like that. But I just think as a man it's like it's just fascinating to me that someone could like say like yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. In fact, I have a kind of joke that I'd like to help the racism problem in the world because I have Aryan genetics. I'm 3/4 Norwegian. I'm 6'8", and I almost it's kind of a joke, but in a certain way, I'd like to go to all these places where people want to look whiter, like sub-Saharan Africa in Eastern Asia, and
And just
just donate
impregnate all
my
those women.
yeah, just make them half white so they don't have to get the surgery. Like all the Koreans who get all this surgery. Why not just drop a load into like a million women? We'll have a great time. Then you don't have to get the surgery anymore, and you'll just look more white. I mean, I think there's a lot of
Well,
like,
they won't,
but
but
I
their
think
kids
that's
will.
what's that?
I
But
said,
I
well,
won't. I
they
don't want to
won't. Their
raise
kids
their kids.
will. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know it's sort of a joke, but
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
kind of feel like I'd rather do that with my sperm than like clip it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's more like God would like pat me on the head. Of course, it doesn't make sense, but like in a certain way, I think it would actually make sense. And I think if blacks could be a little whiter and Asians could be a little whiter, then we could all like just say like, yeah, we agreed with Hitler, sort of, and now it's over and we can move on. But it's sort of a joke. I mean, obviously there's logistical problems, but I I just find it fascinating. It would be an interesting topic, like vasectomies, because it's kind of like, yeah, there's a logic to it, but then there's a kind of you understand that there's a kind of way in which a lot of people, and it's not clear why, are like, that's a huge L. As a man, that's a huge L, right?
Yeah.
Even though you say like,
I
well, I
just
don't really know why it is.
I understand why people think that. I just don't have those same values. Well, also, like I'm polyamorous, so like my wife's not always my only partner, and
Right.
I don't want to have an accidental kid with a partner that I'm
Yeah,
just
I
like
understand it.
romantic and sexual with, like that don't necessarily have an established long term plan to be with each other. Like
Right.
if I did have another partner that I established long term plan, we decided we wanted a kid or whatever, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if I had another kid, but like, it's just not something I'm interested in.
Right.
So it's
Right.
protecting me, it's protecting my wife from the pills that she's on. Also, I'm just really not in a financial situation to have another kid.
Sure. Sure.
And I think that
Right.
it'd be really bad for me to have another kid just like where I'm at in my life, like because I don't want
Yeah.
to.
But why
You
not
should,
control your I mean, the Catholic thing would be, well, why not just, like, kinda, like, understand cycles and, you don't need to do this, but you do need to restrain yourself. You won't have unlimited sexual availability and, like, but you don't have to give up your virility to do that,
uh,
and, but I get how you could say, well, I don't think there are any, like, long-term health problems that come from it. Your body absorbs the sperm.
yeah.
Uh right? It's like, unlike birth control pills, which have huge hormonal effects on women. I mean,
You,
it's no joke. The birth control pill is not a joke to take for 10 years. It really
no, it's
fucks
crazy.
with
Aside
your, yeah,
from my wife got some cysts and stuff. They had to check for cancer at one point. They went away and ended up being
yeah,
okay. But also, like her depression got better after stopping taking it, and like her
right.
sex drive way up. It's been really
Yes,
cool.
right.
And not only that too, but not just sex drive, but like stronger orgasms. Like everything has like a return
Sure.
sensitivity and stuff. So like
Well,
it's
which
been
makes
way
sense,
cooler
right?
for her.
Because you know what the hormones are. What the birth control pill is doing is trolling your body into thinking you're pregnant, right? And of course, you're not going to have a strong sex drive when you're pregnant. Your body's not going to want, right? The urge is going to be suppressed, right?
Sure.
So it's like common sense, and yeah, in a certain sense, like we've taken the pill, and it didn't turn out like we thought, because I think more than men want anything, that like on the reptile level, they want a responsive partner, right? I mean,
Oh
like,
yeah, it's a lot more fun when
ah,
your partner's more into it.
yeah, and like to actually take pills to like avert pregnancy, but also reduce libido. Terrible. It's terrible, right? Because then, like, you're still normal, and your partner is like, by her own decision or whatever, your own mutual decision, saying like, I actually am like trolling my sexual response, which is going to make the man say like, well, how come you're not into me? And it's just, just like causes real problems. There's no
Well, even she
tweaking.
knew even why it was like that too.
Yeah.
Like it was it's so like she knows that like she's choosing to do this. It's I think that if you have those kinds of symptoms, it's really bad to be on. So that's why when I was like I'm her husband. I have a duty to my wife and to my kid to do what I can within my power to make their lives better. That falls on to me, as it falls
Yeah.
on to my wife to make my life better where she can. My kid doesn't have any of those responsibilities. We have those
Yeah.
responsibilities to my kid, but so when if I can get her off birth control for what should have been a much simpler process than it was for me, it was just a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, I
I don't
agree with you.
mind.
I agree with you on some levels. Like, actually, that like the like, so the religious worldview would say yes, that's true. In some other ways, of course, we would say like,
You
neither
gotta
men nor women should be in control of their reproductive. It should be just like, yes, you can have some control in some circumstances, but mostly it should be just like, I'm here. If God wants to make us to make a baby, that's super fun, and I invite that into my life. Of course, you have to be responsible, if there are real reasons not to. Okay, yes, but like, it's also, I don't know, I find it liberating to be a Christian, to say like, I'm not going to have to make the decision of whether to clip myself. You know what I mean? Like,
I
it's
cut
just
my
not on the
balls as an
table.
affront to God, Ben.
It is an affront to God.
I
It is.
I
I think it
challenged
is.
God and said, if you want me to have babies, you can fix this through your own divine will. And if it
Yeah.
fucking happens, then like shit, I guess
He
I was
said, be
supposed to have a
fruitful and
kid.
multiply, and you said no.
Yeah.
I ain't doing it.
I'll still eat the
But,
fruit, but I'm throwing the seeds on the ground.
well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's
Yeah.
I get the logic of it
I understand where you're
in
at.
a certain way.
It would be crazy for a Christian to consider it.
Yeah, but see, here's what I would really wonder. This I have no idea. I wouldn't dare, like, I'm not suggesting anything, but I don't think women respect men who have done that. I just think they lose respect on a reptile brain level, even though I'm sure you were like, it's like noble in a way. What you were saying is like, I'm, instead of you being a chemistry set, I'll just get like a physical thing, minor surgery. It didn't turn out to be minor in your case, but like, like, that's noble. I'll take the hit. But like, I wonder if a woman can just kind of say like, yeah, I'm good with that, because I think they lose respect for you,
I think that there's both. Like
and
things have changed a
it's a
lot.
weird thing.
Like you said, like the women don't like the consent thing. Some
Yeah.
women like there's a whole new wave of women that's a huge fucking turn on for women that have been
Yes.
in. So like, because I have before like said, hey, like if I know that the woman that I'm on a date with is the kind of woman that would like be super appreciative of that, I'll ask her before I can hold her hand, and she's like, oh, oh my God, yes, thank you so much for asking. And they're like,
Mm.
it's like a big bonus. So it's not they things have changed a lot from how they used to be.
I
So I
think it's
think that
actually
there's
caused.
some women.
I think it's go ahead.
I think some women would think that I'm just not even like I'm not even a potential partner anymore. That
Right.
anything that they would look for is destroyed by me having that. But then there's some women too who would just be like, "Oh," like, and if especially if they knew that like I did it out of respect for my wife's body, they'd be like, "I'm all about that shit."
Yeah, I think there's a way in which this consent thing has created actually two niches. Some women love it that like it's all like it's so in a sense hyper gentlemanly that like men like they the woman runs the show and they love having a man who is like completely subject to their control, but I think they ultimately hate it. And then you get this other the 50 shades of gray thing where you have this massive unspoken desire to be dominated violently by mysterious men who don't give a fuck about consent, and you can't deny that that's there because 50 shades of gray is like other than the Bible the most successful book of all time, and it wasn't dudes buying it, it was women buying it. So
Yeah,
it's
of
like
course.
created this weird world in which we actually have now like a dimorphism of like what we like women will say, oh, I love it when a man asks me, but then like kind of behind closed doors what they really want is now actually you find the rise of BDSM, and like there's this tremendous desire
I'm very familiar.
to drop all of it and just say like let's go crazy.
I guess I'm just like an
you know
abomination to like your idea of like of these ideas because like
no
I'm very much into BDSM too. Like I have we do all that shit too. So like I just think the idea of like a guy who's into
but it's probably
BDSM but also has
consensual,
a
right?
vasectomy. I typically talk about things like well in advance what's okay or not. But I mean, like, look, I've been with women that I know. I know that like they want me to choke them before they say it based on their body language and shit.
Yeah.
And I've never seen anybody melt so much as when I was well, we weren't like on a date, but I had been dating somebody for like I don't know like a week or two. As soon as I put my hand around her neck, she couldn't even stand up all the way. She had to lean on the wall.
Right.
Because I knew. And then
Yeah.
I remember afterwards, like, how did I even know? And I kind of had to like process like the little cues that I might have picked up on. But like I knew there was no
Yeah.
question in my mind. I knew that that's the thing that she was looking for. I didn't even have to start putting pressure before she jellied.
Right. I believe you. It's interesting where it ends up. In a sense, you're like you're in a sense hypersexually aggressive, but in another sense, you're like super safe at the same time. And like
Yeah, I think
I
that.
just think it gets interesting because that could go. You could misread it a little bit. Now you're in jail.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
right?
Like I
But
generally
like,
before I ever even go on a date with somebody, we've almost always already talked about things that the women are into.
yeah,
Because they like talking
okay.
about it. Women like talking about the things that they're into sexually.
But they also sometimes don't like talking about it. And if you
If
say like,
not,
actually,
that's fine.
but then you're putting yourself in an extremely dangerous. Like, actually, I think there's a certain type of woman that does not want to talk about consent, right? And like, especially in the worlds you're living in, you're saying like swinging and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know. I
I
just
don't
think it's crazy.
swing,
It's interesting,
but
or
yeah.
whatever it is. I
I'm
don't think
just
you're talking about polyamory
I,
technically, where you have multiple
yes,
partners
I
who are
am.
all living together and all acting like they're all spouses.
So that's polygamy, with the spouses. But I have had partners that my wife and I were both dating who also lived with us. I've had partners that my wife wasn't dating that didn't live with me.
Hmm.
So like I've had a lot of different flavors of polyamory in my.
Do you ever get the sense that you're like what you are partaking in with all this stuff is like an experiment that like it's snowballing into a kind of level of craziness that like I have no you like we have no idea what happens in these situations. It's
No,
crazy, right? From a
I
certain
guess
perspective.
I
It's
kind of think of
crazy what you're
monogamy
doing.
as an experiment, to be honest, because you need like social, like monogamy is like a socially informed thing. Before, like we had like before we had like rules and stuff. Like I guess you would just kind of be polyamorous by default if there weren't like
This is
structures
a
of relationships
lie.
that we're aware of and stuff.
This is a lie. This is a myth about like back in the days before there was marriage. There was always marriage.
Well, I'm
There
not
were
saying
always
before there was marriage, but
structure.
like until you have an agreement with somebody,
No, it's
like
natural.
monogamy
Marriage
is
is
an agreement.
No, marriage is a natural
Well,
institution.
I'm not even talking about marriage. Like outside of marriage, just dating somebody. If you're dating somebody, monogamy is an agreement between those two people. What is or is not cheating is agreed upon between the two people. For some people, cheating is like watching porn. For some people, cheating is
Yeah.
explicitly like penis and vagina sex. Some people,
Right.
cheating might not
This is now
include
what you.
kissing somebody. So these are all
Yeah.
agreements that people make with each
But you
other.
make it. Here's what the problem is. I didn't. I wasn't originally like. I was a secular person, but it's usually lying. You usually say to someone premaritally, like in a monogamous, at least whatever in the '90s when I was in college, it was like, yeah, we're together, but we don't like negotiate it. But it's understood that you're going to be with me, but that you're free also because we're not married. But if you say like, okay, well, I'm going to exercise my freedom, usually the female is crushed by that because she's bonded with you
I'm not
physically in a
denying that
way
there's
that's not.
general
So it's like all this bullshit. That's what I'm
expectation of
saying. This
monogamy.
consent stuff, the secular stuff, it just fails, and it usually hurts women. But I get it. I get it. I've participated in it, but it's like that's why I love the traditional thing. You can say like it sucks to have to follow rules. There's a way in which we just don't want to follow the rules, but like if you don't follow the rules, you're not going to end up in a good place. But I get that people can say, I don't think so. I got another configuration. And I just think like, man, good luck with that. But
Yeah, just as much as and I
I'm
get
not
it.
in
I
charge.
think I know what you're saying. Yeah, just as much as I'm not trying to talk you out of your religiosity, but I might be interested in what you have to say or think about it. I think we're on the same
Yeah,
level here.
it's an interesting place to be where we can say like, okay, no one is claiming this is a Christian society. It's a secular society. The way we come up with rules is like we agree on them by a majority. There is a latent kind of Christianity, but it's mostly been lost. And it's like, post-sexual revolution. It's just we're in experimental phase where like a guy can say like I just had a vasectomy. And it's not seen the way it would have been pre-sexual revolution, which would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or I fuck other people and my wife does too, and sometimes we fuck the same person, right? And now that's like kind of becoming normalized.
Yeah,
We'll see where it ends up. I do not think it's a good idea, but it's your life
I don't think it's a good
and
idea
your
for
wife's life.
everybody. I don't think. I don't think
I
there's.
don't think
I
it's
think
a
there's a
good
lot of
idea for
people for.
anybody.
I
But
understand. My reservations are
well,
based on
whatever.
whether people are emotionally mature enough to like navigate these things because
Right,
there's a
and
lot of
nobody
stuff.
is. My would be nobody is. Nobody is. Nobody can navigate that.
Well, maybe. But anyways, I really I want to get back
That's
to but since we're
interesting.
on the
But
religious
that,
thing.
that would make an interesting discussion because you're saying I'm openly saying it, and I get that you're coming from a different point of view. That's
Yeah,
all. I would like to just be able to say instead of people saying, "Well, you're just saying that because you read it in a book." Bullshit. No, 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 no,
and
no.
I'm not
I do
saying that
think
to you though.
there's experience. No, right. I hear you. I like it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that to you because I've known enough religious people, and I've even could say that I have been religious in different religions. Like when you grow up studying different religions, you're gonna get sucked in them. They all got hella sales pitches. That's how they became religions. All of them do. So it's easy to get.
Actually, only Christianity and Islam really have in the like you know what I mean. The numbers are
Well,
it's
I'm
just
just
pretty
saying
much
that.
down to two.
Okay,
The
but
rest of them
if
have
you look
all
at the
fallen by the
numbers that
wayside.
any other like religion, like if you look at the top 30 religions in the world, the numbers they have, if those were sales for any product, you're doing good.
No,
I would
only
say so.
Islam and Christianity are booming. Everything else has consistently fallen by the wayside because they just don't have that world. Like Hinduism is, if you're not from India, it just kind of doesn't apply. It's very hard. There are versions of it like Krishna, and there are versions of Buddhism that are like Western.
Buddhism is
You know what I
500
mean?
million people. Hinduism has
Yeah, but
1.2 billion. I'm just saying, if I sold 1.2 billion of anything, you'd be like, no fucking way. Really? You'd be amazed. That's insane. I'm just saying they all have an appeal. So if you're studying religion, like it's going to be hard not to get like pulled into one or
yeah,
another
sure.
as you're going. That's all I was saying. But I'm curious about you. You weren't always religious, and then you became Catholic. How old were you when
I
you?
would say I
How
would
did
say
that
I,
happen?
I I would say I was religious. Like my mother, like I said, her father was Lutheran, so like I was vaguely Protestant. My father got into fundamentalism. They were divorced, so I was familiar with it. And fundamentalism is a trip. It's a
Yeah.
real trip, especially when you're a young teenage boy. Because especially this dark Calvinist thing, it's a real trip because it kind of tells you like it's so dark. I really think that it's like, man, I can't even like, it's irrational. But it's interesting. And then I was interested in comparative religions, like, right. So I was like you. I remember visiting the career counselor. I went to the College of William and Mary in Virginia, and she was like, "You're studying religion? Like, what's the plan?" She was just like, she's working for the college. They offer this and she was just like, "I don't know why anyone would do this," because she's thinking like, "What's the job prospect?" And
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
"I don't care. I'm just doing it because I want to do it." And I was just like, "I just don't want to talk to you because I don't think like you. I just trust." You know what I mean? That like if it's something I love doing, it'll work out, which it has. Well, whatever. But um
Yeah, very similar spot to me. Yeah.
yeah,
It's
it's
interesting.
kind of like we're seekers, you know what I mean? Like, right? So you're saying like I'll be a vegan even if I was the only vegan, and I'll get a vasectomy. I don't really, I get it why people would say like, "Oh, don't do that." But you're like, "Well, the logic makes more sense." Okay. So,
Well, if I'm always, I even tell my kid this. I don't care what anybody tells you, even me, if you really believe in not what you want, but if you really think that something is the right thing to do, that's what you should be doing. Even if I
agree
disagree
with that.
with you,
I
and
agree with
I'm
that.
not going to not get mad. I'm not going to not do my job as your father. However, it should be more important to you that you know you're doing the right thing,
Yeah.
because that's what
That's
makes you a
actually
good
Catholic
person.
teaching is that like you have to follow your conscience. It is the primal voice of God within you. Now, of course, a lot of people say I'm following my conscience and they're actually following their desires or their conscience isn't well
That's
formed.
why I put that caveat in there.
Right.
Let's make sure
So,
we're not
right.
tricking ourselves into what we want is what's best for us.
Yeah, short term, right, whatever. But I used to tell kids when I taught morality, right, which a lot of people would be like, "Oh my God, how could you teach morality?" And I was like, "Look, the Catholic moral view is oriented towards the happiness of the human person. If you say to me, if you in class want to argue, let's say that abortion leads to happiness, and you genuinely believe that, like, there's nothing I can say. All
Yeah,
I can say is like, let's think it through. You should be able to make the argument, but in the end, i- that is the test, whether
yeah.
it leads to happiness. And I would say that abortion leads to unhappiness because it's murder and you can't get around it. But I don't want to get into it, but I'm just saying like, yeah, but if you can make an argument, like then the church takes a W, right? I mean an L. Like and I, you could even convince me of it. If you
Sure.
say like, yeah, I would say if you can make the argument, I'm open to it. I'm open to like the whole thing is wrong. Okay. There's
I
just
actually am morally opposed to trying to convince people out of their religion because I think that makes people miserable. And I think that if you have somebody who's happy and they're not hurting anybody, leave the religion alone.
I mean, it
If you
depends
want
if
them to
they
shut the
want to
fuck up about it, then tell them to shut
if
up about it. But
right, but
don't.
if they want to talk about it, then of course they're inviting you to have a conversation and you
Sure.
should be
Sorry.
sincere. And if they end up
If you
breaking
convince
their
somebody
faith
who
down,
unwillingly
fine.
doesn't want to do it, if
Right,
you beat
right,
somebody
right,
over
right.
the head with it and they lose
Right.
their faith, you created a miserable person.
Yeah, and I think the same is true of it's like the veganism thing of people who are like hyper evangelistic and like like within 2 minutes they say, "Have you accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as your personal savior?" I fucking hate that. Nobody really even knows what they're talking about when they're saying that. It's a very delicate issue. It's something that like people should say to you, "I love your sense of joy. Tell me where you got that from." That should be like your opening to say like, "Oh yeah, okay, so I'm really attractive to you. You want to know where I get this joy from." That to me is the opening. But me saying, "Hey, you're going to go to hell unless you agree with these propositions," that's the worst. Same thing as you said. That's just going to turn people off. God does not want us doing that.
You said college. How old are you?
When I became Catholic, I was just out of college,
That's
94.
that's really crazy. Most people don't change their ideas about God until almost until their deathbed. It either
Yeah,
happens
it's
when you're
unusual.
like 15 and under or
Yep.
deathbed. Like it's like almost never anywhere in between that people change their mind about religion.
I don't think that's true. I think a lot of people college age, college used to be, now it's like it's sort of, I hate to say this right wing kind of thing. It's like an ideological camp, but it used to be a place where that kind of natural adolescent impulse to question what you've been raised with is encouraged, and you get different points of view, and oftentimes you land in a different place than you were raised in, especially if what you were raised in was also worked in with a family situation that you didn't think was healthy. So I do think a lot of people either confirm what they were raised in college or uh,
Reject it.
change. You know what I mean? I think that's because once you get established, you have kids, you have a career, that's rare that at that time you're gonna I actually think the times you do it is like early adolescence when everyone's questioning everything, like, when you just ask your dad why, right? Or like when you leave home and before you've settled, right? Because you want to know like, ooh, I want to get this right before I get locked into career and commitments and all this stuff. Or like in my case, when that's all fallen apart, you renegotiate, like, kind of midlife, like,
Sure.
reassessment, right? Where you say, like, "I've invested in something that I really now am saying, like, I'm gonna die from." And, so those, I think, are the normal times in which people have conversion experiences, but rarely early childhood, rarely when you're starting a career, rarely old age.
Yeah, rock
But
bottom's a great place to get lifted up from.
Yeah, right,
Yeah, yeah.
right. I also like, yeah, that's also when people like get into abuse of substances, college, and have to make a resolution or become a drug addict, or then get close to dying. Right? You know what I mean? So it's a similar kind of thing. It's
Yeah, I was in my early 20s. I was a drug addict and got myself clean with not just decided like I got to stop, and then I did. Um, Even alcohol.
I'd love to have a conversation. There are so many people online, thoughtful, reflective people who have like had massive drug issues, and yet online there's a kind of casualness about drug use that I find concerning. Like Destiny was an example. Like I
I don't
added Governor.
anymore.
Right, right. But like there's a casualness about like LSD use or true of shrooms. Um and especially marijuana. Um
Oh yeah, I
it's
smoked weed
now
for a long
accepted.
time.
Yeah,
Um,
but I think a lot of people have had I'm not one of them. I've never been addicted to any substance really at all. I've only smoked weed once. I don't get it. But I do get that a lot of people get into it and they see it as like really problematic in their lives. Doesn't necessarily mean they're into criminalizing it or that's the solution. But the idea that it's like cool to do drugs, I don't think that's a healthy message to give to young people.
the problem I think is, especially with weed, is that the people that do it refuse to admit any of the downsides
Yeah,
whatsoever. Which is fine. There are a ton of beneficial reasons why somebody might smoke weed or use any
yeah,
like THC based products. They can really help your life out a lot. But like it doesn't help anybody who because like if you're saying this, you're trying to convince people that it might help, that it could help them. But by
mm,
denying all the negative sides, you're just giving fuel to the people who are dead set against it for
yeah,
maybe even just ideological reasons. Say like, well, this person's not even being honest with you, which is crazy to me. I haven't smoked weed in
yeah.
like 4 or 5 years now. I think I took 2 hits off of a joint once during like a send me things to watch stream, and that was okay. And then I tried to do it one other time, and I felt like shit. And I just don't. I'm done with weed. I had my fun. I'm done.
Right.
I don't need it anymore. It doesn't help me anymore. It's just an issue. But like even with
Yeah.
drinking, they say if you quit drinking, you can never have another drink again or you're fucked. I can have a drink. I can have a beer right now and I'm fine.
Yeah.
Because my
It's
addictions weren't
interesting.
about the substance.
All the addiction stuff I think is really interesting. I think we've locked it into categories that are should be more negotiable than they are. I think a lot of times I find this interesting, not from personal. A lot of times there's a culture of rehab and identifying as an addict that can be like problematic because in a sense it gives you things that want to make you want to stay in it,
Well, it's
like
dogmatic as fuck.
identifying, and it can be like a cult of like addiction recovery where that becomes an identity. And like actually I think a lot of times people can be like, you know what, just stop doing it. I don't know how it works, it's easy
It's
for me to
substance
say.
replacement. Those programs and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, you become addicted to, in a sense, support groups.
Yeah,
You can become an addict to the identity, and it's like I don't even know if that's better.
yeah.
you
I
know
just stopped and I was miserable for the times that I like was like withdrawing and all that. But like I
yeah,
stopped. I did it because I knew I had to. And
yeah,
I'm not saying that
there's a
some
lot
people
of
don't need help. Obviously, some people
yeah,
need help. It's not I've always said like quitting any substance is the easiest thing in the whole world. If you just sit in a chair and do nothing, you've done it. You've accomplished it. However,
Well,
the the internal things that happen inside of you are fucking wild, and I understand why that would be insurmountable to some people. Because most time
yeah,
addiction isn't
but
about the thing you're doing; it's about why you're doing the thing.
yes, right, right,
So,
right, right. I think
and
even something like meth or even fentanyl, like in actual fact, if you were deprived of it for 3 days, it'll feel like the flu, and then you're over it. So you're not going to die. Like people get locked up all the time who are fentanyl addicts. They don't die in prison. They cry, right? But 3 or 4 days in,
alcohol will kill
they're
you
over it.
if you're seriously
Alcohol,
so you're
yeah,
seriously
maybe it's
addicted to
even more
alcohol.
dangerous.
That will kill you if you just stop. A famous actor died from alcohol withdrawal. I had the
Yeah,
shakes for
yeah.
like 4 days, and I knew, and I had a hard time sleeping. Had some night sweats, and then I had an organic smoothie on the 5th day, and I was like all better. It was crazy. I replaced all the shit I sweat out, and I was all good. And now no more alcohol problem whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, I smoke cigarettes. Uh, I'm
Oh
not in
yeah,
any way advocating it.
I vape.
There are upsides to it. It does like, it's relatively light in terms of like fucking with your brain. It's mostly similar to coffee. It's soothing. It's a nice little ritual. That's why I got into it. I wasn't a smoker until I was 40 years old and was trying to run a restaurant, which was, but it's like a friend, you know what I mean? It's like your 5 minute, you just
Yeah,
whatever. But like, I'm not trying to judge anyone, but I actually have I'd love to do a panel with you on this. I think
I was
I don't know
planning on doing
exactly
one
how to.
about addiction.
Yeah, I actually think talking about mental illness has become a mental illness. That I think, you know what I mean? Like, I really mean that. I'm not trolling. I'm saying a lot of people have become addicted to psychobabble. I hear the words gaslighting, projection, narcissism used in ways that people in the profession would say self-diagnosis is a huge problem. The term autism, now that it's entered into like mainstream
I have no
culture,
idea what it means.
is used as an insult. I don't know what is well defined, right? Even psychologists
It
will
seems
say
like an
like
umbrella term for not
what?
normal almost. Like there's such a
Oh,
wide spectrum of it.
antisocial.
Yeah,
Antisocial.
it's such a broad spectrum that if you tell me you're autistic, I know all I know is that some things are going to be hard for you, but I have no idea what this means in terms of your symptoms, how they're going to manifest, how your daily life is. It is basically meaningless to me when I hear
But a lot of
autism.
times people will say like I know I'm being autistic about this, but blah 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 blah. Right? Like people used to say a couple like 20 years ago, they saying like I know I'm being OCD about this. Right. And what they don't mean I'm having obsessive compulsive disorder where I'm saying unless I do this way, someone's gonna die, like or someone in my family is gonna die. That's what OCD means.
Yeah,
If
I
you're just like really careful in editing about getting the frames right, that's not a mental illness. That's like just being very precise. And it's really laudable if you're in a technical profession that you really care about technical things. You know what I mean?
yes.
But
Yeah,
they almost use it, you'd use it in a job interview to say, like, what's your negative quality? Oh, I have OCD. I'm a perfectionist, right? And people would say that knowing
bothers
that the
me a
boss is
lot.
going to be like, yeah, that's what I want, attention to detail. That's not perfectionism. Right?
I
And I
was
don't know that the term is useful when people are using it so broadly that they're saying like attention to detail
it kills
is a
me.
mental illness. Like I think we've lost the sauce here. You know what I mean?
When I was younger, I was diagnosed with OCD, and now my psychiatrist, it's not OCD, you have obsessive compulsive tendencies. So
All
I don't
right.
meet all the criteria, but for my whole life, when I would try to explain to somebody, like, why are you being weird? Like, why are you, like, I have OCD. And like, oh, I think I have that a little bit too. Like, stop. No, you fucking don't. Like, I'm
Right.
trying to explain to you something that's like super awkward for me and makes that like alienates me from people, and people treat me weird and like, why are you being fucking weird all the time? It's not the same as how you have to clean your fucking house, okay? I promise you. If I try to get a hold of somebody because they've been gone 10 minutes longer than they should have been, and I just start imagining the different ways that they've died, where like I'm
Yeah. Right.
super stressed out about it.
Yeah.
If you don't clean your house, you're gonna be thinking about how embarrassed you'll be if somebody stops by. It's not the same, okay?
Yeah, it's not the same, right? And but we all have, I think, a tendency sometimes, even when we're cleaning normally, to clean a little too much because it like makes us feel good. And you can see where that, like when you say tendencies, yeah, 10 steps down the line, I say
Yes.
I have to stroke this 10 times exactly. And if I do 9, I start over again. And then I get caught in this loop. But I almost think that having this label, introducing this into your mind, is a temptation to start doing that. And then it's better that we just don't even, it's almost like race realism. Like, you know, some people say, like, don't even start talking about those charts. It's just not, people can't stop
Yeah, I
once they
stopped
get
telling
into it.
people about it because I just don't
Yeah.
want.
And then
Like,
you get
it's not
labeled.
helpful. It's not helpful for me to explain it if somebody's going to
Yeah.
relate it to how they clean their house. It just makes me more frustrated and upset because
And
all
it's
I did
also
was
an easy
dilute the
label to put
understanding.
you down. It's an easy label to put you down. Like I've said, like I used to have extreme bipolar tendencies. I was never diagnosed formally,
Oh,
but you can see when I get animated, people go, "You're being manic." No, 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 no. That's not at all what mania is. Mania is 2 hours of sleep, thinking thoughts, like you know what I mean? Like that. It's just a different thing. But I refused. I don't want to take the label. I didn't want to take the label because I actually think what all of these mental illnesses are related to is moral problems. I think that bipolar is a way that someone who has a problem that they're not aware of or dealing with in their life, it's just natural that you're going to like go crazy trying to fix it and then get exhausted, then go crazy trying to. So I think
I don't
most of
know.
the time it's like it's actually a beneficial mechanism where your mind is racing to try to depression's another one. I don't think you should take drugs. I understand you don't want people killing themselves, and I don't have any problem with sometimes saying like, look, I just need to get out of this place. But depression can be really useful because it can make you say, I've got something wrong. Maybe I need more meaning in my life. Something's not working. And I would say it can be very useful instead of saying, "Oh shit, we've got to stop this." Like lean into it. You know, your mind's racing. Maybe you're trying to find a solution.
I think the labels are useful insofar as that if you're using it to help get more about yourself to try to figure out how to improve. Um,
But they can be
but
they
they're
have unintended consequences. Like you say, when
sure
other people get that label,
if you use it as an
especially on the internet,
excuse.
as an excuse personally, right, for moral failure. Like I think a lot of times ADD is just simply not concentrating enough. You know, it's
Um,
caused by like having 5 things. This is my problem with like Destiny. Why do you have a computer game going while you're talking to someone? That's doesn't make any sense.
I
Do one or
I
the
took my
other.
ADHD meds while we were talking, and I'm on such a high like this is all like all of my mental illnesses that I have been diagnosed from a really young age. Like
Yeah.
I was diagnosed with depression when I was 5. I started putting labels on my all my things in my room. And my mom was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm gonna sell all my things because I don't deserve to have anything." When I was 5. Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so like I think that there's a lot of people that I meet and I talk to that seem to think they have mental illnesses that like I've experienced throughout my life and have, worked really
Yeah,
hard to like fit
serious.
in
Right,
with
yeah.
other
Yeah.
people and to like to mask them up or to like at least manage them and find ways to explain to people like I'm just gonna go lay down for like 15 minutes. I just need to like chill out. And it's just a way to like help explain things to people. But they've all been it seems like everybody has like a thing or another that just has no relation to anything that I've seen the way these things manifest in, and they just want to use them as an
Yeah.
excuse, and it makes it really hard to garner any level of understanding for somebody that's like like tell me about the hard work you put in with your like if you tell me that you have bipolar, tell me about the steps that you've taken to manage your bipolar and how you've like helped yourself like be able to keep a job. Tell me about how like that's affected your like your marriage or how
Yeah.
it's affected your ability to parent. Otherwise, like maybe just say sometimes I fucking suck and that's okay too. Like I don't need to hear you mirroring the things that like have been a lifelong struggle. Like cuz I think these things are real, but they're also like we've celebrated it in a weird way to where people want to have one. And
Yeah, 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 yeah. You
it's
become
like, can
part of
you
the
chill the
victim
fuck
culture.
out?
Yeah.
And it makes it
But
really hard
also
for
you become
people.
part of the victim culture, but you also get written off by a lot of people when you take the label because they're like, okay, they're crazy. That's a red flag. I can't have a relationship with that person. They're bipolar. They're crazy. And now actually you find people who will like now you can be a celebrity in a sense, come online and have sex with Destiny, and he thinks it's hilarious that to watch you actually like experience mental illness in a sexual relationship that has now become normalized. And I think that's Mr. Girl's problem is like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, these are human beings. And I just like to get back to circle back to the Mr. Girl thing.
By all
I
means.
don't know. I don't know. If I look at Mr. Girl as a creator and Destiny as a creator, I respect Destiny in many ways, but Mr. Girl is in almost every way superior as a creator, in my opinion. Doesn't mean I think Destiny should go to jail or lose his career. I'm just saying Mr. Girl didn't have a video game on. He listened to people. He could actually like follow a conversation in a way that wasn't just like like here I go, see, autistic, right? Like
I
I,
prefer the term retarded, Ben. I have fought tooth and nail to make sure that people know that I'm going to say retarded when I mean it in the colloquial sense.
socially inept, let's say. I think Destiny suffers from social ineptness in a way that like Mr. Girl doesn't. He's actually able to like have a reflective whatever. I don't need to put a label on it. I'm just saying he's a more interesting person to have a conversation with, in my opinion, than Destiny, because you can hear the other person. Doesn't need five things going on at the same time. Doesn't need to do it like, you know what I mean. So
I've
but
talked to both. Yeah,
why is he not online? Why did he end up saying like I can't do it anymore? Like what is it? Why did he say like I'm hurt by Destiny? Like instead of saying like fuck that whole like fine, these people suck. Okay, I agree. Do
well,
something else.
I don't
And
think he's
and like just
retired, but he's
yeah, but he
been.
sort of is.
So here's the thing. I can explain the whole situation to you. Mr. Girl and Destiny had a good thing going, and in my opinion, it was like the golden age of Twitch pull content. When Mr. Girl
Yeah.
and Destiny made content together, that shit was fucking fire, dude. You couldn't. There was nothing like it. Nobody challenged Destiny since maybe like in the first debates with like him and Vosh when they would go back and forth when that was really good to watch. But Mr. Girl was different. Like
Yeah.
they're not disagreeing over like the nuance of policy points. They're disagreeing on like ideology that never got discussed in the first place. And you
Right.
have Mr. Girl who doesn't care, and Destiny who acts like he doesn't care but knows that there's a line he has to toe to. And then there's everybody else who wants to be a part of it. And it
Yeah.
just became a really interesting dynamic that we never seen before. Then
Yes. Right.
now Mr. Girl finds out about the things that happened with Anna,
Mm-hmm.
and when you first get it, when you blow up like that, you're getting money, you're getting attention, which the
Mm-hmm.
attention is probably more to most people more valuable than the money. There's people that appreciate you, appreciate the things that you put effort into. You
Mm-hmm.
can't buy
Mm-hmm.
that. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter how much
Right.
money you have. You can't garner genuine admiration from people. And
Right.
then when you
Especially if
see,
you're an artistic type, which Mr.
yeah,
Girl is, who is saying like I'm getting validation for my like differentness. Yeah.
yeah, and so when you have that, and then you see something that offends you so deeply, you're able to take a step back and go like, okay, I know that there's some things that like I kind of brush aside because like
Yeah.
everything's awesome. It's like when you start dating somebody for the first time, you're gonna miss the first couple red flags because the
Yeah.
things that you
Yeah.
like so much, you know. So
Yeah.
there's just a lot of things that sort of pass by, and then the Anna thing I think was the point for him. Where he's like has to take a step back and go like, then well, no, I'm gonna tell you you're wrong here, and I'm gonna actually fight you on this. We're not play fighting anymore. We're not
Yeah.
debating
Right.
for fun ideologies here. I think this is fucked up,
Mm-hmm.
and it led into some more serious disagreements. And then in the midst of those serious disagreements, I think he took a step back and looked and saw like there were things that I was overlooking that are just bad here, and that was really
Right.
wrong
Right.
of me to do that.
Yeah.
The first time I heard Anna say something, I didn't even give a shit. I just said, "Well, I trust
Right.
my friend, not you." And
Right.
so part of the Destiny report was him providing like doing penance. Like he
Yep. Right. Right.
had to make up for the
I
fact that he was
participated in
complicit.
this stuff. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's been really clear about that. And also, too, the thing that a lot of people don't seem to understand is that he didn't, Mr. Girl didn't come out and say, I'm going to make a report on Destiny, and here's why. Destiny made a stream talking about the fact that Mr. Girl was doing that before he ever made it public.
Yep. I know that. Yeah.
And
I've
so,
pieced that together. Yep.
and so now you have, so like all the other things that had happened where there was falling outs with Destiny and all that, this was people who broke apart because of a disagreement and started off their own communities or whatever on the side. This was Destiny saying, this motherfucker's coming after me. It's like this. It's like this. And his fans just went absolutely insane. They
Mm-hmm.
doxed him, constantly harassing him. Like I think that when you go from having all this admiration and money coming in, and like your life is changing so much for the better, and the rose-colored glasses come off, you go, this is something I can't be a part of anymore. That's hard. That's really hard to deal
Mm.
with. And then
So
to get a
you're
ton of
saying in
hate
some sense
also.
he was like a golden boy in that world.
I just think it was. I don't
But
know. I don't
wasn't
know
he
how to
always
put it.
getting hate from day one for the pedophilia stuff?
Sure, but there
No,
was
maybe not.
there was for a while it was just hate, but there had never been a level of appreciation and acceptance for the stuff that he did, or even him, like, as an individual on this scale. And then when he had to take a step back from that at the same time, you're super vulnerable when that happens. And then to
Mhm.
have like not just like people saying shit, but people actually like doing stuff that can hurt you, like doxing you.
Yeah,
When they
yeah,
hate you this much to where they're putting your address and pictures of your house on the internet.
yeah.
Um, that's hard, man. When you like actually have to be worried if somebody's gonna show up at your house and like to like
But
that's a big fall and a big hit to take, I think, for anybody. And
I don't.
Mr. Girls cried on stream, like not like
Mm,
sob, but like he's had tears come out and stuff.
yeah,
Like it's not like he's not like a sensitive emotional guy. He's a pretty sensitive guy, and I think
of
it would
course,
take
yeah.
if anybody were to take that fall, I think that would be really difficult. So I think maybe he's overcorrecting a bit now
Yeah.
with like the getting rid of super chats and stuff. I think that if you seen you were super blind, you definitely anytime you come from one idea and then you realize you were wrong, there's a big risk of overcorrecting.
Yes, I think that's true.
I think there's a bit of an
Um,
overcorrection going on now, but that's just my idea of it.
and of course,
Obviously, I don't know his mind.
he's free to take a break, whatever whatever he Of course, that could be a healthy thing to do, take a break. But I don't know. Like I don't see him as someone who was afraid of getting negative attention from day one. Okay, but then it seemed like he got beat down when like all the Destiny people kind of lined up, and even some people who weren't even Destiny people were like just giving him a hard time for this report, which of course the
I got
report
hate for that
itself.
report.
Yeah,
Like that's how strong it is. Like I got a lot of hate for that report. I got people being
but I
super
mean,
mad at me just for being a supporter of his. People interrogating me like I'm the one who's making it.
okay,
Like
but what I'm saying about it is like if you've been in actual legal situations, like I went to court with the head of the mafia in Providence over a thing. Like that's real life. Even that though is like a joke. They're not gonna like attack you. But like that's real life shit. Or like dealing with neighbors in the hood who could pull a gun on you. But like, okay, there's not even anything here that's like I don't know, the DDoS thing, is that legal? Something someone could take legal action? I don't know. It's like he was just saying I wanted to kill the kid. Like I don't
he
think
said
that's
he
a
bought a
legal
gun
thing.
and had a plan.
Yeah, right. So, but it's kind of like one of those things that like unlikely to make its way into
And
court
sure, and
because you can
just to be
always
clear,
just plausibly deny and say
I'm not
like,
giving
oh,
my prescriptive statement on this at all. I'm just saying it's easy to see why somebody would be like, "Whoa, I'm not cool with
right,
this at all."
right. But then in another way, it must have occurred to Mr. Girl that he was doing the same thing as the DDoS kid, trying to wreck Destiny's career because he kind of was. He was trying to say like this should all be seen as abusive. This shit should come smashing down. And then it must have occurred to him on some level, okay, well, but this guy said like I sometimes inclined to kill people who even stop my internet flow, right? So, okay. All right. You got to make an assessment about Destiny. I think Destiny's a pussy, but like he does have guns and,
I think
if I think he's a loser who doesn't have much going on. Like I think if his career ends, it's like there's no backup plan. I don't think went to college. I don't think he has anything other than streaming. Okay, but I also think like in the end he's suburban sort of wimp who's not going to do anything. But I could see how it's like, oh shit, well, like let's do the math here. Like, aren't I doing what the DDoS kid did? Except I'm doing it in a way that's like,
DDoS Kid did it out of hating Destiny. When Mr. Girl did this, it didn't. You can anticipate something bad happening because you doing what you think is right, and it doesn't make it any less bad when it happens. If I go and stand up for somebody who I know did, like, if somebody accused my best friend of rape and I know he was with me that night, and I go to court on his behalf and I speak to his character and say he was with me, if he still gets found guilty and I know it's not true, and I still back up my friend and say, no, she's a lying bitch, I know this guy. He's a good guy. I know people are gonna fuck with me because of that. It's
Yeah.
not gonna make it any easier when people fucking throw shit at me or fucking write me threatening letters because I said I didn't believe this woman. You know what I mean? It's all gonna be just as. It might even be worse
It
because
is tough.
I knew I did what was right, and I
Right.
know that even though that was gonna happen, I had to do it.
Yeah.
Um, and I
You
just
have
think
to
that's the
have
position
super
he's
thick
in.
skin. You have to have super I don't even think you have to have super thick skin. Like, you just have to, in some sense, say, like, "I don't give a fuck. I know who I am." Like, for me, it's like, my Father in heaven loves me. I don't give a fuck because Jesus Christ died on the cross. Only 2 people were there with him, and I wanna be that man. And he told me, "Don't care what people say." So I love that because, like, I wanna go to heaven, and
Yeah,
it you don't go to heaven based on how many people approve of you. If anything, it's the opposite. So I'm good. I'm happy to die, but like it would be silly also for me to like die because like I couldn't stop insulting someone on the internet who was. I was put in a position with this guy. You heard of this guy named Boneface, who
no,
was someone who was he's got these crazy tattoos all over his face, and he was saying it turned out to be a lie that he had been to Ukraine as a neo-Nazi paramilitary who actually crucified another human being. They were trying to set me up like, "Oh, Ben, you talk shit. Why don't you talk shit to this guy?" And I was like, "I'm not interested in talking shit to this guy. I don't know whether it's true or not, but like, I don't know. I don't want him to roll up, and I don't find him that interesting because like white nationalism to me is boring and stupid. But you know, like I'm taking it into account that like he looks like it, and people are saying, he's unhinged and he had a criminal record. Turned out the whole thing was a lie. He's just a bullshit artist, right? So, but I'm saying, okay, yeah, online you don't really know who you're dealing with. Kind of
sure.
like driving, you're kind of anonymous. Someone fucks with you when you're driving. When you have kids in the car, you stop saying like, "Oh, I'll fuck back with them." I'm just saying I have no idea who that is. I don't want to have my kids dead because I chose the wrong person to fuck with, right? Even if
Sure.
I'm in the right,
And I'm
like,
not even
whatever,
saying
cut me off, go.
what's right or wrong. I'm not giving a condemnation of destiny. I'm not saying that Mr. Grill should have written the report. The worst thing he ever did for his career was write the report. I think this is non-debatable.
Oh, you
Uh,
think so?
for his career, oh God,
Because he
look at his
took
career
him
two
out
weeks
of the
before
scene?
the yeah. Look at his career 2 weeks before that, and like I've even said on a selfish level, I wish that he didn't do it because I'd still be getting the best Mr. Grill content I've ever seen out of it. But I
Yeah.
have to. I can never say that I don't respect somebody who's willing to die on the hill for like their genuine beliefs. And the thing that I argue with people about the most about Mr. Grill is when they call him a liar, or when they say like, "Well, he's obviously lying here." Like, I have no evidence that he's lied about
Right.
anything,
No,
and
no, I think he's sincere.
you
It's
don't go
just
that
I think the
far if you're
logic to me, the
not.
logic, it doesn't quite make sense because, like, in the end, I think that, like, I watched, John Zerka, who's kind of a silly guy,
I know who
but he was
Zerk
saying,
is.
"This is a nothing burger." Everyone basically all you're doing is saying this guy is who he is, right? Like of all this stuff, almost the entire report was just
Yeah, but
stuff
it's
that
not.
was publicly available and known. There was not like some revelation
Yeah, well, he
really
said
of
it's not
some
for
dark.
people that watches Destiny. It's for the people that don't. It's for the parents of people that watch Destiny. It's for
But
people that might engage with him who have not. Like,
but the
here's the things
problem
you should know.
okay, but the problem is Destiny more or less says it openly. I knew it in 5 minutes. This is a guy who sees people as expendable, who in some sense like sees everything as content, including sexual relationships. Obviously. Um and like mental illnesses. When Grace came on, he was like, people were like, "Oh, this is gonna be your next crazy arc." We didn't really know much about Destiny. We'd seen him in a couple of okay, but he's making it clear. Oh, okay, I might flirt with Grace. She's pretty. She's edgy. She seems kind of like crazy. She has this family background. I'm milking this for content, and I don't give a fuck about these people as human beings. That was obvious to me. I don't need to write 100,000 page, 100,000 word report about that. But I'm just curious how Max didn't understand that. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I
yeah,
did say part of it
he's a cynic.
is
Would
about the
I would I
penance.
entrust? Would I tell Grace to entrust her heart to someone like Destiny? No way. But I didn't have to tell her that. She knew it from the get go because she's been around. You know what I mean?
Right. I think
Like, you're not going to sleep with this guy to get clout, right? Like, you got to be, what?
On
It's
the other
it,
side of it, did you? I assume you didn't read the report.
I read a good amount of it, but it's not an easy read.
No, it's not. I made
Yeah.
it through. I read about half of it on stream
It's
with
like reading a
Benny.
dictionary, you know what I mean? It doesn't.
Yeah, and but the
Right.
thing that was interesting for me is that it was like a novelization of, or like a book of the things that I had watched. It was like the opposite of like reading the book and then seeing the movie. I saw the movie and now I'm reading the book,
Right, right.
and some of the things when they were put in the context of the book, because like me and Benny, we read it on stream, and
Mhm.
it did change how I felt a lot about some of the instances that I already knew about.
Yeah, I could see that, where you
Without hearing
gotta
Destiny
take a
complain
step
about it
back.
and stuff.
Yeah, where you take a step back and you go, "Actually, this doesn't look good.
Yeah, the
There's
one that
something
really
wrong
got
here."
me was he had some women over for TwitchCon, and then they went to his place to get their phone or something, and he kicked them out and said they couldn't stay there anymore. And his reason was is that he thought they were acting strange and he didn't want there to be like any allegations. And I was like, that's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. Like, what? You're preemptively kicking somebody out because of something they did that was non-interactive with you. They came back to your place to get their phone or whatever it was, and you're
Mhm.
kicking them out saying that you're afraid of them like having like some kind of like sexual allegation against you. That's really weird to me. But when I heard him talk about it, it didn't feel weird to me at all. And I'm not saying
Really?
that, yeah. Uh
But I don't know, like, you'd have to,
I
like,
heard
you'd
well,
have
I
to
heard him talk about it
inform
as a
me.
Destiny fan.
If it's his place, though, and he's saying, "I don't feel comfortable, there's something about these women, and women, like, who wanna fuck with me, I'm vulnerable," to say, like, I don't know, I mean, if, like, I don't know what "kick them out" means. If you say, like, "I'm
So
not
you can't
comfortable
stay
with
there
you
anymore.
staying here,"
Mhm.
I don't
That
see
if
what's the
it
problem
ends
with that.
there, that's not weird to me. But saying like, but adding like the thing like I'm concerned about like some kind of allegations coming from them, that was weird to me.
Oh, I see what you're saying, sort of like imputing their character preemptively.
Yeah, it was really weird.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, if you were
But
like,
it's a rough world. I mean, I would just say,
I was like,
like
hey Ben, why
Zerka
isn't
was
Jenny
saying.
staying at your house anymore? You're like, oh, I just told her she had to go. Like, I didn't want her to accuse me of raping her or something. But like, hey, what do
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
mean? You let her stay there. Like, what happened? Well, like, she came in to get her phone charged, and I was like, she's gonna tell people I raped her. Like, nah, Ben, what'd you do? What'd you do, dude? That's why would you say that to me? Just say
Oh,
that
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it seems like
it's weird.
you're trying to take hold of the narrative preemptively before to shut her up, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, if anybody
If
said that
something
to me
did
like that,
happen.
even like one of my friends, I'd be like, dog, what the fuck did you just say to me? You just say you don't like her, and that's why you kicked her out. If that's what you think, don't say that. You're putting that in my head now.
Yeah, it's interesting how that works. I can see it from his side. I mean, I don't know the trend. I'm not a fan of
Yeah, I'm
Destiny,
not
but I'm
accusing
saying,
him of doing anything.
if he repeatedly, like his thing with Grace, like, okay, I don't really have a problem because we knew going into it, you know, he's saying and his fans are saying, you could read it right in the chat. Oh, here's the next crazy girl, right? And I tried to get on Destiny. It was about the Steven Crowder thing. I tried to talk with him. I tried to like pay money to get super chats. He didn't care. But Grace is 20. Someone must have told him like, oh, she's cute. This could be another like content thing for you. Uh, and she gets up there. Okay, and so and to some degree, this is based on like her sexual power, and she's sort of using that. Okay, but also we're aware because we've been around. Like, okay, but you're not gonna like have sex with Destiny for clicks. Like, what the hell, right? Like, that's so ridiculous. Although
Yeah.
maybe he would do that, and I don't know that it's wrong for, like, if she said, "Okay, well, I'll be," like, if a girl says, like, "I am actually desperate for clout, I am mentally unwell, and, like, I will sleep with him," I don't know that it's wrong for him to, like, this is the thing with Darius, it's like he overtly says, like, my content is sleeping with mentally unwell women. I would never do anything like that.
Did he say that?
Well, but I mean, but people will say, like, the more mentally unwell, but I do think he feels bad about it. You know what I mean? Like, but it's just so tricky when you involve
I mean,
sexual
did he say what
activity.
you said, or did he say like, crazy in the head, crazy in bed?
Right. I think that's the sort of joke. But then it's like, actually, she's here. She does have like diagnosed, and she was under like, she was on parole, like openly. You know what I mean? And it's like, well,
Oh,
this will be
parole,
great
not
content.
probation.
Probation or something, and like she was like,
Okay,
I don't know, in
that's
some form of an insane asylum, like, or a group home or something, but while in college, like she had burned someone, I don't know, something crazy where you'd say like red flag, red
Are
flag,
you
red
talking about
flag.
some
He
random
would,
person with Darius, or are you talking about Grace?
yeah. No, 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 no. I mean,
Okay.
like this was after Grace, and we just like we were watching his content. She was like one of his exes, but she never did anything with him other than kiss him. And like, so it's like to me, it's like, okay, if you get your
Okay.
feelings hurt, you get your feelings hurt. But like this is kind of a mixture of content and also, she's a young single woman. She has every right to like sort of be with a young man.
Sure.
And he's a charming young man. I don't have any problem with that. And if she wants to have sex with him, that's up to her. But, I'd be careful not to like turn that into content. It's crazy. We get into all these lines. But, if you want to,
It's probably
I
not good
get
for you
how
to do that.
yeah, I would say, right. And she didn't even come close to that. But I could see how someone who is less self possessed might say, I am willing to do that for attention. And I sleep around anyways. So, whatever. Instead of just a Tinder date, a hookup, why don't I make a Tinder date hookup where I also can be like the ex? People do that. Darius is like girl Xena, like she did porn. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, yeah, okay. If you did porn, I don't see how sleeping with Darius is,
Yeah, we're still on the same
really
career path.
significantly different.
Yeah.
It's in a sense more noble because at least you're having sex off camera and then talking about it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know these worlds. Is he using her? Yes. Is she using him? Yes. Right?
Yeah.
And like, I don't think this is healthy stuff. I don't think you should have sex and then talk about it for your chat to be like, I just think the whole thing is kind of weird. But like, that's the world we live in. I think they're both responsible. They're both 27 years old. And then like giving her plan B afterwards and then talking about it. I don't know. I mean, at what point do you like go to the abortion clinic as content? You know what I mean? And like show the dead fetus if you can get a hold of it and go like, yeah, this is also content. I don't know. At a certain point, you'd have to say like something is way off here, or like I'm gonna have a baby for content. You know what I mean? And this is like the chat is like, here's this baby 9 months later. It's content. You know what I mean? Here's the baby. I think that's really crazy. But where's the line? I don't know. And I think it's best to be extremely conservative with this stuff, and my daughter has been. But I don't know that I would be able to say who's abusing who. And I don't know where Mr. Girl found the line there because it's sort of like an abusive culture.
I think he recognizes that it is an abusive culture, and that's where his focus on the whole parasociality thing comes from. He knows that in order to make money, he has to engage in some sort of parasociality. So he's done his best to limit it. I think he probably crossed over the line to where it's like, dude, you're not even going to be able to do it if you don't take super chats and stuff.
Right. It's part of the thing. Okay, so you could say it's inherently abusive that I favor talking with people who, when they make a comment, also send money. Okay, but I mean, really? Like,
I mean, he has a little bit of depth to his reasoning. Well, I think he thinks that parasociality in and of itself is to some degree abusive. Viewer.
Right. Okay. So, but now it's not clear that you can do anything on the internet because it's all parasocial.
It's tough.
I don't know how you define parasociality, but like
he's had a psychologist, I think, who like wrote like a paper about parasociality, tell him that like super chatting and stuff is fine, and he disagreed.
Yeah.
So I just think I think he just made his mind up.
There are new worlds, you know what I mean? Like so, like I had just a couple of days ago, I had or actually this morning, I had an interaction with a 25-year-old girl. I would call her girl because I'm so much older than her, but like she's a young woman.
I understand.
And like I want to kind of be her pimp, but I want her to, with my daughter and other girls, create like a kind of new porn where they're actually like wearing nice traditional like sort of house made kind of uniforms and cleaning stuff and having men pay them to like clean and cook and bake, like a kind of trad porn that's actually not pornographic or degrading at all, even though the men will be maybe masturbating looking at it, but it's not inherent. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know whether that's
funny.
To me, it seems funny and interesting. and the men can yell at them and say like, "You missed the spot, bitch." You know what I mean? And they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry." You know what I mean? And it's like, these are new areas. I think it would be fun for women who kind of want to like interact with men and become more feminine, which there is no small number of, who, of course they'd have to want to do it to be more feminine. But like, to me, the idea is like right now there are like male friendly
domesticated
spaces.
women kink.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, I think that what's an interesting kind of like world is women who breastfeed adult men. It's not a small number of people who do this. It's in the hundreds of thousands, and there are websites. But here's what I would assume: there are tiny number of women who want to do this, and a ton of men who want to do this. Not true. A lot of women, and of course, you can't breastfeed unless you've been pregnant, right? I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
It has to be. But they kind of like they love breastfeeding, and so like these are not prostitutes. It's not for money, and it's not even necessarily sexual. And I don't know that it's necessarily wrong.
Did you ever
But
see
it's
Mr.
women
Bill's
who
thing
really
about
want to
breastfeeding?
keep breastfeeding, and men who say like, maybe I didn't get enough of my mother's milk and warmth. Oh, okay. I don't know that I don't know that anyone's a loser here. I don't know that the police need to come in and go like, no, 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 you can't do this anymore. It's weird, right? You laugh about it because it's like,
I didn't expect you to
really?
say that. Yeah, I was really caught off guard. It was very disarming.
And then there are also on YouTube, there are like breastfeeding videos, which I understand. And Mr. Girl talked about this. Like at a certain point, if that's a 4-year-old, 5-year-old kid, which you can make it, you can make an argument that breastfeeding a kid that old is like attachment parenting. It's definitely a thing. But when you get 25 million views, that's not like an instructional video. That's like a lot of people who are getting off on it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it makes it wrong. It definitely rides a line.
I think the thing that makes it weird is that we don't want to talk about what's really going on. When people don't want to talk about what's really going on, when it's getting 25 million views, if you're like, well, obviously there's people getting off here, and like, oh, no, you're being weird, acting like that this isn't happening.
Yeah, I don't personally understand it. I never have.
Yeah, that's not a desire for me at all. I like titties, but I don't want anything to come out of them. I'll pass on that.
Oh, I could see it. I mean, it's obviously what
I think it's valid.
breasts
It's fine.
are for, right? But when I've had
like
kids,
milk.
it's I don't know. Yeah,
right. It
right.
ruins the whole titty thing for me.
Well, you've had a taste. Am I right? You've had a taste, right? So we all married men have had a taste, just to say like, well, let me get in there. And it's funny, right? Ultimately, it's weird because it's warm.
I never had my kid's mom's breast milk ever.
Never, really?
She actually, it was really, I really fought her. She didn't breastfeed my kid, and I was really unhappy about it.
Oh, yeah.
But there's only so much of a fight that you can make on something like that because, like, she's gonna do it or she's not. It's not like I can take the titty off and give it to my kid.
No, yeah.
Yep. So, and I made every single bottle that my kid made. I said, fine, if you're not going to be responsible for feeding my kid, I guess I am. And I just don't trust you in this area.
She wouldn't pump either?
No. My kid had formula, and I was really pissed about it because it's important.
And it was just a psychological block? It wasn't a physiological thing? Like, some women
My kid had trouble latching, and she took it all personal, and she's just like, nope, I'm not fucking doing this. And so I made every bottle that my kid had. I didn't change as many diapers, for sure. I'm pretty adverse to like germs. I changed some. It's not like I didn't change any. I will give her that credit, but I made every single bottle that my kid had the entire time my kid had bottles.
It's interesting. There's like actually a movement of Catholic women called the La Leche League. It doesn't really have to do with Catholicism, but they really see it as like their mission in life to help women, like, because it is a real problem. I don't know whether it's like in some way a psychological problem, but there is a lot. I think there is a lot of like modern women have some. It doesn't come as naturally to them what maybe used to come more naturally. And so like breastfeeding, which you'd say, I heard someone today saying like, well, that's the easiest thing in the world. There's the sucking instinct and then the breasts just make milk. It is not that easy.
It's learning on both sides.
It can be really, really, really difficult. And like what Grace and her mother went through, and this isn't like something that's like embarrassing. Grace would be it was like a fight. Grace was like voraciously trying to like, it was like a tug of war to get the milk. And so, but she would drink way too much of it and then throw it up. And like, then it would cause the breast to overproduce, right? And it's like this. It's this crazy kind of thing. Like, well, you girls got to work it out. But now I can see like that should have been a red flag. Like, there's a problem here from like day one. But I was like, well, I don't know. I assume like whatever. Like, this is just I don't know. I don't know anything
Yeah,
about it. But I
I
should have
don't
taken
do
more
that.
interest in it.
Yeah.
But then you end up with this position where like actually her breasts are so full that they need to be relieved, and I'm like, well, I'll help you out. Why squirt it into the sink? This is kind of funny, but then you're like, okay, well,
I
why am I
understand.
drinking a cow's milk that's been homogenized when there's like this must be good for you, right? It's made for people, but whatever, you know what I mean? Then it gets weird,
I
kinky, and like
agree.
you
I
can't keep
agree.
it going.
I think
But it
that
used to be that wet nurses, were a common thing. You could have a career
yeah,
like from your tits, and it wasn't always
still
babies. It was
can.
sometimes like old men, and I'm not sure that wouldn't be medicine. You know what I mean? For someone who's like having trouble digesting, all these people with all these digestive diseases. Breast milk might help them, but I understand that in our world it's like, oh my God, we don't want to sell like body fluids as like a commodity or like turn women into like cows basically. But
Yeah,
then again,
only
some women are into it.
only blood, plasma, and semen, please. Thank you.
Right.
Um,
But it's interesting if women are into it. And I understand it could be a problem because drug addicts could then become pregnant so that they can like start milk, like, you know what I mean? And then that's not good milk if it's like someone who's doing drugs. But well, whatever. It's like the same problem with plasma. It's the same problem with blood donation, right? That's like paying people for their bodily fluids can be problematic. But I don't know. Like, what are you going to do when there's no when there's no baby formula, when that all dries up because the corporation's fucked up. Like, I'm not so sure that a baby should die of starvation because we have these like sort of puritanical rules about like not selling breast milk. Um,
it's weird.
it's weird. It gets into all sort of weird territory, but
I mean,
it's kind of interesting.
maybe there's some arguments with like regulation of it and stuff. You don't want somebody
Yeah.
who's doing meth to sell their breast milk and stuff.
Yes.
And if you
Definitely.
smoke meth and you're pregnant, you probably want some extra money. So
Yeah. Right.
so
And semen
it's
too.
tough.
Semen. You shouldn't sell semen.
I
I mean,
promise
like,
you, my meth head ain't going to the fucking sperm clinic. They ain't getting their dick up, buddy. That shit kills your boners.
oh yeah. Right. Okay. So that one might be self-regulating, but I'm saying
Yeah. But yeah.
there's a problem. There are all sorts of problems with sperm donation.
Yeah.
Such as like what if two women in a geographical area use your sperm and then those kids meet each other, right? How you should be you shouldn't be like, you know what I mean? You shouldn't be making a lot of women in a small geographical area pregnant because there could be a kind of unintended incest that occurs because those kids
Oh.
are going to be attracted to each other. They're going to be like, "Oh, you're just like me." You know what I mean? And that's a tragic situation to end up in where you have like a birth defect. Or, I don't know. It's just this.
Yeah, that's
When we
weird.
change the rules, it gets weird. And I find it interesting because I actually think all of these experiments confirm tradition, including your experiment. But if you say that's working out for me great, Ben, then what am I going to say?
Yeah, like a lot of things that I do that's outside of the norm, I don't necessarily advocate for. I tend to
Yeah.
advocate for people to fuck off and let me live my life. I'm much more on that part. Like, don't tell me that I'm wrong just because you don't like it, but I'm not going to tell you that you have to live my way either.
Right. But I would actually argue that like society does have a right to regulate these things because like it's tricky, but like
It
I
might, but I'm
actually
going to
think
fight it.
sure. And that and we'll see how
That's
that
how it
goes.
should be,
I
right?
actually think
They should push on me and I should push back.
right. And maybe you'll lose though.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then I really can't fucking do nothing about it. But I'm gonna fucking fight my best fight to live my life
Sure.
the way I should. Or
There's
the way,
no getting around that. If like for example, I'm opposed to abortion, but like I'm not a pro-lifer in the sense that I don't think like like fucking with the Supreme Court just to get it a ban happen that people don't want is it's not going to solve the problem because people are going to find ways around it. It's almost impossible to ban abortion because you have chemical abortion now. Like there's no way you're going to put the toothpaste back in the tube. So
right?
you have to convince people that pregnancy
I
is
think
not what it's been made out to be, which is like this curse for women, that it's like fun to be pregnant, even if you were raped. And of course we should help you out, but like it's 9 months, it's good for you. and it's a beautiful thing, and you
Oh,
don't want to be a murderer. Okay, but I don't want to get into it with you. Like, but like I'm saying, like, okay, until
yeah.
we make that argument that it's not taking from you to be pregnant as a woman, it's actually and in 99.9% of the case, it's like because of your own behavior. The rape thing is very, very rare. That like, okay, so we got to make the case. And it's just going to be some people making the case, other people pushing back against it,
Now,
and that's where we're at.
I just gotta say, there's a lot of things that I think you and I could have a fruitful conversation debates about, but because this is, I've asked you like clarifying questions or like maybe shared a little bit just so we can establish some rapport and stuff. Like I I disagree with a lot of stuff that you've said, but I'm fine with disagreeing with it. I
Yeah,
just not. I don't want this to be just like me and you like debating about things because
yeah.
I actually think you're probably are going to disappoint a lot of people with this conversation because I think you've been a pretty normal, rational person. I think
Hmm.
that some of the choices of words that you've used are a little bit. I think it's fun, but I think you're gonna make some people mad with some of the things. But I think there are people that are already mad at you.
Yeah, I mean, you're not pushing me into blood sports. So, like, compared
Right.
to my normal interaction, people are like, yeah, you could almost say disappointed that it's not like, where's the screaming and yelling?
This is what I wanted to see from you,
Because,
though. I wanted to know who you actually are, how you actually are when there's a real conversation in front of you,
yeah,
and not like I see this thing that happens a lot. Did you ever see the stuff with Lavloon? She goes by
I saw
Femoid
some of it.
now.
I actually personally interacted with Lavloon for like quite a while,
Yeah,
like
I'd
6
say
hours
that
or
like
so.
Lav and I are pretty cool. We've always been pretty cool with each other. I first reached out to her and said, "Look, I just want to see what you're like when there's not a fucking gun to your head. Because every
Yeah,
time I see you, you're fucking drowning. You got like six people
right.
yelling at you, and then like they get super mad when you change your mind about something. But like, I don't even know how you can fucking track the conversation when this is going on. So I just want to see who
Right.
you are without without all this fucking chaos being thrown at you
Yeah.
nonstop. Because it seems like they're setting you up for disaster, and then they criticize you for the disaster that happened when they created it.
But she also, I see this. I also don't understand with
This was in the
Mr. Girl. I
beginning.
think one of the big things that sparked Mr. Girl to like question things was Lavloon. I think Lavloon is chaotic. I think she
Yeah,
does create chaos in order. I don't even know. I don't even know what her motivation is. I think in some sense she's just openly trolling. Other times she could be perfectly reasonable, talking about transgenderism and things like that. But I don't think she gives a shit whether it's that, because with me she started doing daddy. I started doing daddy daughter stuff with her, and it was funny and fun. But like, uh, is that is that really, you know what I mean? Like, uh, and then she, kind of called me a rapist or whatever, and it's like, okay,
oh,
I know what you're talking about. But like, it's not anything that's prosecutable. If I say like, she's saying, "Oh, well, I'd tie you up," and I'm like, "Okay, yeah, I'm into that." But then I'd break the ropes and I'd break what you tied me up with and chase you into your house and break your door down. Right? It's all this sort of like fantasy play. you know,
sure,
I don't know. And then she's like, "Oh, that's gross. You're creepy." Okay, I don't know. I don't even know what we're doing. But like, okay, if you want to do this, I can do it. And it's kind of interesting. But
sure.
like, what is the point here? What is the point? Is this a debate? Is this just vetting me, whatever. And I don't think she knew what she was doing. She was just like, okay, this guy's kind of an
Yeah,
interesting character. He comes across as like hypersexual. I don't think she really thought in the end that I was like a dangerous person, but she just likes fucking around and
she doesn't delineate from when she's fucking around and when she's serious very well.
yeah.
She doesn't
And like,
really signal it to people, which I think causes a lot of the problems that
and
people
I
have
don't
with her.
even know if she's married because I would treat a married person differently. I respect
I think
marriage. I
she's
would treat a married
engaged.
person differently. But like, she's been engaged, but how long can you be engaged for? Like 10 years?
Hmm.
But what are you doing? Like, but it's not my business. But
He
like,
was engaged for
what kind of
4.
what kind of an engagement do you have that you can be like flirting with this man in this way? Maybe it's fine. I don't know. I will flirt with married women, but I don't want to cause problems in their marriage. But like, I think it can be okay. But I would say sending dick pics to a married woman to me is, but then again, there are married women like your marriage is like, oh, like could tolerate that, right? Like it's like okay, and I don't know, maybe you would even want to see the dick pic. I don't know how that works, but I'm just saying if you're a traditional person and you're married, like I don't want to fuck with your marriage, but
Sure.
It's a weird place where the lines are, but I don't know that she even knows what she's doing. I think she's just fucking around. And I don't really understand how Mr. Girl comes in and says she was abused. She's aware of her sexual power. She uses it in a way that I think is fairly transparently sort of Machiavellian. She's pretty.
Privileged information. I can't really comment on that stuff. I think that it's complicated and it's.
And she told me stuff about how Destiny did X, Y, and Z for this many hours. I don't know if that's even true. I don't even know if that's true. I would assume it's just all whatever on the internet. Like she's just busting his balls on the internet. And like, I don't take it as more likely to be true than not. I don't know, and I don't really care.
Sure, I just wanted to use her as an example.
It didn't make me feel like she's like a child who's been brought into a world where she has no idea what's going on. She's fully aware that she is a very attractive, sexually. She knows how to be sexually, provocative.
She's porn.
She's done porn, but I understand in another way she was abused, like by her parents, and there was like some crazy shit that went on. But she's done porn. She's somewhat seasoned. She should know what she's doing.
I just think she's done porn to add to, like, obviously she understands that she has some level of sex appeal, that there's a market for like what she's putting out there. That there's that I can't deny it. But also,
and if she wants to do daddy-daughter play with me on a stream, I assume she understands that like that's public and I'm allowed to play the dad or whatever creepy guy. And like no one really loses. I'm not sure how productive it is. It's not really my thing, but like it's funny. People like to watch it.
And it's a little more leaning into the whole I guess like the running gag that you have.
You mean like the incest stuff?
Yeah, well, I mean, it extends out from that too. It's not like you're like the thing that like so like there's the incest thing, but like you also extend it out to like other things for like what I keep assuming to be like the joke of it. So like if you can extend it out to like connect it to me because it's funny. I think it's funny because I don't think there's no reason for me to believe that you and Grace have had any sexual contact. I haven't seen anything that convinced me of that. So when you guys say stuff like this, I think of it as a joke. And like, you're on the internet, after the joke's been known, you kind of extend it out and morph it into other like parts of the joke.
There is a certain tension, obviously. It's an unusual situation for a grown man with 6 kids to be living only with his daughter. And where she's like super attached to him because like they've both been through a lot of trauma. And she openly like sleeps on my floor. In my bedroom, even though she has a bedroom of her own. Okay, I understand that that's unusual. It's not like there's obviously this kind of like something weird has gone on that we end up in that situation. I should be living with the normal situation, in my opinion, is that I would be living with the mother of my children. We would be in a bedroom together and my children would be living with us. Okay. Sure. So obviously it's not a normal situation. I'm not saying this is a normal situation and there are tensions. Okay. But the idea, what I say to people is, tell me any other scenario in which the perpetrator of a crime and the victim of the crime say like, there is no crime which occurred whatsoever. Though there are like kind of tensions and that someone is still like, no, that's not okay. Where both people are adults and we're, you know what I mean? The police are never going to pursue larceny where the person who supposedly stole something says I didn't steal it and the person who was stolen from says he didn't steal it from me. There's no further questions asked at that point. You know what I mean? You have to come up with theories that actually make no sense of human nature at that point to say like, okay, you're covering because you have Stockholm syndrome. And this is where I think the psychobabble doesn't make much sense. If you're talking about an adult, if you're talking about a scenario in which the other person is completely free to leave.
Well, yeah, well, they'd say like Stockholm syndrome, grooming, these kinds of things can lead to this, even as an adult, they having this sort of attachment to where like nothing that's bad that's done to them would make them feel like they can leave. Sure,
but the flip side of that is that you then have to have a theory that like a grown woman can for years, you could write off any woman as being controlled by a man. And you're almost treating women like they're not human beings.
I know a woman who has been in an abusive relationship physically, every kind of abuse you can imagine. And she
Yeah.
still stands by this guy. And the guy's not even like, he doesn't even shy away from it. It's crazy. I've always let her know, like, hey, look, just so you know, like, if you ever need any help, like, let me know.
But at
Like,
that point, she's not a victim, right? So you might agree with her
it's
or
tough.
disagree with her, but she's not a victim. She's making a choice as an adult that may be a stupid choice,
Yeah,
but
there is a certain point
it's
where I have to
her
step back
choice.
and just say, like, she knows how I feel. She knows that if she needs help, that we got her back. But like, there's really no point in me talking to her.
Right. I mean, I think the reality of a lot of these like abuse prevention centers for women and domestic violence stuff is it's just part of a whole unhealthy, what do you call it when two people are unhealthy? Like it's called codependent relationship,
Oh,
right? In
sure.
which
Okay.
this like the idea like yeah, there may be abuse that happens, there may be physical violence on one or both sides, but it's like it's so deeply entwined in unhealthiness that people are addicted to that really you can't help them from the outside.
I don't know if abuse
They
shelter is
want to
about
do it.
blaming. The abuse shelter is about just letting people know that if they do want to get out, that they don't have to like achieve a bunch of things to get out. That there's a way out for them that's like free available to them.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm opposed to them, but I'm saying a lot of I think I've talked to people who worked in them. A lot of times it's just like it's part of the whole thing to like tease the guy and you know what I mean and like threaten him that they're going to go right back to him. You know, like I think just like with drug abuse, like there's
I
rate of
can't.
recidivism is super duper high.
Yeah, I can't say that I don't think that. Like, I know people that have done things like that as like a weird power play
Yeah.
to, or even like a pseudo sexual thing to like feign
Yes.
leaving and stuff. Yeah, I know this.
The cops can be brought in as a kind of form of weird BDSM, right? To say like,
Sure,
and
yeah.
now, right? And then the
There's no
cop feels
intention
like,
of
what am I
leaving
doing here?
whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know how normal that is or whatever. If you're saying that you've heard that, like, I wouldn't be surprised that you've heard that. I would say that the people that do that, shame. You shouldn't
I think a
be.
lot of police officers feel like a lot of their time is spent in situations in which like there's no clear right or wrong, and this is they're just being, you know what I mean? But they can't help but do their job. Of course, there should be like there should be laws against certain types of things, but at a certain point, if both people want to do it because they're deeply unhealthy, I don't know that a cop can really,
Yeah.
because he's like, they sort of roll their eyes and go, "We'll see you in a week," with just more of the same shit. But why don't you fucking leave the guy? Why don't you fucking leave the guy?
Well, just to
Right?
be
We're in
clear, I
America.
don't think that that's what's happening with you guys. I think that you guys, it seems like you guys have been through some shit,
Yeah.
and that you both are pretty okay making jokes. Like, I make jokes about all the worst things that ever happened to me.
Yeah.
And like, if like my grandmother was still around, she'd be like, you shouldn't joke about that. I'd be like, well, I'm gonna fucking joke. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want
Yeah,
from me. I'm
it's
gonna
part of
do
the
it.
thing is we live in a society in which a lot of things that used to be seen as normal are no longer normal. And like I just think we have to be like willing to have a sense of humor about like where it puts us. It's weird. There are just some weird things. Like if a girl is one day shy of her 18th birthday, doesn't tell me that she is, and I send her a dick pic, I could be charged with a federal crime. The next day, I can have sex with her, anal sex, oral sex, 10 guys,
Yeah.
and publish it on the internet on Pornhub and make $1 million from it. That's a weird society. I get how everyone's like kind of trying to make sense of it, and it's tough to, but it leads to strange situations.
Yeah, that's why I just
And
say whatever the law is, I don't care. Just follow the law because if the people, if the law is like 16 and people think that the law's letting them fuck kids, they'll flip over police cars, they'll burn down the courthouse. People aren't okay with people fucking kids, and if they think the law's letting them do that, they're gonna freak the fuck out and they're gonna take that fight to the law. So like everything else is arbitrary. It's the only thing that I can lean on and say like, all right, we have a rule on the books for it. Just go by that. I don't give a shit. This
right.
is the rule.
But people want to make the age of consent 21 or 25
And
because
you
of
know
this
what?
frontal lobe thing. And I'm like,
If they can get it in the books, fuck it, whatever. I don't care. But you got to convince a lot of people to
I
do it.
care. I
And
think
if
it's crazy.
well, yeah, I don't think it'll happen though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I do think we like these are. It is
See how many
important
people
to
want to
ask
stay
the
in that
question of
state.
like, yeah, I don't think people move. People have made that like because there are no incest laws in Rhode Island. Like we in New Jersey have like decriminalize it. I think, which I actually agree with in the sense that I don't think most people in incest situations are like criminals who are. I mean, they're unhealthy and they like it should be like
Yeah, on its face, I don't
destigmatized
give
in
a
the
shit
sense
about it.
in the sense like you should go seek therapy. I don't think most
Yeah,
people are like, you know what I mean? Like that's why I don't understand. Like even if this allegation was true, especially for people to be angry and yell at Grace, doesn't make any sense. That's why I think it's like more like envy or something like that.
if people
But
really believe
you know,
that, you're the only person they should have an issue with.
right? And they shouldn't be screaming like they're not doing her any favors by screaming about it and telling the whole world about it because it's embarrassing to her, right? To have this
Yes.
as her reputation, right? So have some fucking dignity. And if whatever, let's say it was going on and it's purely consensual, then like, okay, well, she's gonna have to come figure that, like right, like incest is not so. It's a weird thing to say. Like, it seems to me like a lot of people are saying like, I want to do that too, but I restrain myself from doing this. Why would you want to do that? It's disordered. I'm in no way advocating that incest is a good idea. It's patently not a good idea, reproductively, or I think also interpersonally because of power dynamics and all the rest. There's nothing good about it, right? So,
Yeah.
but it's kind of like people are like, oh,
Yeah.
you bastards are getting away with that, even though there's no evidence for it. But it's like, well, even if we were getting away with it, why would you be angry? It's like crazy. Wouldn't you say, thank God I don't like it's like with me with homosexuality. I don't envy homosexual people. I think gay sex is brutal. It's you know what I mean? And you can't produce children from it in a natural way. I don't secretly envy gay guys who go to Provincetown and have sex with hundreds of guys. Like I pity, I'm not I empathize. Like I wouldn't want my son to like, but like I think these guys but I'm not angry at them. I don't want to go to Provincetown and go like, how come you guys can have all the fun and I have to follow the rules? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? If I did feel like that, I think it would mean I'm probably gay,
Yeah.
right? But I'm just repressed gay. But I don't feel like that at all. I don't envy men who have like, especially who have, which is a thing in gay culture, like short, violent sexual encounters with many, many, many partners. There's no way in which that's like enviable. It's
I don't
brutal.
I think that it makes sense why you would think it is envy. I think that rather than envy, I just think that people feel like if they don't say something about it, that people are going to accuse them of being cool.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
they don't
yeah,
want to
yeah.
deal with that. It's just
Yeah,
performative
that's a kind of
outrage.
like yeah, like I would call it like a Pharisaism. It's like because we're all so afraid. I think almost all Americans do stuff which in the 19 that in the 1950s would have been seen as like unbelievably scandalous, right? Even
Sure.
like the pornography we look at in the 1950s, if you were looking at that kind of pornography, like it wasn't even possible to. You'd have to be in the most like crazy place on earth to see
Yeah,
the
back
kind of
alley
stuff
deals and
that is
stuff.
yeah, right, like some sort of like third world like slave camp orgy, right? Would this be going on? And even there probably not. But like that's normal now. And I think we feel a lot of shame about it without saying it. But it's also been normalized, and like we have no idea how to make sense of it because it's so crazy, and yet like we want to feel like okay, I'm not a bad person, and I think that's true.
That's what it is though. If I don't say if I don't accuse Ben Thorp of grooming and by proxy raping his daughter, then
Yeah,
people might think that I want to fuck my
right,
kids, and I need
right.
everybody to know that I don't want to fuck my kids. So therefore, I'm gonna call you. And that's the thing that got me too is that I've
But
never
why
seen
do you need
anybody
to say
bring
that?
it
I don't
up
know
because
why
people
do
are
you need to say that?
insecure. I think part of it is how vitriolic internet culture is, and that people are so. I think part of it is fear. People have seen people get canceled over and over. People have seen people that who were found innocent
Yeah.
get canceled and not recover from it. So that's
Mm.
part of it. But also, even before like canceling became really big, it was like 8 or 9 years ago. I seen like the first thing I ever identified with Mr. Girl with, and I was like, oh, I really get that. I seen this post that said like I have your cure for pedophilia right here or something, and it was like a wood chipper or a shotgun. It's been so
Right,
long
right,
now,
yeah.
and I was like, wait a minute, you guys, we're talking about, and I was reading the comments, I was like, we're talking about people that have like hurt kids, right? Not just people that have like thoughts or feelings. And people are like,
Yeah.
no, all of them. I'm like, you guys are fucking crazy. You want to kill people for shit
Right.
they haven't done? Like, and like, I'm not saying I
Right.
agree with killing anybody, period. Because I don't.
Yeah.
I think that there's like better ways to handle this in general. Uh,
Right.
but but like that freaked me out. That was my first time I ever really understood that people thought or felt this way. And I was like, how
Right.
am I in the minority saying that killing people for thought crimes is
Right.
bad?
Yeah,
But I
we
really was. I was like, actually, like, it still freaks me out now thinking about it. Just like
yeah.
putting myself back in it. And this is like a small town, so I knew these people that are saying this Facebook,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
and like, there's
But,
like,
a lot of it is just right, a lot of it's just bullshit, like, I don't know whether it's that they secretly feel guilty because I believe that, to be honest, like, we live in a pedophilic culture. I believe that, like, the whole thing of, like, uh, pubic hair removal is inherently kind of pedophilic. It's kind of saying, like, it's better to look younger. You know what I mean? Like, we have a kind of youth orientation that
we have an obsession with
blurs the
youth.
line, right? I mean, and when you look at gymnasts, they're very, very young. And I do think that, like, there is a way in which obviously you're seeing the flexibility or whatever, and you're going like, I don't know, I don't feel comfortable, but also like, you know what I mean? And gymnasts used to look like women. They used to have big breasts, but like, and also like figure skaters, you can see like there's something about it that's like youth culture.
It
Some of
might
these
just be
girls are
strategic in these
bare.
sports, being smaller,
Yeah,
being more
right,
dynamic.
right. It's physiological,
Do you know what gets
but
me
then
with this? Cartoons. I thought I when I became an adult and like I just seen like more adult cartoons came up, but they were like TV 14 ones that were for like people that are 10 to like fucking 40. Children in them, like there's a Disney show called Gravity Falls, and then there's Bob's Burgers. They have some of the most
yeah.
horny teenage girls or preteen
Oh
girls
yeah,
I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, this is weird. And it's just like,
yeah.
and nobody gives a shit. I'm like, that's really weird. This is where we're really sexualizing children, is that we're showing children being very sexual and but like, and it's not in the context of like, these are things that like lots of young people go through, and putting it in a context like that, they're just sort of like blowing
Kinda
it
though,
over
isn't the Bob's Burgers
comedically.
thing isn't the Bob's Burgers thing kind of
Bob's
sympathetic
Burgers
with
does
sort
it
of the
better.
brokenness? Yeah.
Bob's Burgers does it better, but like it becomes really normal that like all the little girls in cartoon stuff are like boy crazy and stuff, and like it just
Yeah.
seems like a really weird way for us to get the only kind of information about like developing sexuality in children,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
there's no
yeah, yeah, yeah.
context given to it whatsoever. That freaks me out, because if they're gonna
But
talk about it,
it's hard not to like the what is it, the Little Mermaid. Okay. She's a girl. It's not clear she's a woman. Clearly this is marketed to little girls. A mermaid is inherently it's a sailor's fantasy, sexual fantasy, right?
yeah,
So
that part's
the
lost on
idea,
them.
like, I identify well, fish, it kinda smells like, you know what I
I'm
mean?
saying
Like, in
that
a
part's
certain
lost on
sense.
children, but if you have a 10-year-old who's like boy crazy, there's not really a lot of like nuance here. It's not going to be like a thing that the adult gets and the kids don't. The kids know what's going on, but there's no real context here. It's not trying to get kids to understand themselves or anything. It's
Mm,
just straight up making kids sexual in the media. Did you watch Stranger Things on Netflix?
no.
The first time I've ever been like outright uncomfortable. This is how uncomfortable I was. I was at a tournament for Magic the Gathering, and I was outside smoking a cigarette, and there's nobody by me. Somebody walked up and I said, "Hey man, can I just vent to you?" Like, I didn't even know this guy. He's like, "Sure." I was like, "Just watched the first episode of the new Stranger Things season," and it had like the two kids from the first season making out in it. I was like, "Why the fuck did they need to show us this? Couldn't they just like explain that it happened?" Like, I didn't need to see that.
Right.
That's so
Yeah.
weird for me. Like, I'm a parent. I don't want to see like two like 14, like I think they're like 13 or 14 in the show, and maybe they're like 15 or 16, but like I don't need to fucking see that. That didn't need to take up like 30 seconds of screen
But
time. They could have just talked
yeah,
about it. That was
right,
weird for
but
me.
in a certain way, there's a like, I understand that it can be titillating to another audience, but I remember watching the movie Lady Bird, which was a kind of, coming of age, but very realistic. And, I'm sitting there with my kids, including my daughter, but also my son. And like, there's a scene of like this girl losing her virginity. That's kind of very realistic. I can see someone saying, in theory, that's okay to say, like, this is how sexuality works, in the modern world.
I think there's more
But,
value to that.
and it's like, it's very real in the sense it's not glamorizing it. It's not like a porno scene. It's very much like two nervous kids. This is like really how it happens, generally speaking. But
That
also,
I
I
think
was
is
like,
a lot more fine and acceptable. If
yeah,
if somebody who's around that age sees that, it can help give some kind of expectation.
I
It can
almost
create a
think the
space for
Little Mermaid.
conversation.
I almost think the Little Mermaid is more dangerous because, like, here you're marketing openly to like 8, 9, 10-year-old girls a totally sexualized. I mean, the fucking shells over her tits. Like, I mean, come on, this is a sexual fantasy normalized. I don't really know how to apply morality to it, but like, that is definitely a sexual fantasy being marketed as like, a kind of idealized feminine experience. And there were parts about it that are certainly like very cute and nice and traditional, but
I think that
it
stuff sort of
also
smuggled
is
in
like,
under the
she's a
veil.
girl. She's in many ways a young girl. Right. It's smuggled in, which actually I think it makes it more questionable because like then it gets smuggled into the unconscious of everyone. And even as an adult, you're saying like, oh, that kind of makes me wanna like this is
Fuck a
like, I don't, is
mermaid.
this even a girl? Is this a woman? She doesn't seem like a woman, in many ways. Or you see, speaking of cartoons, have you ever seen these Japanese sex cartoons? They're crazy
No, I've
because
never
these
seen
are
hentai. I didn't even know what it's called, man.
they look like little girls. They're usually
Oh, sure, sure.
crying and they have enormous tits. I don't know what kink this is that Japanese people have, but it's obviously these are not like women. They're like crying children,
Actually, bro,
you
she's
know.
500 years old. She's just immortal. But no, yeah, I understand.
But whatever, and I think in some ways like you just got to let culture go where it goes. And like, whatever. It's kind of like what you said, like, well, if people want something, they'll find a way to get it. Sex is something that's very hard to like put in boxes. I think we do try to put boxes around it. Sometimes those boxes work well, sometimes they don't. I'm afraid on the internet that if we all followed this culture, we would treat every person under the age of 18 as jailbait. And like even the idea of talking with them online, like, because I'm over 18, like
Some
that, it's
people
like,
are like that.
right, it's crazy, but like how lonely of a weird when you're in a sense hypersexualized that way by being seen only as jailbait. Even if like there are people under 18 who I've interacted with my chat. I do definitely talk to them differently when I learn they're like 16 or 17 years old, right? I understand social skills. I'm not macking on a 16-year-old, but I feel like, okay, like if you're mature enough to understand this content, like I'm happy to have you here and I'll interact with you. But some people are like, you've got to boot these people. They cannot be here. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about that. Like, it seems unfair because
I think
there are
that
16-year-old girls who can have a conversation about family dynamics and might be helpful to them. We're not watching porn. And you know what I mean? Like, she could be friends with Grace or whatever, and she could talk with me.
I think it's fine as long as appropriate boundaries are being held. I think that
Yeah.
people take this hyper anti and minor watching their content or like talking
Yeah.
to them at all stance because for two reasons. One of them is that they are afraid that somebody's going to accuse them of doing something that they shouldn't be
Yes.
doing.
Yeah.
Which if that's the reason why, fine, I get it. I think it's shitty to the people in your audience that are of that age that like just if they didn't say anything about their age, they would be fine to like be in chat and all that.
Yeah.
But if that's a real threat for you, then like I get it. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate. But on the
It's
other
a tricky.
side,
I understand it's a tricky thing to navigate because, well, one girl I'm thinking of in particular, like I don't know her personally, right? But I've learned a little bit more about her. At first, I didn't know who she was, so I was a little bit saucy with her, and then I was like, "Oh gosh, you're a schoolgirl," and I was like, I really toned it down. Um, but like, I, I- we're
tune
gonna
it
have to
down
find a
when you
way to work
stopped.
this
Yeah.
out. I toned down the like. I don't really come right out of the gate with strangers usually,
Okay.
unless they're coming. Like I was called in Hunter Avalon's chat a
I
DILF. I didn't even see it.
I just watched that
Then
before I talked to you.
oh, did you?
Yeah.
And then I go, okay, I was like mad at the mods, right? Whatever, and they're all
Yes.
accusing me. They're all dogpiling. And I go, this chick called me like, and she was. I said these mods suck, and she said, I'm glad I could still flirt with you, Ben, or something like that. And I was like, oh, you're the girl called me a DILF. Like, yeah, I'm down. And then she goes, I'm 17, and I go, what the fuck, right?
But she was
And then
19.
she goes, just kidding, I'm 19. And I'm like, okay, but even if you were 17. Like, I don't have any problem if you want to say I'm a DILF. I think there's an appropriate way in which I can say, like, okay, I take that as a joke. If she's sending me nudes, I'm gonna say like, like, but I'm not gonna be a jerk about it to her. I'm gonna say like, listen, sweetheart, like you're too young to be doing this. But I don't want to humiliate her, and you know what I mean?
I think
Like,
that's the appropriate response.
It's tricky.
You don't want to fuck them up for the rest of their life because they did something that they shouldn't be doing. But
right, I don't
want to let them
then,
know, hey, not cool.
Right. Yeah, just like, but you're a kid. Okay, so I'm gonna take it that you're kidding around, right? But she wasn't. Then she's lying, and everyone's like, well, but if she was 17, you would have. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why don't we ask her why she's doing this? You know what I mean? And he was like, don't blame the. You know what I mean? It just becomes this crazy kind of thing. But if a girl is 17 and she's flirting with me, I think that's fine. I take it as playful flirting. You can rest assured there is no scenario in which I'm having sex with a 17-year-old, but I'll be happy to flirt with a girl like that. It's fine. And she could flirt with me in DMs. I understand you have to be careful because there becomes like in this state, the age of consent is 16, but then internet is federal and then it's 18. So, okay. So no dick pics, no, right. I'd have to, but if she just wants to be like a kind of, if someone wants to have a flirty relationship with you of that age, it's not, first of all, pedophilia. That's unbelievably unlikely that this is a person who has not hit the age of puberty. And whatever, I'm just saying it doesn't. I don't think many girls want to be in that position at that age.
Yeah.
But it happens with a fair amount with girls in their early 20s who want to kind of fuck around with me as a father figure. They know I'm safe. So they fuck around with me, call me creepy, say, whatever, you're a pedo or whatever. And I go, yeah, whatever. It's perfectly fine. It's funny. They can freak out, drop my DMs to Ethan Ralph. I don't care. I don't see a scenario in which like I'm going to get married to someone who's 22 years old. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not stupid. I don't even see a scenario in which I would have sex with someone who's 22 years old. But do I think it's fun? Is it validating for me? In some ways, to like do daddy-daughter play with a 22-year-old, sort of. And do the girls like it? And maybe they have daddy issues? Yeah. I think it could be a fun thing that we do for a couple months and then she moves on like to an age-appropriate, partner. And I think it could be a thing that's like a happy thing. That there's this like cross-generational.
I don't even know if
sexual
people would
play.
I don't know if people would even have an issue with you doing that if there wasn't already the incest discourse surrounding your family.
Right. Yeah, and I think actually like one of the weird things is I think this, if you're into BDSM or if you do BDSM, that like daddy-daughter talk is the most vanilla kink there is in the sexual universe. Like, for a girl to scream out daddy
stuff, all right?
Right? I mean,
and people don't like that around here either. Like, but here's the thing.
You've done what?
Like DDLG stuff?
I don't know what that means.
Daddy dom little girl.
Okay, yeah.
And the thing is, I didn't even know what that was. But when my wife and I were like dating like women together, like we attracted a lot. It was like we were a magnet for women that were into DDLG. So we just had to like figure out what the fuck this was. And at first, I was like,
yeah.
We were both kind of like, I don't really think I want to. But then, like, when you get so many matches, it's about like, all right, let's actually like kind of look into this and see what's going on. Like, maybe it's not like as crazy because it sounds off-putting. And then it's like, okay, I get it. And for me, I'm pretty much, if a chick says she's into something, like, that's what I'm into. I'm into doing the things that my partner's into.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's whatever. It's not as though if I'm doing it, like, I have to imagine like this person is actually like hit or whatever. That's fucking crazy.
Right.
Be adults and compartmentalize
with your
our
relatives,
brains.
with your relatives, it's crazy. But with a much younger or a significantly younger female partner, like to spank her on her butt in a way that leaves you like a hand mark. Okay, obviously that's pretty vanilla. You know what I mean? And like,
Yeah, I've definitely
I
been a
think a
part of things that
lot
are
of
more extreme
girls
than that.
like that. Yeah, and like even flipping it around with like son mother play with like that happens a lot now. I'm
It's
curious
mommy
about it.
dom little boy, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. I think a little more unusual
It is.
because
Just look at the
and
amount
it's
of
sort of
porn. Yeah, DDLG has a ton, mommy dom little boy very little.
oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's interesting because I think it's like culturally less acceptable for men to date older women than it is for older men to date younger women. That's always like been true.
Yeah.
Um
We just had a panel on that.
yeah, and I actually think it's but I can't believe how many younger men I encounter who seem like they absolutely want a mommy and not a girlfriend. You know what I mean? So,
Oh, I liked older women just because I just didn't want to talk about the shit that like younger women want to talk about. I also wanted a
yeah,
woman that had some experience, who has a little bit of confidence in the bedroom. I didn't want
yeah,
to have to like I didn't want to babysit during sex. That's weird.
yeah, yep, yep, right, right.
I want somebody who's
I
comfortable
kind of
with
get it.
themselves.
I kind of get it. I kind of feel like, to be honest with you, like I don't know. I think this is going to spontaneously happen. I think a lot of Gen Z girls want to have sort of kind of affairs with older men who are much more secure in their masculinity. Because Zoomer guys can be so abrasive and so immature, right? And girls are just naturally a little more mature than guys their age. And this red pilling Andrew Tate stuff has made a lot of Zoomer guys just like, right? So they kind of want to have like a weird little affair with an older man to affirm them, and then I don't know how that works, you know what I mean? But like that's what I kind of want to exploit with this, like, I want Grace and this girl Nyx and like whatever other girls want to do it, like to do this like trad quote porn and have like older men kind of shower them with money and affection and also kind of like do the daddy stuff with them in a way that's perfectly safe, perfectly funny, and then like affirm them. I think that they can then feel stronger and then obviously are going to end up pairing up with people around their own age or probably like a few years older, which is always is like probably normal and healthy. I don't think a lot of like massive age difference relationships make much sense long
My
term.
ex-wife was 17 years older than me, Ben.
Oh, really? See, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And you didn't find that it worked out?
Well, it did. The reason why it didn't work out is the same reason why almost every relationship of mine that I ended is because she lied. She lied too much. Part of our marriage vows was to be honest to each other, and she
Yeah.
just lied. And she was an alcoholic, so that certainly didn't fucking help.
Yeah.
But when you're 22 and you're in love, you're stupid. So
Wow, you were 22, she was 37.
she was 39.
Okay, right,
I had a
right.
16-year-old stepson, 16-year-old stepson at 22.
See, that's really interesting.
It was
I
cool. We
think you're
played
an
Xbox
interesting
together.
person. Yeah, right. It must have been a weird dynamic to be like the stepfather. I don't know if you were treated as, I doubt it, as a stepfather, right? Like it's
Well,
some kind of blend of.
he lived with his grandma, because they were like super rich and they went to like the good school and stuff. But not like he wouldn't always live with his grandma. And like shortly after we weren't together, he moved back in with her because he was out of school. But like we got along fine. Every once in a while he'd come over. Like he was on the football team. He brought his friends over and stuff, and they'd crash at our place. But like
Right.
it was kind of like an interesting dynamic, because it was kind of like, I don't think it would have been possible for me to be like a father figure exactly, because
Right.
like
Yeah.
because like we just hang out, like you said, we played Xbox together and stuff, or we played basketball.
Right. And I'm sure his friends were a little bit like, what do you mean? Your
But I
mom?
looked out
That's your
for him.
mom's boyfriend? You know what I mean? Like, or actually, that's your mom's husband, right? But he's so young. Whatever,
Yeah.
right? Like, who cares? Whatever. But it must have created interesting dynamics, and I just think that that's the world we're in, where the interesting dynamics. And you've been doing interesting things for a long, long time. I misread you as like a total normie
Not
because you seem
quite
like it's
not.
like a nice, whatever, kind of like nice, middle-aged, very balanced guy. But like, you're not. You make me look like a normie, honestly.
By
Right?
the way, I wanted to tell you during that panel, I think it came off is that I was shutting you down. I
No,
knew
not at all.
I felt like I
Not at
had to
all.
protect you during that because there were so many people like preemptively going after you. I'm like, this is my fucking panel. This isn't the panel to fucking
A
attack Ben Thorp.
pile-on, right? Yeah.
And
No, I appreciate it. You've been very, very like a lot of time. Yeah, right. I appreciate it. You should, but not so much to like. I don't care personally, but like you're like we can't have a conversation if it's just you're just screaming daughter fucker, daughter fucker, daughter
well, not
fucker,
only that
daughter
too. Like,
fucker.
what does
Right?
that
Like
say
it's like
about me if I bring you on and just let everybody attack you and avoid the conversation that's being had? That's not okay
right,
with me.
right.
And so,
Like
like the times that I shut you down, it just turned into people like trying to like go
oh my
after
god.
you over and over again. When I was like, all right, we gotta just go. I'm sorry.
No,
Uh,
I mean, I had the absolute opposite experience, and I even was busting your balls. Like I was just like, I was trolling the whole panel, but I tried to be like, I was like, you know what, I do want because I knew you guys were connected to Mr. Girl, and I was like, I was watching some Mr. Girl content. I was like,
it
this
was
is more
just me and
interesting.
Smith there.
These people actually want to have a conversation. So like, I'm not gonna come in ready for Bloodsport. Usually I am. So when I get it, I just like bang back. But I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But like I do end up saying, like I present an alternative. But I think that like should be welcome. Someone who's saying like, actually, I have a totally different point of view on this stuff. And I was able to say that, and people were able to take it seriously. I have had some subsequent conversations with Smith,
Yeah, I
Tuna,
watched them all.
Ship, and now with you, and it's totally refreshing
You talked to
to be
Tuna?
able to what's that?
You talked to Tuna?
I actually think Grace was interacting with him and
Okay,
Smith,
yeah. I seen
and I
that.
was in chat.
Tuna's a homie. I
Um,
watched him and I were in Discord call when I was at the tail end of that. I've actually met him in real life. Like
oh yeah,
we became like real friends from streaming together. Tuna's cream of the crop guy.
yeah. He seemed interesting, and he was actually talking about the same thing of like intellectual masturbation. Like, what are we doing? So I keep hearing things within this world that I just got so used to. I think this is like a legit Mr. Girl criticism. It's like a lot of times when you're interacting with a lot of streamers, you don't realize they're in the Destiny world, and their idea of what is normal has been molded by a community of people who have kind of similar ideas of like content, and it does tend towards chaos for the sake of chaos. And as someone who tries to enter into this world thinking these people aren't part of like, what I mean, that they're just spontaneously doing that, you're just like, God, I can never have a conversation
Yeah, in
with
this
anyone.
space,
You just get shut down. And then I kind of like, you actually reached out to me, and I was like, actually maybe this isn't inherent to streaming. And that's why I was like, oh yes. And then I was looking at Mr. Girl. I'm like, this guy is not doing the same thing. But he feels like he got excluded from
yeah.
this. And I don't know whether this is inherent to streaming or something that's actually just like maybe either a phase of streaming that's going to give way because chaos for chaos's sake gets boring really fast.
I've been saying I think we're on like the cusp of a new like
Yeah,
wave of streamers. I think that there's going to be people that people haven't heard of blowing up for different reasons than the
mm,
previous like
I think
stronghold
you're
of
right.
streamers have
Yeah,
blown
yeah,
up
yeah, yeah.
for because culture's changing. The streamers aren't changing that much. They're changing at about the same rate you would expect anybody their age to change in real life.
Yep.
So they're not
And there's a
adapting the
certain
same way.
and there's a certain lag, right? Because if it's working for you,
Yeah.
you're not looking to change, right? But like a highly competitive environment can often change very quickly, and streaming certainly is. I think it's a growth industry. Like when I first started, it was just a year ago. I first started live chatting. Grace was like, "Oh, you can." I was like, "You could talk to the TV," and I was like hooked. I was like, "Oh my god, this is going to change media," and I really think that's true. There is not going to be TV anymore without everyone's going to be live chatting. People in nursing homes are going to be live chatting, right? It's just how aren't people going to want to interact with media that they've been passive to for so long? It's just like in gaming. It used to be like you play the game. Now it's like You're on the phone with 5 of your friends playing the game together. That's never gonna go back to just, like, sitting there passively playing your Atari.
Yeah, I haven't played a
It's
Call of
social.
Duty game campaign mode in like 6 years.
Meaning with people?
No, the campaign, like the story mode. It just you just go
That
straight
means
into
it's just you.
multiplayer.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We're social creatures. So you could take even something which is like a lot of people say is antisocial, playing video games. And like as soon as you get a mic going, everyone's into it. You know what I mean? I used to be worried about my kids playing video games because I was like, oh, you guys aren't developing social skills. And I'm not saying that playing video games is like the best necessarily way of developing social skills. It's limited. It doesn't
Maybe it is
necessarily
though.
make you
If
fit.
that's what it's gonna be.
But yeah,
it's tough.
Even back in the day when video games were just, but like there are benefits, hand-eye coordination, whatever. They're the guys who fly drones for the Air Force were served well by sitting there, with joysticks. It's limited. It obviously can become an addictive, kind of pointless antisocial thing, but there's a way in which I think we can be too scared of technology.
You're a dad right now too. It's tough to say how much time should they be spending playing video games or being on their phone, because what if that's all it is in 20 years from now? And then like I fucked them over by making them do more shit outside when nobody does that. What is my kid supposed to be like the only 40-year-old trying to do shit like out in public when everybody else now they're the fucking weirdo? We don't know. Things are changing too fast to where the future is.
In many ways, I could say like when Grace was, before I really kind of got to know her and we could reconnected, she was watching a lot of TikTok. And you could say, oh, you were just wasting your time, hours and hours watching TikTok. But in a certain sense now that she's an editor, that was really great preparation for being an editor, because she understands memes and like she has access to like the memes in a way that's like so fast. She knows how to take a meme, boom, put it in Discord. It's hilarious. I'm like, holy shit. Like that's a great practical skill for us in our situation. If you could just do that, like, that's how Twitter works. It's like funny memes, little clips. It's not about writing a novel. If you had been studying like Jane Austen and like writing novels as a homeschooler, okay, there are people who read novels, but like this meme thing that you were doing, which a lot of people say is like, oh, that's the end of civilization. Well,
it's just new.
It could pay your bills, and you could, there's a thing like the soul of wit. Brevity is the soul of wit. Like it's always been true that a funny little quip is oftentimes what like changes society. You know what I mean? Jesus didn't do much more than just say like little phrases that were tell little stories. He wasn't like a novelist. He wasn't Dostoevsky. So
yeah, then I knew that things were different. I got paid for a full day of work. We didn't have anything to do, and my boss paid me just as much as I normally would, and I just made memes for the company's Twitter and Facebook for a whole day. I was like, this is crazy. I'm just literally getting paid to make memes. This is wild. It wasn't like the best day of work ever, because like it kind of drags on when you're just sitting there doing something only created, but like it was kind of profound.
Right.
The world is different now.
A lot of companies, if they want to like relate to younger people, should hire sort of like TikTok addicts. Because like if you hire a conventional person who's gone to school for advertising or whatever, marketing, they're just going to have like textbook knowledge, but like that kid's going to know what's funny. And in a way that an adult's going to be like, are you sure? Does that even make sense? I don't even understand. And he'll be like, no, trust me. And that kid is often right. And like, that's who, and the company's going to go, well, I don't care whether it makes sense to me. If you're selling like, or you're able to penetrate this market, you're valuable to me. I don't care whether you have a piece of paper from Harvard. If you know what I mean, it's if you're able to do this, and it takes a certain personality to really get how to do that, a certain amount of maturity to be able to like produce it, not just consume it. But it can be, the idea of streaming as a personality streamer is interesting, because it's like you are actually the product.
Yeah.
Right. It's like
you're forever in a job interview. You're selling yourself.
Yeah. Right.
Selling
and it's like
you on me. Yeah.
I told Grace that like in a weird way, even us having a somewhat dysfunctional relationship in which she has like all this nervousness around me and anxiety is like interesting content, because people like the tension, you know what I mean? And are kind of like, they're trying to figure out, is Grace being abused? Is Ben being abused? Does this have to do with her mother or what? And like, you don't have to resolve that like you would in the past. You'd have to resolve that so you can write like maybe a novel, taking those experiences, then putting them into fictional characters and publishing a novel, trying to sell it to editors who would then publish it. You could just turn a camera on, and if it's interesting, which I think it is, people will consume it in raw form, live, and kind of be interested in like, are you guys going to resolve this, or are you going to descend into, you know what I mean? People say like, a lot of people say like, the reason I'm addicted to Thorp content is because everyone likes to see a car crash, everyone wants to see a train wreck,
Jerry
and it's
Springer's
like,
dead.
yeah, right. And I'm like, I get it. I don't mind that because I don't know where it's going to go. It's like, it's a real life kind of novel, right? And I think that's weird. You have to be aware that like you don't want, it's difficult to make yourself a product because like, are you selling yourself? Authenticity is a problem. But
Also, nobody wants you to be proud of anything anymore. If you're proud of anything, you're bragging. So like, what do you have to do? You just have to exemplify the bad parts of you. Like, what the fuck? No, people don't want you to want to put out anything you're putting out. You know?
But they do, right? Because
It's weird.
they're ready to consume it, but they also want to trash you. But I think the thing about it is a lot of people mistake is like, I saw an interview that Destiny was doing with Hunter Avalon. He's like, streaming is not good for your mental health. And I think Mr. Girl had the same conclusion. It's like, there's something intrinsic about this that is not good for people. And I disagree. I think it is good for people. And it like, I don't think it gives you a thick skin necessarily, but you have to learn how to love yourself with all your blemishes because they're going to come out. And if you want to say like, no, I'm only this is like social media 2.0 was like, I'm going to present a version of myself that is like super attractive. Okay. You cannot do that in streaming. Do you know what I mean? Like the Instagram that looks like, oh my gosh, look, oh, my family, or I'm so fun. I just take pic. When you're streaming, all your blemishes are going to come out. The chat's going to troll you. Okay, so like it's gonna like reality is gonna come through.
If you're seeking validation through streaming, you're fucked.
Yes, that's right.
Like
that's right.
My wife said she was considering doing OnlyFans, and I said, here's the thing: if you want to do OnlyFans because you want to do it as like, basically, I said, here's when I would have an issue. If you're doing it just to make money and you're not doing it and treating it like it's a business, then you're going to see those dollars come in when you're putting no fucking effort into it. Because it doesn't matter how hot you are, how sexy the things that you are doing in it are. If you're not marketing it and working at it 8 hours a day like a business, you're not going to make that money. If you see small amounts of money coming in and low interaction because you're not putting in that effort, that's going to fuck your head up and you're going to think of your value in those dollars. Then I'm not for that. I don't support that. If you just want to do it as like a fucking hobby or whatever, just because it'd be fun, then sure. But if you think that you're going to do it thinking you're going to make money and not put that effort into it, then don't do it because that'll hurt you bad. In order to stream and not have it hurt you, you have to know who you are. You have to be comfortable with yourself, because then when people talk shit about you, it's going to roll off your shoulders. Because I don't give a shit. You're not telling me anything about me that I don't know. If it's not true, I don't care.
Right. And I think that actually can be good for you. I understand it can there is a way. I tell this to all people who are going to stream. Often I encourage them too, if they have some talent. There's a way in which like every insecurity of yours is going to be like picked up by people, picked up on physical insecurities, any like sexual, like, kind of like uncomfortableness you have is going to get trolled. But I actually think that makes you a better person if you can transcend it and say like, if you're the type of person who wants to be a performer, which does not mean you're a narcissist. That's not one. This is another use of language that I think is like a bad use of language. If a person gets up on a stage because they think they have a talent or something they'd like to share with other people, that is not narcissism. That's the opposite of narcissism, right? And a truly narcissistic person would not want to get up on stage, especially they wouldn't want to live stream, because all of their insecurities, all that fragility is going to be really hard to manage.
Yeah, you're just asking for people to call you out and put you in back you into a wall, which is a nightmare for a narcissist.
Yeah, narcissists are in a sense fragile, right? So Live
People
streaming is like really hard to maintain narcissism, like the bullshit when you're live streaming because like you don't have control.
people in this space have a hard time telling the difference between somebody who's cocky and somebody who's narcissistic. It's crazy to me.
Right. Right.
Like you can't just be like a little arrogant and full of yourself. Like you have to have narcissistic personality disorder. Now, I've only met one person in the entire time I've talked to people online that I was like, this person, you can't convince me they don't have narcissistic personality disorder. That's Darth Dawkins. He's the first like person that had like a name that I recognized that I ever debated, and it was fucking insane. I debated him, and the next day I was talking to somebody else in the same server, and he came and ambushed it because he was mad at me from before and debated me a second time that I didn't even fucking ask for.
Is he a religious guy? I know the name.
Yeah.
And he like just sort of steamrolls, right? He doesn't actually give the person any space.
The second day I just kept interrupting him, and he goes, he started getting mad. I was like, look, every time I fucking say anything, you cut me off. So I was like, you're not special. I'll do it back to you, motherfucker.
Right.
Like this is ridiculous. And I went to his Wikipedia page, and there's a video, and you click it, and I thought it was all people that had just talked to him, but it was actually a video of people describing their interactions with people that had narcissistic personality disorder. Whoever put that wiki together was really clever. Because I thought they were all just describing him since it was on his wiki. That's it. I've never seen anybody else online that I actually thought had that. Not, a lot of people like in the Mr. Girl camp thinks that Destiny has narcissistic personality disorder. I don't think that he does. I think he's really fucking cocky. And I mean, to be fair, if you're that big, it's probably hard not to get cocky.
Yeah, right.
You have so much validation flowing into you constantly. I get it.
Yeah.
But
I think it makes them actually vulnerable. I don't think you want to have so much validation, but I think it makes you think you can cruise, so it's dangerous to you as a competitor, which means like this is what I'd love to say to Mr. Girl is like, yeah, but if you're on the outside and you're hungry and you're not getting the validation, then you can see the opportunities in a competitive environment to like shoot past someone who might have like, you know what I mean? Like in a competitive environment, if you're lazy, you're not paying attention to the trends, you're just doing what you've always done. Someone has the opportunity to just go flying by you, right? And by the time you figure out actually like, oops, I should have like embraced that person instead of excluding them. It's, you're done.
Yeah, that's why I
the
think
W
things are going to change
online.
I think that like Twitch polls really stagnant, and it's not branching out in the ways that it should. The topics are all like pretty much the same. Which is why I'm trying to talk about things that aren't necessarily directly politics, but like which panel were you on? Was it jealous? It wasn't the jealousy one.
No, it was the one before jealousy.
We were loyalty.
About.
It was loyalty. So I like talking about things that sort of inform the way that we it's like a step down from our politics. How do we actually think about things? Because nobody talks about how they actually feel about anything anymore. They just talk about things they can yell at people about and condemn them for.
Yeah.
So how do you build up?
Yeah, you're going upstream a little bit to saying like, what are the more core things that manifest themselves in politics?
Yeah, because I think a lot of people behave so fucking crazy around here. So like, I want to get to the bottom of it. How did you get so fucking crazy? Random person on Twitter who's yelling at somebody who had a difference in opinion. How did you get so fucking worked up and crazy to where you're at this point? Can we just talk about people for a little bit so maybe that when we see somebody we disagree with, we don't have to fucking lose sleep over it? Like, it seems a little, it seems like this whole space is sort of built on helping people lose their way,
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, and that may not be. I guess what I'm saying is, I think you maybe agree with me. It's not intrinsic to the space. It can be a space in which people.
Yeah, it's just comfortable for the space right now.
Just because, like you can't punch me in the face, right? And we don't have the social cues of an IRL situation, doesn't mean we have to descend into ultra hostility, right? Because we don't have those social. You know what I mean? The way in which like people in a room will give each other like etiquette in ways that you often don't even like know you're experiencing. Well, you take that away. Okay, it can become chaotic, but also it gets boring, and maybe you need to give room to people in another way. That can actually like there's something good about live streams. I think in my own experience with like family dynamics, a lot of times taking a family dynamic that's gotten locked in where no one can talk to each other and putting it online and letting there be chat can actually give some breathing room so that it's actually, and people will say, "No, you should get off the internet and go meet these people in a room." That's not always a good idea. You know what I mean?
There's a safety net put in place by having to not have to be in
It
arm's
gives you some
reach.
more space, and you can say, like, which doesn't really mean anything, but you can say, "I appeal to chat," or like, "I'd like people to chime in on this. We need some fresh air in here. Am I totally crazy or what?" And obviously you're going to take all of that with a grain of salt, and people are going to come in and fake psycho analyze everyone. Okay, but like, okay, let them.
Yeah.
And like, I do think the truth does eventually emerge. Um, Often people, I use the example with my situation. If you open a door and there's a big man yelling at a small woman who looks like she's sort of like half crying, it's obvious in our culture you would make the assumption that that man is abusing that woman. But if you know anything about the dynamics of relationships, it could be that she is playing the victim and baiting him into that, and he's actually the victim in that situation. You will not be able to see that until you
Sure.
you see it for a while, but it can happen. Women are extremely good at being manipulative, in subtle ways and playing the victim. That's the superpower of women in a sense. Like, because you'll walk into that door, you'll open that door, and you just, like, everyone's gonna say, like, that guy is abusing that woman because he's raising his voice, he's bigger than her, he's threatening her. And it's hard to imagine, especially because our culture, I do think, is misandrist. She could be the instigator here.
Sure, and I was gonna say, I don't
And
think women are better at it, but they have
oh,
better accolades given to them by society to be able to pull it off.
you know,
They have the tools.
okay,
Because we
but
will assume that, it's very easy to take on that role when you know that people will assume it.
well, they don't have the physical, right? They don't have the deeper voice. They don't have the size.
Right.
But talk to any teacher who's taught, especially like in Catholic schools, because they're usually like girls or boys school. A lot of times, or talk to anyone who's taught like seventh grade girls. And I haven't been a teacher. These girls can have sophisticated, months, years long campaigns of torturing and excluding and driving crazy some poor girl who happens to be a little overweight or a little socially awkward. Boys will never do that to another boy. They might call him something to his face, punch him in the face, but it's like they have the attention span of like 1 or 2 days of doing this, and then they're like, whatever. We beat him up. He beat me up. It's over.
I
But
think
girls, there is a difference. There's like, and it's fascinating. It's a real skill. It's natural, but like, it's crazy. Talk to us. Like, my daughter's in like
I think
last
the
year
only
she was in
reason I
eighth
think that is
grade, and she was
because
like, "You wouldn't." Go ahead.
I was very, very manipulative when I was younger. I had
Some
been
boys,
homeless.
can, yeah, some
I was
boys can
homeless
do
and
it.
stuff too, so
Yeah,
I developed like a lot of like skills in lying and being manipulative as a way to survive. And when my life
right,
evened out, I saw very clearly that I hated all of that. I didn't like
right.
any of that, and it kind of helped me figure out who I am in a very real sense, and like who I want to be, and the things I never want to do again. And I even overcorrect sometimes too. That if I tell somebody something honest, I'll make sure that they're not. I try my best to make sure that that's not going to like influence them more than I want to, because I'm terrified of being a manipulative person
But
now.
you learned those skills, or you leaned into the skills that were inherent in you because you didn't have the conventional sources of power, right? You didn't
Yeah, I
have
didn't want to sleep in a
family,
fucking park.
you didn't have money, you didn't have resources, and you didn't have whatever, like the ability to manipulate, like, work the system in a conventional way. So you, in a sense, learned what it's like to be like, in many cases, a woman who's in a situation where she feels overwhelmed, and you tapped into the
Oh, dog, in my early
subtler
20s,
forms, right?
I would come over to, like, meet a woman I met online, and I just, like, basically had a routine down to where on the 3rd day, I'm like, "Alright, I gotta get out of here," and like, "No, you could just stay here." That's how I fucking kept a roof
Right.
over my head, man,
Right.
and I hate that, I feel bad about it, but, like, at the same time, like, if I was put in the same position where I didn't have a roof over my head, I might have to fucking fall back on that, because that's
Yeah.
I don't want to get fucking robbed while I'm sleeping in a fucking like park slide, them tube slides to
Right.
keep rain off you and shit. So it's
Oh, really? You
terrible.
sleeping on us?
I
Yeah.
did. I had a
Doesn't the rain
big
come down the tube though?
no. It is like the straight part.
Oh, okay.
I had like a big old book, like this big. I think one time I had the last Harry Potter book had come out. That was the last time I slept in a park. I used it as a pillow. That
I
was the
think
time frame.
actually, like, I think there can be I do think that like basically manipulating is not necessarily a dirty word. I think that
No,
like people like parents manipulate their children
yeah,
overtly. They're like like less so as they get older, hopefully, if it's healthy. But like you're obviously trying to like comes from the Latin like hand, right? You're trying to like mold people.
yeah.
Okay, so educators manipulate their students, bosses manipulate their workers. Of course, there's only so much you can do. But I
Every
believe the idea
argument.
that right, the idea like every man who wants to get with a woman is trying to manipulate her, and she's manipulating him at the same time. That's okay. It's a dance. You know what I mean? Like it's okay if there's mutual respect. It's a dance. I don't know how it is you're going to get that out of the sexual realm.
Yeah,
It's
the thing
right.
I don't like is I don't want you, out of respect for me, to be influenced by what I say. It would push past the boundary that you want, because I just want to say what I think and how I feel, and you can take with it however you want, but just don't take it a step further than that.
That's another that word boundaries. I saw Mr. Girl Max do a thing with not so erudite about boundaries.
Yeah,
I hear this word. I think it's like consent. I think it sounds like it's helpful. I actually don't think it's helpful.
I think people get it
I,
wrong a lot.
I
For me, my boundaries are they have nothing to do with you. If you do something I don't like, it's not that you need to change, but like I don't fucking like this, and you can feel free to do whatever you're gonna do, but like I'm gonna have to go at a certain point because
yeah,
and I think that's the way you're supposed to do it. But people seem to think if I have a boundary, you just have to obey. No, 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 no.
right.
Your boundary
Yeah.
is I don't like what's happening to the point to where if you keep doing it, I'm gonna leave. That's healthy. But when I say you're crossing over my boundaries, you need to fucking stop or get the fuck out of here. Uh, now, is this really a boundary, or are you just manipulating? Are you just trying to be manipulative by
Yeah.
using a word that should most people should know and understand how to use for the benefit of themselves, and just trying to use it to control people? That
Yeah,
shit's fucked
it
up.
often is like, yeah, yeah. I'm
My
not
boundaries
saying
are my
there's no such thing
responsibility.
as boundaries. Like, obviously, adults with children should understand lines that you don't cross. And if you want to cross them, you need to like really think about why it is you want to cross them. Definitely, I see that. But a lot of times, boundary talk it becomes again like I understand that there's a way in which it makes sense, but it's actually at the core of this whole thing with Grace. When she was like almost 16 years old, she in a sense crossed a boundary because she wanted to come into her mother and I's bedroom and watch TV with us, which is kind of a boundary crossing for a girl that age. And I didn't know what was going on. I talked with her mother and was like, I don't know what's going on. She seems too old. You know what I mean? This idea of like sitting in bed with your parents watching TV, not on a couch, right? Because it wasn't a living room. It's this kind of line. Okay. As a parent,
I
I
understand.
would say, you say, I love my daughter. I am not going to send. And I knew there was some like kind of real loneliness underneath it. And I was like, okay, we're definitely all need to work this out. It has been reframed subsequently because I think what happened is her mother couldn't negotiate that, you know? And Grace was kind of saying like, you guys need to be parents for me. I've been through this weird kind of childhood. I want to work it out. I'm old enough to. A lot of people would say you should have sent her back to her bedroom. I understand that to say like that's a boundary that shouldn't be crossed. It definitely did get kind of crazy. Um, but as a parent, and you know this as a parent, like you should be careful about crossing boundaries with your kids. If kids are feeling crazy, there's almost no boundary that you're gonna like decide to shame them and say, you know what I mean? You just almost can't do it. Say like, if you are genuinely confused and doing something crazy, if you're doing drugs, if you're promiscuous, I am not going to sit here and yell at you. There's obviously something it's possible that you're doing this just to be an asshole, but it's so improbable that someone that age is just doing this to be, you know what I mean? Like if I find weed in it, like my kids, like I
Yeah.
just think the parental impetus to protect yourself and go, you shouldn't do that. This is a rule. I'm going to ground you. And that's the end of this conversation is such a failure as a parent.
Yeah, for me, I've always it took my wife a while to understand this. To be clear, too, my wife's stepmom, but she's a great stepmom. I think she stepped up way better than the biological mom has, by far. And my kid even say that's her favorite parent is my wife. So
Yeah.
like, I'm not. I just want to be clear that I'm not like downgrading her by saying it's her stepmom. We just say it's her mom. But when you're a parent, I think your job is to if you have to take a parent action, something happens and now you have to take like a parental action. How I feel about it has no bearing on what my response to it is whatsoever. I'm not allowed to interact with my feelings. This might hurt me. It might make me feel sad or whatever. I have to do what is correct for my kid. And then after I do that, then I can engage with my feelings about it. And then I can, then I can engage with my kids' feelings about it, but not when that response is required.
Yeah, I don't know that you can actually do that. Like, I don't think you can turn your emotions off or turn your fears off.
They're not turned off, but they don't involve how I respond.
Right. You're saying I have to absolutely prioritize the good of the child.
Yeah, we cap it,
absolutely.
We act, and then afterwards we uncap it and we feel the feelings.
Right. Right. Easier said than done sometimes, right? I mean, sometimes you're
nobody's
like,
perfect. I've yelled at my kid one time, which sounds crazy. My dog got out of the house. It was winter out, and I told my kid to go inside because I'm not trying to keep track of both of you, making sure you're not getting hit by a car right now. And I turned around, and my kid was standing on the porch instead. And I said, "Get your fucking ass in the house right now!" And I got the dog, came back in, and my kid cried because my kid's never heard me yell at them before. And I don't think I've ever yelled at my kids since then. And I think that people think that I'm lying when I talk about my relationship with my kid because like no kids are like that. Well, yeah, if you treat them. If you don't fucking take out all your aggression and shit and frustrations of like from being a parent on your kid, you don't get kids that are fucking awful to you and freak out at you all the time. Like you're teaching them to be awful and freak out at you when you're awful and freak out on them.
See, I would have a different like you've never yelled at your kids?
Once I did.
But you only have one kid.
It was because it was necessity.
A whole different model.
If I had 6 kids, I'd be a shitty dad. Okay, I'm not built for that shit, dude.
I don't know.
I'd be knocking them out.
There's a weird way in which having 6 kids is easier than having 1 kid, and you could yell at them a lot because there's 6 of them to absorb it, and you like kind of be like, "What the fuck is this guy yelling at me for?" You know what I mean? It's a weird way in which like I don't know, both models can work. You don't have to be 6 times better of a father to have 6 kids. It's not at all the case. In my opinion, other people would say, no, like you're a test, you're a cautionary tale, dude. You messed your family up, whatever. I don't care. But it's an interesting aspect to having a large family. Actually, you can be much more abusive and it causes much less damage because you have 6 people to kind of like
water it down.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't have 6 kids. I don't envy that. That's too much. It's too much responsibility for me.
Yeah, right. But what happens is, I mean, I think it's terrible to have 6 kids all at once. That's very unnatural. It does happen, but like usually if they're spaced apart with breastfeeding in a normal way, by the time the youngest kid hits, you've got a kind of older kid who's happy to help, right?
Sure.
But then it can run into problems because you parentify, and then this is another thing, right? Where that kid
the kid's playing a parental role and they shouldn't be.
Yeah, but I mean, in some ways they should be. In some ways they
helping
want
out is one thing,
right? But it can get like there becomes lines
blurry.
Yeah, it gets blurry, and I don't know that everyone always gets it right. But like whatever depends on that kid. Some kids are just like old souls, like Grayson Simpson's an old soul. When she was 2 years old, she was like basically running the show, and you know what I mean. Like she almost never needed discipline because she was such a just. She was so funny. She trolled us once. I said, like, what? She said she was doing something like writing crayons on furniture, being an asshole. And I said, why did you do that? And she said, 'cause I'm bad. And I was like,
shit.
All right, I'm done.
You got me.
I can't say anything.
What am I supposed to be like?
You're supposed to justify it and I yell at you, but you're just like, 'cause I'm bad. And so I'm just like, okay, you won. I'm sort of done. You're obviously too sophisticated to be 2 years old. So like now we're just partners in crime. And whatever. It's fun. It's
That's
funny.
tough.
Everyone has a different experience. The rules can be.
Yeah, I
I
think
just think it would be interesting to talk about people who think they have these rules about boundaries. I thought it was really interesting how Max interacted with um, Kyla, who I do think is a control freak. He was able to lure her into like 10 hours of conversation to make that point, and then she ultimately shut him down anyways. But he was able to like really have these intimate. My interaction with Kyla was like that. I just was on some kind of panel. I told her shut the fuck up and stop babying everyone, stop mommying everyone. Whatever. It's like but then again, then I become banned from her thing or whatever.
you're
It's
banned.
interesting to I don't know. She actually did a whole deep dive into the Thorps. It was actually quite generous, although I think also somewhat ridiculous. She let me in chat. We interacted. She was one of the more generous people who kind of covered our material because she was like, I don't know a lot of things. I don't really know. This could be one of two things.
I'm
I
sure
don't want
she
to
leaned a
weigh in
lot
on
on
it.
the missing context and that she's not going to make a lot of prescriptions based on just what she can see in these clips.
Which I
Yeah.
think is correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Like ultimately you're an audience
She's a
member.
pretty fair person.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
it comes to like looking at a situation. Yeah.
Destiny is actually pretty good at that too, even with the Steven Crowder stuff. It was interesting that Grace and I were defending Steven Crowder against this accusation. And we were debating the two people in the sphere who were most kind of, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like they were the most sort of close to our side. Yet we ended up on different sides of the debate because they were like,
Yeah, I
well,
watched that.
there's a lot of missing context here. So it was interesting that we ended up in this vitriolic debate on which one I'm there. But see, I actually think debates can be the most interesting when you're actually not that far away. That's when a debate can be really interesting when there's just like I would love to debate Mr. Girl on whether super chats are immoral because we're not very far apart, but that's where like the kind of subtle stuff or whether streaming is inherently abusive or something like that. Those are the nuanced debates are the more interesting debates. Do you agree with me about because like
Yeah.
everyone has heard a million times
Look,
a
I'm a Mr.
super
Grill
liberal and
fan.
a super right wing person like, oh my god, you're just gonna talk past each other. You're not even using the same language. There's no sympathy. You know what I
I'm
mean? And
I'm a
the
Mr. Grill
left wing guy's
fan,
gonna call the other guy a Nazi. The right wing guy's gonna call this guy a commie. And like, what is the fucking point?
and I love the nuance of
Yeah.
the meta conversations.
Yeah.
People even I was a YouTube moderator for Mr. Grill, so I know the names in the community of like who
Yeah.
the people are regularly there. When he would get off into a big meta conversation or even a meta conversation about the meta conversation, I'm like so there. I'm like, this is fucking
Oh,
awesome.
really?
I
You like
love this.
that?
Yeah,
Do
because
you ever say to yourself when you're watching? I was watching this shit. And I'm like, at a certain point with Kyla, it's like I'm watching 3.5 hours of this, and there was apparently like 6 hours before this. And I'm like, do these people ever go to themselves like, what the fuck am I even talking about? It's so meta. Do you know what I mean? It's like I thought I was meta, but this is so meta that it's like,
no, it makes me feel really validated and seen. It clicked
yeah,
for me one day. If people have watched me before or watching right now, they'll have heard me say this. One time, I said something about how Mr. Girl talks, and my wife goes, "Yeah, he talks just like you." And I'm like, "Oh, that's the thing that I really like here is that when I'm talking to somebody, people will miss what I say, or they'll act like they didn't hear what I said, or they'll act like I agreed with them or something." And I'm like, "No, wait, stop." And
mm,
I have to have a meta conversation with people because I get really really frustrated in real life when I'm trying to talk to people and they do these things that people do when they talk to Mr. Girl. It happens to me all the time,
mm,
and it's like offensive to me that like somebody's gonna like pretend like they answered me and then not and then move on. Like, no, when I have a
mm.
problem with this again later, you're gonna be like, we already talked about this, but no, the fuck we didn't. You
Yeah,
pretended
yeah.
like you answered me.
You're saying let's. Yeah, he does this thing where he like catches something before it goes into like the usual bullshit, right? He'd
Yes.
catch it right there and go, wait, right there. Like with the boundaries thing, like, let's talk about how boundaries can be a way to control another person. That's not what healthy boundaries are. and then he'll listen. This is the thing I think that's great. He'll actually listen, and he's not that interested in sort of like pushing back. But then again, he will say, like, I'm angry, that hurt me. And
It's
not
talk
give
like that
ground on
too.
that. You know what I mean? And I think it's fascinating. I don't know that it makes any sense. Honestly, I'm more of like, I'm more rough and tumble. I came from a big family. I have a big family, but I have engaged obviously in conversations with Grace's mother that are like get unbelievably nuanced because we've been through this. Sometimes like this is a conversation that's like this is the 10,000th hour of,
Oh my
and like
god,
it's
dude.
you know what I mean. Like I think almost
You ever
literally
pull
you could
out
say
a
like
notepad and like circle things? Because like I've had to do that with my wife, and I don't know what it is about the way I communicate with some people. Like this is the thing that I'm talking about when we move
well,
on and talk about
I
this.
got whiteboard. I've
I'm
had
talking about
whiteboards. I
this.
bring out the catechism. I talk about Aristotle. I read the Bible. We've done exorcisms. The problem is for me, I'll admit I have a big personality. I think
Sure,
I'm sensitive. I think I can listen, but I definitely have a big personality. I'm a huge guy. I'm 6'8". I obviously understand I can
you're a fucking
be
giant,
involved
dude.
in bombast. People can find me overwhelming. What can happen, and I think may have happened with Grace's mother, is she wasn't quite. And so, being my spouse is something that, like, you got to be up for, right? It's not for every lady. I think most women would say, I could see how it'd be fun to be married to this guy. He's smart, he's charismatic, but he's a wild one. Like he's not like low, what do you call it? Low maintenance. He's a
Yeah,
high maintenance guy, but it could be a fun ride. I think in Grace's mother's case, she saw that the ride would be fun, but she wasn't really able to say like, "Can I handle this ride?" You know what I mean? So it was more
I
like
understand.
sometimes with a streamer might be really interested in having an audience member or a fan be their partner because oh, like you're into what I do, you'd be really supportive. I think that could be a big mistake on both sides. But it can be fun to have someone who like almost worships you, right? And you could say like, "Oh, that's going to be so validating. That's going to make me do better in my career." But there's a real danger in that that there's an imbalance ultimately
Yeah, you're
that
both
is
gonna
going
run
to
into that
that
inauthenticity that's
yeah,
there.
that person is going to come to resent the fact that you're not like really equal partners. That
Yeah,
in some sense she's like the disc like you could I think it's tricky. You could have done better socially on the social scale, but you
yeah,
chose someone who you thought was a better deal because she's going to be unbelievably loyal to you and sort of like but then I think what can happen is this person can become kind of obsessive and almost want to melt into you. And to when someone does that, says like kind of like what I want to do because I'm somewhat immature and I've been through a lot in life and I've been gaslit and I don't like know how to negotiate life is I want to melt into you. Um, it could be very difficult to get that person like to get their own feet.
yes.
If
I
you
think it's really
if you
important
say
to
like,
catch that. If you're in that
yeah,
position of the one being melted into, when my wife and I, our first few years together, I realized all of her personality that was developing was around things that I cared. And like I said, look, you're allowed to like the things that I don't
right,
like. You're allowed to do things that I don't want you to do. Okay.
yeah,
When I get mad that you're not treating me like an equal partner, I get mad when you're not treating you like an equal partner too. These are the kinds of balances you have to avoid the situations you're talking about. And if you have
right.
a fan or an audience member, that's never going to happen.
Right. And I think it's a danger on the right. And I know you would say obviously in some ways I'm a right wing seeming guy because I'm like Catholic, big
Yeah, I was going to
family,
ask you,
family values,
what
all
are
that
you?
stuff. But I am not on the right. And one of the difficulties in relationships is that when people on the right appeal often to like traditional values to say that the man is the head of the household, it should be exclusive and permanent. You should be open to having lots of children that can be misinterpreted and turned into like an unhealthy type of relationship that's like a LARP, if you know what I mean, like a LARP of like that we're living in the 19th century, that you're not a modern woman, that you know what I mean,
Yeah.
like and this thing of like she could say like, look, I hate feminism. I want to learn how to be feminine, And that could become this weird kind of almost like worship of the man that you could see how a guy on the right wing might be like, oh, perfect. I've always thought it'd be great to have a wife who's actually more like a daughter. I can form her to love what I love. Super unhealthy. All red flags.
Not
No,
just
no, 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 no,
unhealthy,
no, 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 no.
but it's gonna get boring too.
Yeah, it becomes ultimately it's ultimately like you're trying to create a mirror of yourself. So you're fucking yourself ultimately. Like, don't you want someone who's I'm not saying like opposites attract, because I don't think that's like altogether true, but like you should want to be with someone who has her own desires, her own self, who pushes back, right? Because that's a partnership. But you could see how it can seem like, oh, I really want to become like a traditional woman. But a traditional woman is actually, in real traditional culture, is a strong woman, is not melting into the man. That would be seen in a traditional culture as like, oh, no. Let's get you, like, who has female friends, who has a life of her own. You know what I mean? So it's like one of these things on the right that I'm very, very wary of, because I think, but that's why a conversation with someone who's obsessed with you, where you're trying to tell, this is what fucking killed me. You're trying to tell them, stop being so obsessed with me. Okay. Then they're going, okay, he told me not to be obsessed with him. I should listen to him. It's like, no, I am the last person in the world who should tell you this. Right. Any other person on planet Earth should tell you, get away from this guy. But if this is the only guy that you're listening to, and he's saying, stop being obsessed with me, this is not helpful. You're dead.
22. Yeah.
Yeah, because like now you're yelling at her, and she's like, "Oh my God, I want to be more obedient." You know, you're like, ah. So in the end, she ended up. I actually suggested to her, let's get a restraining order. Let's get the police involved. I think we just
is that the recent thing?
Space. So she went ahead and got a restraining order, like including my minor children, which is outrageous and crazy or whatever.
Is that what you're talking about?
So she got a restraining order.
You said you suggested that she get a restraining order. Is this the restraining order?
I wanted to go to the police. I don't know if they would have done it, but I wanted to go to the police and say, like, how is it we can say, like, at least, like, you know, let's take a year off. I don't want to be able to talk with her or her to be able to talk with me. Almost like a no fault restraining order. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Is that what had happened with the restraining order that did occur?
No. So she said, let's not be crazy. Let's not bring the police into it. And a couple of weeks later, she unilaterally created a story that's a total lie that I beat her, and then actually included my minor children in it, so that I was served papers. But you know what? In the end, fuck it. I'm glad she did, because someone had to stop it. Someone had to stop it. You know, and I'd like I'll. There needed to be some space. It was just crazy.
Charges? Are there like pending?
No, so interestingly, like there's been usually you can't get a restraining order unless there's a criminal charge.
That's why I'm curious. Yeah.
So there's been a recent innovation. We're in a blue state where like you can get an emergency order if there's a threat of like
a PPO, right? A PPO, personal protection order. That can just be like pulled from the court, right?
And the idea would be like, I can't wait until a hearing.
Yeah.
Like I'm in an imminent danger, which was bullshit. I mean, imminent danger. I mean, but whatever. I was like, and then I didn't even go to court to fight it, because I'm like, that's part of the obsession, bringing me to court and having drama. I was like, fuck it. If you want to do this, do it.
Because if she had evidence too, the court could she doesn't have to press charges. Court can press charges on people. I don't know. We got this idea from movies and shit. If a crime's done, the city will press charges on you, even if the person the crime was done to doesn't want to. They totally do that.
Yeah, it's weird because what she accused me of would be a crime, but she didn't. I think you have to at least bring it to the police before they will like file charges. So she could have.
Yeah, if the cops are called.
But she didn't call the cops. She just went to the court.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
You know, whatever. And the court didn't file it over to whatever. And I mean, she more or less openly said, like, I made this incident up. just to make sure I could get this. So like, I'm not gonna go to like whatever. Just I cannot fucking talk to you again. You know what I mean? And it's like, I actually love you. I really want you to succeed. But if I like, it was getting to the point where like, if I start a conversation with you, it puts me in this like, I want to kill myself thing because I'm feeling like I'm feeding the monster that I'm trying to starve. And like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a matter of reason. There's something here that's so
Yeah, I
crazy.
understand.
And whether I'm right or wrong about that, she would say it's me that's crazy. I don't even fucking care.
Yeah,
It has to stop. So
that's
I totally agree with it. I totally agree with it. I think it's wonderful, wonderfully liberating. But then in some ways, Grace picked up her mother's now she plays the same thing that she's obsessed with me, which is so weird because she's known me her whole life. And yet, like, you know, when your mother behaves a certain way towards your father, it's hard not to pick it up in subtle ways. All my kids do this to some degree.
that's
They're
what
like
kids
scared
do.
of their dad. So then it's like, I'm like, Grace, I'm just a person. I am a person, flesh and blood. I'm not God. I'm not the devil. I'm not like the most devious person in the world, nor am I like the least devious person. I'm just a person, you know, but it's really hard to get that through. And it makes for interesting content. And when people, again, almost all the early content, it's like opening that door and you seeing me like just frustrated out of my mind because usually when I went on camera was like, I can't do this privately anymore. I've got to get this on camera so that I feel protected, that at least this is out in the open. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
I understand that people are like, what in the fuck is going on here? I can't make sense of this. This guy's not, he's not an idiot. He's not stupid.
Yeah,
He's
that's why a lot of
claiming to
people
some ways
think.
be a victim, but he's the one doing the yelling. The wife seems toast, pleading, trying to placate him. The daughter somehow caught in the middle in a way that, like, she doesn't seem to know what the fuck's going on and would certainly be seen as someone who's dragged into something that isn't really any of her business. But it was like, it was just opening the door saying, like, make of it what you want.
I've seen one thing with your wife in it. It was like a clip from a YouTube video, and it was one of the craziest fucking things I've ever seen. And I
Yeah.
have to think that somebody, like the person who did that, like dug for the craziest thing they could find. Because it was like wow. I was like, what the fuck did I just see? That was weird. Which
Yeah.
is saying a lot for how long I've been on the internet. That it caught me off guard. Just like, whoa, that's
Yeah.
really weird. I assume that that's like a
It's not the Christian level stuff, like where it's like someone's having sex with their mother, that kind of gross stuff. Like no one's on drugs, but like within verbal communication, the emotional level is super high. It's like blood sport in a family. But let me tell you, there are a lot of families that, you know, I think a lot of people know that a lot of families have this kind of shit going on all the time, but they don't put
sure.
it on the internet. And I'm not so sure it's a bad thing. In the end, it ended up that Grace's mother totally turned against me and her while claiming that, you know, she sees her as a victim. But the vitriol was unbelievable. She made friends when I introduced her to Discord. I was like, "Oh, this would be fun." She found, well, I think people who are on the internet who are like dark triad types, who became like her friends, um, who were actually mostly in it for the car crash, but who actually interestingly did come to have like great amount of affection for her, but who really in many ways wanted to see the train smash, you know, or the plane smash into the mountain. And I don't think she saw that. But like she's, you know, whatever she found. And like I got trolled because I was like, okay, these people are trolls. You shouldn't trust them. She went all in. They
Oh
told
yeah.
her to like act in ways that were like totally play the victim, totally be the aggressor, go to the courts, get lawyers. And you know, it worked out okay, even though I, in a sense, trolled myself by introducing her to people who became like instigators of like my family falling apart. Well, fuck it. You know
Are
what I
the
mean?
are the people how would you describe your fan base? Like why do you think that they've like attached themselves to like your community?
one of the reasons is because we are super like we're not free speech advocates, but like because it was so crazy, I wanted everyone to be able to say like, make up your own mind. We are not I'm not interested in creating an echo chamber. I hate echo chambers. I know I come from a generation where I kind of like ball busting. I don't really like affirmation as a guy. To me, the like love language of men is ball busting. Just,
Yeah, if I
like I
like you,
don't
I'm
want
gonna fuck
people.
with you. Let me
Yeah,
find
that's how
what makes you
yeah.
different. I'm gonna fuck with you about it. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, it's like calling a guy, a slur is like when I grew up was like a way of saying like, unless you are being like homophobic
Oh.
about it, it's just like a way of saying like, we're bros.
Yeah, the fat guy in your group, you're gonna make fun of him for being fat. That's his way
Yeah,
in.
right.
That's his way
Right.
into being able to throw it back. Yeah.
Right. And if he can't lean into it and kind of realize, yeah, I'm fat. All right, but like let's not do this the whole even the black guy, like we're gonna make black jokes, right? Just to vet you. And then we'll
Yeah.
stop and you're just a person. But I still like live by that code. I think it's funny. It can get boring if every, the black guy always has to be of the black guy, black guy, black guy. It's boring.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
ultimately that's just like a kind of vetting
We want to
process.
razz each other. We're not trying to harass each other.
Yeah,
Because
it's
it
like
is an
you're also a
affectionate
human
thing.
being. You're not just a black person.
Yeah.
But I do that with Jewish people too, whatever. And because it's out there, you know what I mean? It's out there.
I
Everyone
always
knows it's
say
out there.
it's like when we get you, it's like different. Like that's how you do it.
Hmm.
It's like basically you're sort of pointing a spotlight on the thing that makes this person unique in the friend group.
So I actually think our fan base, because it was going on for so long with so little resolution, and people started to see this is actually more complicated than saying Courtney is the victim, Ben is the perpetrator, especially when Grace leaned to my side in some ways. Well, in a lot of ways. But they're just like I've seen so many people go, I took a I
1
took
second. There
I
we
took a
go.
trip down the Thorpe rabbit hole. Do not go there. You know what I mean? So it's like if you're into if you're into psychology, you're into drama, it can pull you in, but there are no easy answers. And there's a type of person that is likes being in that space. Either because they're malicious and want to just foment it so it just blows up, or because they're actually just really interested in where this is going to go. And so I respect our fans because a lot of times it's like it seemed like this is going nowhere. You're just looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. How many times can a girl come on and cry about her mother? How many times can a guy come on and say like women these days, they're driving me crazy. Crazy, you know what I mean? So I'm like, because like beefing with Stardust is fairly simple. Nobody really cares. But like when like these are people who have a family, who have fairly young children. CPS was brought in. The police were brought in.
Because of your content?
Yeah.
Okay, that was another thing that I was gonna ask about.
There was a criminal investigation by the city where the city came in and breached my first right. And then I had to go to the chief of police and go, why is this guy telling me not to do X, Y, and Z content? This is America. And he's like, yeah, that's true. I'm going to talk with
Yeah.
that guy. So, I've never had hardly any interactions with the police other than speeding. But now I'm talking to the chief of police of a fairly big city. I don't know if he was the chief, but he was big. And he actually was
He's the guy
weighing in.
they chose to send down, yeah.
Well, actually,
He wasn't
first they send the boys in blue. The boys in blue, for the most part, were like, this is internet shit, but we have to follow up on it. But it's so fucking crazy. Yeah, at one point there was a guy, super nice guy, but he's there at 2 a.m., which of course is disruptive to the younger kids who are going to school. And they know that. And they're like, I'm sorry to have to do this, but there's a guy named King Penis on Discord, right? And he's half laughing but half apologizing to her that he even has to say this word, who's saying that, and he may be your brother, which actually wasn't true, but kind of seemed true at the time. And he's like, we have to follow up on these things because we got an anonymous tip line. I don't know who this could have been. Anyone in the world. I don't know if this thing is a joke, right? But you feel bad for the officer because he's just saying like,
he's
it's my
navigating a
job.
really weird thing right now.
And he was actually saying to Grace privately, taking her out of the house, which of course you should talk to her. It's saying like, is your dad somehow made you a sex slave? Which I don't even know what that means, right? Like, are you free to leave, right? Like, okay, I don't even know what the crime that would be.
I'll explain it to you off stream.
But your own daughter?
Yeah,
I don't know, like in what way. I mean, I guess you could say, like, are you being trafficked by your dad and not allowed? Are you falsely imprisoned in a sense? You can't leave.
I would just sort of tease in there.
Not with chains. I mean, I don't think they were saying like, are there like manacles that he chains you to? But it's kind of a weird thing because it's not even like necessarily. It wouldn't even necessarily be illegal to emotionally manipulate your adult daughter to stay as long as she's free to go. I don't really know how, and they didn't even really know. I think they were just like, dude, you should get a divorce. This is crazy, And of course, they're not supposed to give you legal advice like that.
I know when people hear you say that, this is where people get mad at you, and I don't think it's your fault. When they hear you say that, they're thinking that because you said it's not illegal to emotionally manipulate your daughter to stay, that what you're saying is that, like, it'd be fine if I did that. I understand that's not what you're saying.
It's not a legal issue.
You're saying that the cops, even if that was happening, the cops don't have a right to be there. So for the things that they are there for are extra ridiculous.
Yeah, it's law enforcement. I understand.
Yes.
Law enforcement.
I just wanted to put that criticism to rest before people said anything about it.
Yeah, oftentimes police officers just want to help a situation, right? So there's maybe there's and they don't know how, especially anonymous tip lines are difficult because anyone can say anything, right?
Yeah.
You're anonymous. You can.
It's kind of like a soft swatting.
Yeah, this is how it happens with swatting, right? It's like it's a real problem for law enforcement. If it became widespread, they'd be spending all of their time, right, and not available.
They'd have to close down the tip lines.
Yeah, but of course, then you say like, well, victims need a voice or whatever. People need to be able to say things, and it's a big problem. It's just a big problem. Anonymous rape allegations, the classic case of like, geez, like how is that not weaponizable? If an anonymous, obviously that could be used just to like attack your enemies. Anonymous rape allegation, right? Like it's unprovable. Where it's a classic sort of legal disaster.
There's a reason why you have the right to face your accuser.
Yeah, right. It's not traditional, but also like the idea of a man showing up with a gun to serve me papers when I haven't even been accused of a crime is also traditionally like that's a no-go. And when he came here, I was like, I haven't been accused of a crime. Why are you handing me papers? I want to be, I want to be taken. You should arrest me. And he's like, well, man, this is how it goes, and you can, in 6 weeks, you can like make your case to the judge. And I'm like, well, but how is this law enforcement?
I get it.
You're not even saying I broke a law, but it's this gray area, and I get it's victims' rights, and like there probably are situations in which that saves a life, but we're blurring it,
Yeah, I had a cop came up to me and told me that I couldn't yell at my ex-wife. We were in a big old parking lot, like big, and I was just like, I'm allowed to yell at her. Like, what the fuck? I ain't touching her. Like, if you even knew why I was yelling, you might be yelling with me. And I sort of got to a point where I was like, all right, if I don't stop arguing with him, he might find a reason to arrest me here.
Yeah, right.
So I just said, fine, whatever. And I just shot her a look like, fucking bitch. Like, you didn't even say nothing. You didn't even say, like, because she knew when I was yelling, too. She knew, like, I'm so hard to get to that point. I'm a very hard person to make angry. In fact, most of the time, we're like, hey, look, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to get mad. Because this is making me really upset. I don't want to get there. So I work hard to avoid it. So, like, it's crazy to me that a cop came over and told me that, like, I don't appreciate your style of communication right now. But I do understand.
You can make an argument
if
it's a public place. If it's a public place and you're yelling, if it's late at night, people are trying to go to sleep.
It was in the middle of the day.
Public disturbance,
Yeah, it was the middle of the day and stuff. But, like, I get it. That, too, probably could save a life. Like, because there's
sometimes,
or at least save a trip to the hospital, because I imagine that a cop's seen plenty of times where a guy was just yelling at a woman, and then later on he gets the call saying that she got the shit beat out. I get it, but it doesn't make me feel any better when it's happening to me. Afterwards, I can reflect and say, like, Sure, I get it. I can't say that we shouldn't do this, but like
his heart was in the right place. He was just trying to calm a situation down. But technically, he's not there to do that. He's
yeah,
not
but when
big
it's
brother.
happening to
He's
you, you
not your
feel
big
that weight.
bro.
Yeah, you
Right.
feel the government's weight down on you when you're
Yeah.
having an emotional response, being told like, as a voice of the law, you're not allowed to have this kind of response. It's
Right.
fucked up.
Even here, and here's like, like a real sort of, if I'm accused of incest, okay, in the state of Rhode Island, that's been decriminalized. It's not why I live in the state of Rhode Island. I was born and raised here. Okay. But technically speaking, it's none of a police officer's business if incest is openly going on because it's not a crime. That doesn't mean that I'm an advocate of it. I'm just saying
That makes more sense as
a
to why
police
you would have.
officer
I've
should
heard you
have
say
nothing
that
to say
before.
about that.
I've heard you say that before, and I was like, why would he say, like, impress upon that it's not illegal? I understand now. That means that there's no reason that you should have to interact with the police because somebody thinks that.
It's not a police officer's business. I agree as a man, like incest. I don't know that I don't know that criminalizing it makes much sense because I think most of these situations in which there's genuine incest, not just like I would say in our case there was like incestuous, like you could call it emotional, like there was weird dynamics. Okay, that's not incest in any state, but but where there is incest, like I do think what you would want is like
Make
social workers. You know
You
what I
would want
mean?
to
You
make sure
don't
that there's
want
not
cops.
something extra fucked up going on. I actually have a
Yeah,
question about what you just said, but we've been going for a while. I gotta take a leak. Can you hang
yeah,
out for a second?
sure. I'm
Okay.
gonna too. I'm
Okay,
good.
cool. Wow, what good timing, huh?
Sorry, folks. I just realized I'm in my boxer shorts.
Same sized bladder, I guess. We both got here at the same time.
Grace made me realize, like, I don't know, on the internet, you sometimes forget the camera's on. I'm wearing boxer shorts,
Yeah,
and
sometimes I have to check
whatever.
myself because I wear pajamas a lot, and sometimes they have like a rip in the front. Like, oh, I can't wear these while I stream. I'm just begging for a 3-day ban.
Yeah, right, right. Someone said once I was wearing boxers, and like they caught a. I did a what's that movie? You know the movie where the woman crosses her legs and you can see a little bit.
Basic Instinct.
Yeah, Basic Instinct, the Sharon Stone moment. But whatever. I don't think that actually happened. But you do have to be careful. And I
Uh,
do agree you shouldn't be showing your genitals, but like it's just kind of a funny situation. But anyways, yeah, you had a question. You wanted to ask me a question, did you say?
Yeah, you said that there was incestuous, like emotional thing. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, I really would. I do appreciate you allowing you to say this. So I looked into this a little bit because we were being accused of it, and I was like, okay, like how does this work? And there were some tensions. So if you have, for example, this can work in different ways, but like if you have a situation in which you have a mother, a father, and a daughter, okay, and there's a father-daughter issue. It's usually father-daughter with parents, mother-son. Obviously, it's usually
Is it
opposite
typically
sex.
how bonding through parents happens more closely? Yeah.
And even there's a normal way in which, like, dads and their daughters have a certain special
That's
relationship.
what I
They go
mean.
to a dad-daughter
Little
dance.
boys go to their mothers more, and then little girls go
Yeah.
to their fathers more. This is like a pretty well known dynamic, I think.
Yeah, these are like basic sort of Freudian, things like it can get a little crazy. But when the dynamics get thrown off, there can be one of three things, like, but you have to You have to go way back in the literature to find this. Okay, it can be that the father is predatory on the daughter and that the mother has no idea what's going on. But that is extremely rare,
Sure.
except maybe when there's been a separation and the daughter goes to see the father and he intimidates her not to talk about it to her mother. Okay, but that's
If you live in the same
quite
house, how
rare if the
closely are you
mother's
paying
there that
attention?
she's not gonna know what's going on, and we've seen some videos 'cause, like and actually, we know some people who have a similar thing, and it okay, now it can also be, and this one you almost never hear in the literature, it can be that the daughter is predatory on the father. Um, you're not supposed to say this, but teenage girls can be predators. And we tend as a culture to say, no, 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 no way we're going to blame the kid. And I agree, basically, that should, but it is possible. But again, extremely rare that
I'll grant you it's
that's what's
possible.
going on.
You can have a 10-year-old fucking deliberate on purpose murderer, okay?
Yeah.
Just almost never happens, but sometimes it do.
I've seen, I'll be honest, I've seen some porn with this kind of stuff. And like a lot of times for some reason, the
Can you
porn,
clarify that?
the like incest porn, which I
Okay.
don't think is a big deal.
I'm
But
just saying, like, we're talking about non-teenagers, yeah?
I mean, these are all actors.
Okay. Look, this is more for your benefit. I'm very confident I know what you mean. But if I don't ask you to clarify, people like on Drowsy's stream,
Oh,
Ben
you
Thorp
mean like
admits to
actual
watching
incest
CP.
porn?
Yeah, yeah,
No,
with
no,
like,
no, 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 no. I mean that whole stepsister. It's a big genre.
oh, I've
Okay.
never seen anything. I've seen all the porn, bro. All the legal porn.
Yeah. I mean, they're clearly not related and whatever, but like
Yeah.
it's an interesting dynamic. It's interesting why people are interested in it. I do think that's one of the reasons why people accuse things. They've watched too much of this porn. But usually the daughter is saying something like, and I don't know who the porn's for. I assume it's for men. But the daughter is saying, like, "I really wanna go to this concert, and mom
Yeah.
won't let me go." And he's like, "Well, I think you should listen to your mother." And she's like, "Is there anything I could do to go to the concert?" And she puts her hand on his leg or something, and he's like, "What? Your mother would not approve of that." You know what I mean? Anyways, and of course, she gets to go to the concert,
Carefully
and he's got
implying
a smile
he
on
would
his
be fine
face.
with it if mom was.
Yeah, like, he's a
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
guy,
yeah.
and he's like, maybe it's to make men feel like we're not into porn, but if the daughter was the predator, we can be okay to watch this together, you
I
know?
think that's still the dad, the
So
predator. The daughter's the predator, and the ones who are like, if you don't show me how to have sex with my boyfriend, then I'm gonna tell mom that you raped me. And it's like, well, I guess
okay,
dad
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
have a choice anymore. What can he do? Those are the
Well,
ones where I would say,
you don't think if it's a girl who's saying like, "I want, like, you to give me resources that I wouldn't otherwise get, um, by doing you a sexual favor, like, by usually, servicing you." Um, that's sort of predatory, right?
I think it's an attempt at predatory. But if the dad says, yeah, he's instantly the predator now.
You think so?
Yeah, because kids are supposed to be stupid and do and say stupid things. Like I
Yeah,
would say,
well, of
my
course, the
role as a
problem is
parent.
these girls are all of age, and
Yeah,
many
yeah,
of them are
yeah, yeah.
obviously in their
I
20s.
I think
So
that the
we're not
porn
talking
is
about an 8-year
fine.
old.
I think the
Well,
porn is
whatever.
fine, but
So, anyways, so
yeah.
that's possible to have a predatory daughter. It's like the brat thing. You find it in actually like older literature. It was actually Freud's idea is that the girl is usually penis hungry, that kind of thing. I think that's not healthy. I think that like, he just saw everything as girls obsessed with their dad's penis. Like I think that was his like whole philosophy. And that's like it's super misogynistic, I think. But yeah, I do think that could happen. But in almost all cases where it's within the family, the problem is, and I think the literature does bear this out, the problem is that the mother who naturally acts as, in a sense, the buffer for the
Mhm.
girls, like, guiding her through becoming a young woman, and also obviously meeting the father's sexual and emotional needs as a spouse, is somehow unable to negotiate that without that buffer, this there's always going to be tension. When I do believe that it's normal. Any father will tell you that if he has a daughter who's attractive, she hits puberty, there's going to be a little bit of tension, right? Because he's going to notice that she's a beautiful young woman. and he's a man. It's, I don't think, a big deal at all, but it's not nothing, right? You have to adjust the relationship to say, like, I need to treat you like a young woman now, not like daddy's little girl, right? And it's just naturally are saying, like, if you're not going to be sitting on
Sure.
my lap, like a kiss
You
on the
need
lips
you
is
need
now
to
going to be
behave.
weird.
You need to behave like the eyes that I guess are on your streams are on you because
Yep.
how you feel about your kid isn't the only thing that matters anymore. There's certain boundaries that have to be put up because
Yeah, and it's natural. It's natural that
sure.
you say, like, "Oh, I'm so glad, that she's a beautiful young woman, and, I understand that young men are now gonna be interested in her, and I'm gonna protect her to some degree from predatory men, but also I want her to attract young men." Like, I think all this is normal,
Yeah, I get.
you
I
know?
always say your job as a parent of a teenager is to let them practice having freedom,
Yeah,
and when
right,
they fuck
and
up,
she
you
can
need
make
to
her
correct it.
mistakes, right, and I'm not gonna overparent, but I'm not gonna underparent either, and it's a tough whatever. Okay,
Sure.
whatever, right? But, like, but in this case, that was what it was, and, like, maybe it's my fault for not seeing that Grace's mother just was unable to deal with her maturity, um, and instead of, well, there were problems within our relationship that had been getting worse and worse, and her relationship with Grace, I had no idea, had become extremely alienated, so that, um so that when that kind of like, "Hey, I wanna resolve things with you guys. Can I watch TV with you?" Which shouldn't be a big problem at all for parents, and I spoke with her mother about it and was like, "I'm not sure this is totally okay," and she was like, "I think it's fine. She just sees you as a big teddy bear," and I was like, "Okay." But then, after a while, it became obvious that, like, her mother wasn't comfortable with, like, this situation, but wasn't dealing with it.
Wait.
And
So
so now I've got this girl,
go ahead. Continue.
in this situation where she's like getting, like, feeling close to me, and I want her to feel close to me. I want her. I don't want to send her back. Like, there's something I couldn't even get it out of her. Like, I'm wanting to talk with her. I want her to say, like, okay, if you're really lonely, and then I start also learning, like, that her relationship with mother has deteriorated to the point where there's, like, significant sort of abuse going on. Right? It's like sort of abusive. It's like you're being mistreated because she doesn't really know how to deal with you as you got older. And then so I'm sympathetic, and then the mother's getting, I'm kinda like, "Well, what's going on here? Why you're treating her like this?" And then, right, so it becomes this thing where things start breaking apart, which probably should have broken apart years before. But
Well,
once
where's
it
the
starts going in that way, then it becomes in an immature person's mind, in her mother's mind, she started seeing me being sympathetic with my daughter as an emotional affair that I was having with another woman, and started to use language like that. And I was like, "What are you talking about? That's our daughter." You know? But the language kept coming into it like, "I get that your emotions are towards her, not me." And I'm like, "What do you mean? You're my wife. She's my daughter. What are you talking about?" You know? And, and I could see she was just over her head. In retrospect, she was just over her head. Kinda had never really, like, understood what I thought she was understanding. Like, your kids are gonna get older, and, of course, you're gonna have to, like, embrace the fact that your kids are adults, including your daughters, and you're not gonna be competitive with them, but you're gonna, like, absolutely, like, take backstage to them being adults and going through all the things that young adults go through. But it didn't happen, and it became like, and I think like, what became obvious is that she was faking the whole thing from day one. Faking
who?
a spousal thing. Her mother, she never really knew how to handle me. In retrospect, I could see, like, the red flags. It was, like, more of an obsession than an equal relationship. And
Okay.
when the kids were young, you've had kids, right? So,
I
young
have
kids,
kids.
it's almost impossible. Like, you can be with someone who's, like, almost out of their mind crazy. If you have young kids, everyone's having a good time, unless they're so crazy that, like, they're gonna endanger little kids. But for the
Sure.
most part, it's just delightful to have little kids. It kind of papers over. And, as a guy who just wasn't looking for red flags, I was like, "Oh, she's a great mom. She loves little kids. She loves being a mom. They're so delightful. We're having a great time." I did notice that she didn't she turned all of her attention to the little kids and kind of neglected the spousal relationship. But it wasn't a big red flag because I was like, well, good, the kids should have her, but I
Kids are
see I
more
should have.
important, is what you're
Yes,
thinking,
but
yeah?
but
Well, I'm
what
not saying
kids need
that's
more than anything else is like that parental bond to be strong. So
yeah, I'm not
should
saying but that's what you were thinking, yeah? Like,
that's
because they're
the
more important than
thinking
me?
is like, yeah, you're kind of being a white knight. You're saying like, well, my needs are in second place, obviously. But I would just say to any young men who are like in a marriage, like, do not let that happen. Don't let that happen because the spousal relationship actually has to take priority to the parental relationship in a certain way.
So
You need
no,
to
you're
say to your
right.
kids, we're getting a babysitter and your mother and I are going to spend some time alone. And if you don't want to do that, there's a problem with you. You know what I mean?
You're the thing I think the most toxic thing that we put on to people who have families or kids is the idea that your kids always come first. But here's
Well,
the thing: is that in what way do they come first? Because in order for me to be the best father that I can, my life separate from my kids has to be good and fulfilling. Otherwise, I'm going to be less of me, and I'm
right,
not going to be able to have the kind of energy that I need to be a good and supportive father. I always say I have a
right.
duty to myself first, so that I can be a good husband and a good
Well, but
father.
also you want to teach your kids that being an adult is really fun. You know what I mean? Because otherwise they'll want to be a kid forever. If they you know what I mean? It's inverted. It's like this is about you growing up and enjoying being an adult. This is not about worshiping children. And you could
Yes,
say that seems selfish, but they need to see that their dad is happy to be a man, or they won't want to be a father, right? Like it's this weird reversal. I think the same is true of women. You may not agree with me on that, but like I think women are most happy when men are happy. And like it's true that a good man will also want to make the woman happy. I think this works in sexual desire. It's like women want to get turned on by men being turned on by them, which is a turn on for them, which also turns the man on. But it's like you have to get it right in the sense that um, it is sort of the man is sort of the source of it. You know what I mean? The sexual desire, and the woman is sort of like secondary, but it's not in a negative way. You could disagree with me about that, but there is obviously
I think that
a
this
dynamic
is
there.
typical. This is typically the way that it works. Typically, in a heterosexual relationship, the man is seen to be the one who cultivates the desire
Right,
and then expresses that desire by giving the woman what she wants, which is really what he wants to give her. But what she's receiving is that desire, which is going to make it's sort of like it's like a cyclical
right,
thing.
right,
And you're probably in a good relationship if this is happening naturally and nobody's having to like LARP it out.
right. That's right. You don't have to think about it. But if you just look at penis, vagina, a man is like really just feels great in there. A woman is largely it's not similar, but she's loving the fact that he's loving it.
Yeah, I
And
think this
it's
is super
also
normal. I think this is
yeah,
super
right.
normal and typical. Obviously, I think that there's it's totally acceptable when there's exceptions to this and all that, but I think this is
Yeah.
generally how it
And
goes.
a woman's pleasure is important too, but you can just see like a woman's vagina doesn't have the same sensitivity when a man penetrates deep into it in the sense that she's going to get an it's hard for her to get an orgasm that way. Whereas the guy is like, that's what it's all about. Okay. It's yeah, right. It's just normal. I'm not saying anything controversial. And I understand it can have different twists and turns. I'm actually very liberal when it comes to all that stuff, but I do think that is like normal. It's
Uh,
normal.
there's-
Physiologically normal. But anyways, I don't even know what point was I making.
I was asking which part was
Oh,
incestuous, but
the
one
mother
second.
thing.
Somebody who's a member of your community, Ride, and he's been in my stuff for a little bit now, said God, family, self, family comes before self. So there's it's a weird
Yes,
way. Like when you write it out like this, it's hard to have any issues with it. But when people say this, they take it in such a weird way. So, like for instance,
yes,
family comes first. Therefore, my job comes before my family. If my job needs me, and says, "Hey, I need you to be here," and my family has to sacrifice like some of my time with them or what they want, job comes first because my family needs what I'm providing from that job. In the
right.
same way that if I don't take care of myself and prioritize my own happiness and well-being, my family is going to get a shit version of me to give
Yeah,
to them. So
right.
you can't think of it as a linear thing. It has to be
Prudence might dictate that you've got to just go to work and make the money because otherwise the whole thing falls apart. So you have to prioritize your boss's needs, right? That doesn't mean
that's
that
how you're
you're
putting your family
actually,
first.
yeah, right. In the actual workings out of life, it's often more complicated. And when people try to simplify it, um, but I also think like there's a weird way in which, like you and I agree, kids come first in a family. Yes. But I would also say that the spousal relationship is the foundation without which, if that's not strong, the family is in a seriously precarious situation that you should address. And that didn't happen in our family. It was left to kind of this spousal relationship, which never really, to be honest, worked. There were intimacy issues from the beginning that I felt like, well, I'll just ignore them because I love kids. I'm not that into like gratifying myself. That kind of thing that like a lot of conservative guys feel like is like, look, it's not about me. Like that's an immature. That was the teenage me that wants to get my rocks off. Okay. But no, you should make sure to get your rocks off. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You actually like Catholic canon law. We had a priest say like it's like a mortal sin for you not to get your rocks off unless there's something really wrong here. It's like, it's a weird kind of thing, but it's like in the law of the church that like this has to occur, right? And so, yes, you shouldn't make it a priority. If the kids are hungry, you shouldn't say like, let's fuck more, right? That's kind of immature. But if there's a problem with intimacy,
Yeah.
you can't paper it over with endless, and it actually can become a temptation to turn your energy towards your kids to avoid dealing with that. And that is going to blow up when those kids get older. Because the
I
ultimate thing
see.
is those kids are not going to be there at a certain point. Though, like if you can make it to empty nest point, you're
Yeah.
gonna have to like say like, okay, I barely know you. I probably hate you at this point, and like you know, but oftentimes it hits before that. And that's a typical midlife thing where you're saying like, I've done this for long enough. I've been waiting for the intimacy. It's not happening. But shit, now we've got 6 kids. I'm just super busy. But like
So are you saying the
when
incestuous part is that you focused on developing the bonds with your children since it wasn't available from your wife?
I think what happened in that situation is that spouse I was assuming like when so like just to like be to make it like just almost like an explicit analogy. When Grace came into our bedroom and I turned to her and said like, "So we're okay with this, right? Like we're going to like I think she needs some help." I was assuming this is not a big deal at all. You know what I mean? Like well, of course,
Yeah, that would
this
seem
is no big
automatic to
deal.
me.
We're going to be here for her, but we should like start a conversation. It's it started exposing something that I had no idea, but now in retrospect, I could have seen it all the way from breastfeeding that there was a problem with the maturity level of her mother. That's how I see it. You're free to interview her, anyone can interview her, whatever. But there was a problem there that I had like been kind of not paying attention to because again, like I was raised in a family by a single mother, so I didn't see parents interacting in a healthy way. um that then this thing which could have been a minor problem, oh, you're lonely, we want to be here for you, maybe we should talk more, we should connect more, but it started like what happened is there became a when you hear your what you think is your wife saying, I can see your emotions, sort of like you're having an emotional affair with our daughter, it starts to send up like real red flags like, what the hell are you talking about?
I think I'd
you know
respond really aggressive. I'd be
And
I'd
then
be
but
really
then she
mad
catches
to hear
herself and
that.
she's like she catches herself and goes, "No, I didn't mean that." Right? And then you get the sense like, "Oh, okay, wait a second. Am I being manipulated? Are, have you been faking something for a very, very long time?" And like cuz like I'm not feeling like we're that confidence of saying like, "Of course our daughter is feeling alienated." But then you start hearing stuff where my daughter, our daughter is saying like, yeah, this thing with mom hasn't been going well for a long time, but I haven't told you about it because I didn't want to, and I'm kind of like, I'm not okay with that. I'm going to bring it to her attention again. But you
Kids
can see
shouldn't
how
be
this
protecting their
exacerbates
parents.
it. This exacerbates it, right? And now it looks like 2-on-1. And I'm saying, well, what's going on here? Of course, we're going to work this out together, but it is a little more like, um, and it's always the three of us. It's always the three of us. I'm saying, like, I do not want to be off alone with Grace having these conversations. I'm going to bring this right to your mother. We're going to keep communicating, which I think is a healthy instinct. But then at a
Yeah.
certain point, you realize, like, she doesn't want to hear it. And like, her mother doesn't want to deal with this and is seeing herself as, like, increasingly a victim of this situation. And I'm like, okay, whoa, what is going on here?
Who's
But you've
she
got kids,
protecting?
you've got a business. I
You
think
know?
what was going on was, from the beginning, like I said, it wasn't an equal partnership. And I think you could get married. I have a lot of sympathy for this. I think you could get married because you're able to take the vows to say, in sickness and in health, I'll be there with you. But then I think you can also say, I would like to be the person who can make these vows. I want to be a traditional mother.
Sure.
And it can seem like those two things are both legit. One of them
No.
is not at all legitimate. You should not aspire to being a wife and mother. You should like Thomas Aquinas says, that you can't give what you don't have. You cannot take a vow that you don't have the maturity to, like, say, like, I can absolutely do this. So whatever, people make mistakes, but then it started to become clear, like, oh, you've been faking it. And now that the kids because it's easy when kids are young to just fake it, everyone's happy. When the kids get older, you can see now, like, all of them are sort of saying, like, something wrong with mom. I'm getting a lot of hostility. I'm trying not to be someone who's saying, like, okay, what's wrong with you? Right. Cause then but, like,
So it's
well,
not
like,
just
let's get
Grace?
real. So, and then I'm saying, like, okay. And then they're like, these kind of things, like, mom's been a little weird with me sexually, not in any way that's like a big thing, but, like, she's not, when I had my period, she kind of just didn't want to deal with it. She has a kind of negative view of sexuality. There's, like, all this weird stuff. At one point, Grace's mother said, like, we were outside, and there were, like, swans, and she's like, I have a problem with, like, male swans impregnating female swans. And I was like, what? You know what I mean? And it was kind of funny in a way, but it's like, I don't think you've really made sense of sexuality, which then makes it understandable that there have been intimacy issues. You know what I mean? Like, and, like, how
Sure.
can we kind of, like, make everyone win here when there's, like, a kind of glaring problem that then of course at a certain point, me and Grace, like, I would sometimes, like, meet her after school and say, like, okay, what's going on with mom? Right. And now it becomes like, okay, now it all, like, and I just, like, we just want to be friends. Okay. But it does kind of feel like, okay, we're being emotionally intimate, right? Because I'm talking about her mother to her, but in a sense, Grace has said, like, I want you to help me with this situation, and I'm
Mm.
not going to say, like, I just take your mother's side, carte blanche. Like, you're telling me stuff. I brought it to her. She's saying I'm not dealing with it. You know what I mean? And it's, like, very hard. But I really was like, I think everyone could win. We just need to talk it through. Wherever we're at, we just need to, like, figure out what makes sense. But I think it just was caught too late, and it just,
Did you say
you know
the
what I
other
mean?
kids
Like,
said this too?
there was always a kind of way in which there was a shit show going on, right? Like, it was
He had 6 fucking kids. You didn't have to tell me it's a shit show. I know it's a shit. You had 6 kids, 2
right.
parents. It's gonna be, sure.
Yeah, but right. And you could say, like, yeah, it's gonna be messy, but, like, we had rats living in our house at a certain point, and the kitchen wasn't kept clean, which you could say, okay, kids are messy, but at a certain point you say, actually, this is substandard. This is a person who's not, like, having sort of, like, and you know what I mean? And then it just became clear that, like, there's been this, like, incredible anxiety. Um, and she's saying, like, I can't deal with you. Like, I find you overwhelming. You know what I mean? And there's just not a return to normalcy. There's a kind of falling apart.
Did this
And
kind of
like
happen all at once after Grace came and talked to you?
it kind of happened like in this way that her mother just stopped like interacting and was almost like catatonic, and just like all the kids would say like, "Mom, I just asked you a question." She was like, "What? What?" You know what I mean? So she had this sort of like, I know what you call it,
Sorry,
like
this
a
is
lapse.
I don't want to come off as disrespectful of her or anything like that when I asked, like, was
No,
there any drug use at all?
not really, not really. But like she would start, she started drinking more, and you know, but I, whatever. I just think prior to getting married to me, now that I look at it, and I didn't like to be like, it's good to be a red pill guy. She had way more sexual partners than I had had. She had used substances right until like meeting me recently. I don't think she had cleaned up all of the messes like from her past, and she had a very, very rough, brutal kind of. Her parents separated. I was always sympathetic, but in a certain sense, you have to do that work on your own. And a partner should say, like, whatever. Ideally, you've got to like resolve that before we bring children into our life, because that's going to, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, your job is
at
to
the,
support her through that journey, not to take her on it.
yes, that's right. Or to say to her, like, I think you need to get there. Like, this is the problem. A lot of guys will say on the
When I
right
say
is like,
support, I mean she has to do the work on herself. You can give her the space to do that. If she needs
and
you
I
to
had,
do something to like go away
right.
or whatever, or can you, help me go to this place? I got to talk to this person. These are the
We
kind of
all
ways you can
have
support.
baggage. The idea that like you can only get married when you've got everything worked out. No, but
Yeah.
you need to get to a point where you're like good with things that have happened in your past, and you're in this relationship going to continue maturing.
Yeah.
If you're at the point where you're actually saying like, I want you to do it for me, I just throw myself at you and I want you to fix everything, that's a disaster.
Yeah.
Right. And
Yeah,
like in
absolutely.
retrospect, I should have said, like, you've got issues you need to solve. I'm not going to be your dad. Go see your dad and work them out, because you don't want to be a dad to your spouse, and you don't want a woman to be a mom to her husband.
I think
Cannot do
you can
that.
both play those roles at times, but
A little
it
bit.
should not be the norm by any stretch.
Yeah, a little bit you can, of course, and a little bit you're mother-like, right? Like, "Oh, here's my boobs. Have fun with them." Okay, yeah, absolutely. Like, that might be a little bit of a mommy
Well,
thing where
it's
you know what I mean? But it shouldn't be primarily like, I'm now going to like, I as a man am going to like sort of, uh, what's it called? Re regrade, like, I've always wanted to be a little boy and have a mom run my life. I wanna sort of drop being an adult because it's too stressful.
yeah.
You just be the mom, and I'll be the naughty boy who's just sort of an idiot. No,
Yeah,
you
I
have to
agree.
be seeing it as an opportunity for growth, not a way to avoid, like, being an adult. And I don't think that's, we both had baggage, but I don't think she was there in retrospect, and no big deal. You know what I mean? No big deal. We got 6 beautiful kids, but I just think she had made such a commitment to playing the role of a wife and mother. It was so important to her identity that she couldn't say, maybe maybe I I overshot it, and I need to like say, okay, maybe we weren't married. Like, I know about Catholic theology. I was like, I don't know that we were ever married. Um,
I
because
understand the
that
whole thing
maturity
about the
wasn't
annulment
there.
now.
Yeah,
That
that's
makes
the idea
sense.
of it. And it's easier than saying like one of us did wrong. It's just saying like maybe it wasn't there and you thought it was close enough and no one caught it. No big deal. But we you can't do that with children. You can't say, "Oh, I got in over my head, so I'm out of here." You just can't do that. So I
Yeah.
was like fine with the marriage thing. At first, I was like, "Why are you doing this? Like, what the fuck?" You know, and I was like angry. You said it yourself. Like, I'd be inclined to anger. Like, why are you
Yeah.
turning on our daughter? But then you realize, like, actually, there's a lack of maturity here, and it's like you can't help yourself because you're over your head. And but
I think,
still, you want to
how could you
say
think that of
like,
me? You're my wife. How could you
yes,
fucking think that of me? Like, how
right
have
in,
I
but
been
she,
married to you and you don't see
yeah,
me to this degree? It would hurt really
right.
bad. I'd be destroyed.
But at a certain point, you realize, like, yes, but at a certain point, then you go back and you say, like, actually, there's never been a kind of strong intimacy here, and there's always been a weird kind of jealousy. So anyways, it's confusing, right? Because you're saying on the one hand,
No,
you're
no, I
saying
think it makes a lot of sense. If that was said to me, I don't know what else could make me reflect and look at things that were an issue that I sidestepped before. Because if my wife could say that to me, I would have to understand now that there has been such a disconnect that's so
yes,
deep for her to
yeah.
be able to view me in that way. Because like I'm putting myself in that situation. Like I know that this is not only just not true, but it's so bizarre to have drawn that conclusion that
But
how
it
I'm
was
seen is like there's no way what I thought was going on at any point. Like I'd have to back up all the way to like
yeah.
where did we even see eye to eye at here at
Yeah,
all?
right. Right, especially, like, it's not even a stepmother, stepdaughter thing, it's like your biological daughter, you're
Yeah, I think
seeing
it
as
feels
a
super
threat
alone.
to you. I think I think, Jay, this happens more in families these days than you can imagine, and then COVID did not help the situation because now we're like, we can't get any fresh air, we can't go out. But okay, but in some ways it kinda like, "Okay, let's deal with it." But yeah, it's like
Did this happen
when
during
you
COVID?
yeah, yes, it was COVID. Right before COVID was when this, like, kinda bedroom thing happened, and then COVID happened, and so, like, Grace wasn't really going to school, all the kids were home, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of the healthy structures were gone. Everyone was kinda, like, feeling claustrophobic.
This is pretty
It
important context for the whole like shit of the story that
yeah.
I've been sold about you guys is that COVID like I I would expect like how old's your son that like started most of this stuff?
I mean, I wouldn't say he started it, I would say he took see, the thing about his mother is
Was
she
that not
would
how the
just
rumor started?
she would sort of insinuate it. Okay, but she wouldn't really say it,
Wait,
but she would play the victim, then he
remove
picked up on
intentionality
it.
from what I said. I didn't
He
mean
was
that
the
with
one
any
who made it a
intentionality.
he was the one who gave voice to it, but I think it was
Okay.
his mother that was, like, feeding
Yeah.
it to him, if you know what I mean?
I don't want to like be pointing a finger at him and
Yeah,
saying like
sure,
this is
sure,
his fault. That's not what I mean.
sure. Yeah.
Um okay, and this did that happen during COVID? Like when you guys were all locked in the house still?
Well, so, yeah, so, like, that was a big catalyst, and I think we're gonna find years from now that a lot of family tensions, like, during COVID and you already see it in mental health stuff, like
When you're a teenage boy, you fucking hate the entire world, but nothing more than your fucking parents. Are you kidding me? Uh,
yeah, and
because all you
especially,
want to
like,
do
this is
is
where
shit they don't want you to do.
right, and this is especially where, like, the son's natural inclination to protect his mother and to take her side can be weaponized by the mother against, this, like, it's this classic sort of Freudian the father and the daughter are, like, set against the mother and the son, and, like, it just gets super crazy,
I have to
and
take your
but
word for it. I had very atypical parenting situations, so I don't know.
yeah. I mean, I think these dynamics do take place, like you said, like,
I
a
guess
boy
if
is
you said
naturally
grandma, yeah, I would beat some ass over my grandma, and I'm pretty nonviolent. So I guess if
right.
I reframed it in my head that way, sure.
Sure. But of course, women can manipulate sympathy in a way that's unhealthy. If they don't want to anyways, it's a kind of tragic situation, but it's okay. But I do think that sometimes women and men can get over their heads in commitments where they become so attached to their fantasy that they lose sight of whether this makes any sense anymore. And at
Sure.
a certain point I realized these kids need stability and I don't give a fuck about you and me. And like, let's just get real about it. Whatever the situation needs to be, like, let's just do it. Let's just get there. Let's get real. I don't know what the situation is for a man who like realizes he's not married to his wife. Like, what's he gonna do? How's he gonna like? He's been like, you know what I mean? Even sexual needs. Like, okay, what do you do? Just like, okay, I don't know. And it's tricky. But like, let's do this. Let's figure this out. And it ended up being like a total separation. But it could have been amicable, but I get how she was more invested in like these roles that forced her to then eventually turn on me and Grace and accuse me explicitly of being ruining the family and being a predator. I think she could have rolled the dice and blamed it on Grace, but it's a lot easier to blame it on me. But I just think she was unable to say like, I just was over my head in this situation. So at a certain point, it became better for me to get Grace out of the situation because it was so confusing to her that her mother was like turning on her and not being there for her. And then Grace was so isolated. So it was so crazy because at a certain point, I was bouncing between being with Grace in a separate apartment because we had multiple properties and kind of calming her down and then coming back and being with her mother and calming her down and then going back with Grace. You know what I mean? And it's like, I, you know, I don't think there's going to be a way to win here. And at a certain point, I was like, okay, so we tried so many different situations where, like, okay, like me and these kids will live here, you and her with these kids will live here. We'll try to see where the problem is. And the problem with an obsession, like a certain type of obsession, and it happens a lot with people whose dads have abandoned them, but whose moms are like, so if I was there, I was a monster. And if I wasn't there, I had abandoned her. So there's no way you can win. You see what I mean? This is like a
Yeah.
certain type of immaturity where like the partner can't win no matter what. But at a certain point, you realize like I'm being tortured by being like vibed all the time, being with you. So even though I know it's going to drive you crazy, like, and you're not gonna be able to see it right, I got to get the fuck out of here. And so that's where it's ended up. And I think the kids kind of all understood it. I'm glad I tried to bring everyone in to the extent they were involved and try to talk it out and be reasonable. But at a certain point, there's only like talking can't, it's more of a spiritual problem. Like all the talking in the world is not going to, if someone's just really attached to something in an immature way, they can't be talked into making sense because it's like it's too much of an investment. That's how I see it. And she's welcome to, make her case or whatever. I think that's what happened. It lines up. It makes sense of everything. But
Yeah, I
I
think
know
unless
that
somebody
she'll
gives me
say,
something different, I'm inclined to believe you because I can imagine. Like not all my relationships have been perfect, and I know what it's like
yeah,
to be a father, and I know what it
it's messy.
means. I know what it means to have your kid need you, and like you have to just do what you have to do. And
Yeah,
I also know how insane it is to try to pull the people in your life together and just be fought every step of the way. It makes you fucking crazy
yeah,
when you're like, "There's
right,
only one thing I can do that's right here," and not just right, but I want it. I
right.
need it. For me, I need it too. Like they need it. I know I need it, and like it's like you don't even have a choice. You just have to try to fix things, and when you can't, it'll make you fucking crazy.
Right. And especially if you get attached to the idea like everyone can win, we all love each other. There's got to be a way that this won't end. And you become attached to that idea. To me as a Christian, it's like God does not make you that promise. You can have someone that you lived with for 19 years, had kids with for 6 years, turn on you and you're like, you know, there's no guarantee that's going to be healed. There's no guarantee that she's going to come around and say like, let's make this make sense.
People
I
that
just think you gotta be hard nosed about that. But I saw it happen in my family when I was like, okay, look, I can see what's going on. I think we love each other. I don't want to be like the outsider criticizing. It just people sometimes make commitments to things. In my parents' case, it was like my dad, even though my mother had divorced him, and I think cheated on him or whatever, it was complicated. Uh,
sure.
he in the end was so attached to her that he was willing to like jettison his relationship with me for that, and that hurts. But like okay. That's okay. I don't need my dad to like be at peace with me. He chose my mother over me. okay, and I'm now that I'm an adult, I don't really give a fuck. But when it's in your own family, it's in your own household, it's like you don't have a choice to say like, "I'm not gonna deal with this." You just I don't know, it's like a hell that
Yeah,
you feel like you're
you're
never gonna get
dealing
out
with
of.
it. It's not a choice. You're just dealing with it. It's where you
But
live.
in some ways, I say, like, I should have said the first moment Grace walked in that bedroom, I should have said, "I'm getting the fuck out of here." In retrospect, like, but
I
then
don't
we go
know. I
all the way
think
back
you
to like the wedding day. I should have said, "I'm fucking out of here." Or the first moment we got together when like I see all the red flags now, but like it's life,
I'd
you
criticize
know.
you pretty heavily if you left right after that. I think you did what you had to do. You tried to keep everything
It,
together. It's
yeah,
really
it's
uh
messy.
cuz I've had like a lot of partners throughout my life. I've been married twice, I've been engaged 3 times. And when
Really?
things get bad, yeah, I'm usually the one that ends up leaving, but like, god damn, dude, I try. I try really hard. I'm
Yeah,
charitable.
yeah,
I listen, and especially when things happen with if anything happens with my kid and my kid needs me, like I don't like if you don't
yeah,
agree that this is a priority, you're the fucking enemy right now, and I need you to get back on my fucking team. This matters.
yeah. I always take the philosophy as a father that like a father, even though a lot of people would say like, I mean, I don't know if there is such a thing as a red pill of parenting, but like
I
to me as a father,
think that just means you hit him.
yeah, right, rough. Um, but to me as a father, it's like you always want to err on the side of generosity towards your kids, even though at times they may take advantage of you. But like they have to just they can beat you up when they're teenagers. It's just so much to me more fatherly to be like, all right, all right, all right. And maybe I let that go too much. And I certainly was too tolerant of um their mother because like, I was like, maybe you'll come around, you'll come around. I want to be here for you. I'll help, I'm here for you. But like as a parent, it's different than as a spouse. I think sometimes you say like, let's cut our losses. This
Yeah.
sucks. But with a parent, you're always going to say, I hear these situations like a kid's on drugs, strung out, especially a daughter strung out. And like, I get saying, you're not coming back here. But could I ever actually have just the fucking balls to say, like, I'm hanging up the phone, you deal with your mess? Mm, I don't know. Maybe I'm a
It's
simp,
tough.
you know what I mean? Maybe
It
with a son, I could do it and say, like, son, you got to man up. But with a daughter, ugh, I don't know if I could ever do it, And I like that about myself, but it certainly hasn't served me well. But I do think God smiles on men who are generous, especially to women, even if they're generous to a fault. And I know my kids were sitting there watching thousands of hours of me talking to their mother, and a lot of times going, "Dad, what the fuck?" You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? And they weren't sat there, but they overheard it. It was obviously we're just having these months after months. And then when I took it on YouTube, of course, they're saying like, "Oh my god, this is embarrassing." But you know, I think in the end, I would like to have the legacy that like I really tried to make it a win for everyone. I never took legal action. I do not want like divorce to be like a word in our family, but it's hard to get an annulment. And it just reason can only get you so far. And sometimes, like, I do think sometimes people are damaged by family situations in which, like, you can't reason your way through it. And you just have to sort of cut your losses and mourn that, like, that thing that I thought could work out. And really, like you said, you lived with someone for 15 years before any of this happened. And, like, you thought you could draw on that kind of like trust. But sometimes it's just not there, and you realize,
15
actually, this
years?
person
That's too long to
well,
just let it go. I think that that's inappropriate to say you should have walked out. 15 years, you're not capable of just getting up and walking out. You have to. I don't think your brain gives you a choice but to not fight for that man. That's too
yeah, I know, but,
much.
like, but in a certain sense, like, of course, by the time it went on YouTube, people were seeing it, like, at a point where I think, like, a lot of the conversations were just pointless, and it did look like abuse because I was so frustrated, but, like, who knows? I was trying to say it's a conversation, but I was frustrated. I was bleary eyed, no sleep, just saying like, "What the fuck? When are you gonna stop being angry at your daughter and her father for pointing out that like there's something wrong here? We got to be willing to be honest," and it just didn't happen. So,
Getting a clip of
at a
somebody's worst moments is yeah, this all makes a lot more sense to me. And I think
Mm.
that none of what you just said, I think, could have been gathered from anything that people have watched.
Yeah,
Because
right.
it fit into a lot of things that I had wondered about, and I think it might be harder for people to understand that have not been married, that have not had
Right.
kids.
Yes, that's so true.
The-
People often like, yeah, they just have they've watched movies about like men who abuse women or something, and they don't see that like it can work the other way, and that dynamics with parents and children are complicated, and that like this whole like idea the children come first can be the cartoon version of that can be super unhealthy. Um,
It
that
always is.
immaturity, even though people can look like a traditional mature, college educated, suburban or whatever, like educated, intelligent people, there can be deep problems in maturity that there's no easy answer to that don't get better with time. Marriage is not especially if you don't have the support of extended families. And I would guess in your case, a lot of your partners themselves came from broken families. So if you have two people from broken families with a lot of brokenness, I would say your chances of having a super healthy relationship are already like vanishingly small. You know what I mean?
Look, man, I ain't
Eh,
dating somebody who's had a good life. I need somebody who can understand where the fuck I'm coming from when I'm having a
exactly
bad
right.
day, all right?
And that's what you're attracted to, someone who can kind of understand your brokenness, but then that also like puts you in a situation where like actually maybe your
Yeah, we got to
brokenness
deal
is
with each other's
feeding on
shit.
itself.
Yeah, we got to
But maybe you're not able to. Maybe and then again,
sure.
having 6 kids in a situation like that puts additional pressure on. Although when the kids are young, it seems like the more the merrier, right? Because this is super fun. But if you're not, I had no idea that I should be thinking w- about when these kids are 7 or 8 and they get to a point where like they start like asking questions, and they can get to a point where they can reject you as parents, right?
They
And
become little people.
yeah, so like, and then I go back and I'm like, "Oh, she was kind of a dog mom and she preferred animals because animals can't talk back." And then I'm like, "Oh shit, that should have been, red flag," because she really couldn't handle the kids. Once they got to a point where they could talk back, she just used a lot of like kind of anger and guilt instead of, working with them. Okay, you know what I mean? And kids can survive that, but like I should have said like no, 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 no. I was
Yeah.
more passive, and I'd seen my mother do this. So, like, I should have said, "No, no way. We gotta fix this." But then then it just got into these conversations, so it would have just been 5 years then. And
Yeah.
whatever, it's life. It's fun. I think life is fun. I don't tell people don't get married. I don't s a lot of guys who watch our
Yeah.
content, they look at Grace and they go, "She's crazy. I wanna fix her." And I'm like, "That is just terrible impulse." But
That's a
I
meme,
get it.
right? That's just the
I
memeing,
get
right?
it. I get it. I get it. I get it. How if you're kind of crazy and you see a crazy, beautiful girl who's vivacious, you want to just like put your dick in crazy, right? Which they say is like a never ever do that. But I get it. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, guys. And like, I'm not saying it wouldn't be a good idea, but like, it could get fucking crazy. So, but whatever, it's life. She's damaged, I'm damaged, her mother's damaged, the kids are damaged, but like, aren't we all just sort of damaged? I'm not endorsing damage. I think we should try to avoid it, but like,
I
let's just,
don't think I can vibe with people that have had really good lives. Like I've said
yeah,
like 2 times, like, well, you have depression, right? They're like, no, I'm like, oh, like you're just like pretty chill most times, most of the day. They're like, yeah, I'm like, that's fucking goofy, dude. You just like usually happy about
yeah,
shit. That's wild to me.
right. I can't. Yeah, I remember in college, I had like really nice girls who, kind of made overtures, right? And I was like, one of them had a dad who was like an admiral in the Navy, and she was wealthy, and she was super nice and very pretty. And I was just like, you're not going to get me. And your dad is certainly not going to get me, because you're just like a nice girl. But I should say yes to this. But you're not going to get me. You're not going to get my brokenness.
How are you going to deal with me when I've suffered like a great loss? Like,
Right.
I'm gonna be an alien to you.
Right.
And,
yeah.
Yeah.
But whatever. It's weird. We end up marrying someone similar to our parents, even though we don't want to. Our opposite sex parent. I mean, that happens so much. I thought I had
my first wife was, and I really got upset about it when I realized that she was so similar.
It's usually the first relationships, and then you learned from that, which is another way in which I'm not red-pilled. Like, I don't think getting married young to the first opposite sex person who appeals to you is a good idea, usually. I think you do need a little experience. I'm not into early marriages.
Third serious relationship I got married.
Early marriages almost always end. I mean, like a lot of red pillars will say, like, okay, start young, and like, you'll both be fresh especially if you're both virgins. I don't buy any of that stuff. I just think life.
Don't you think it's weird when somebody marries their high school sweetheart? They've had sex with one person their whole life, and that's the only person that they know. Like, I think that's weird.
A lot of times, at least in the past, a lot of times people, I don't know what percentage, but a lot of times those people go on to have wonderfully long-lasting marriages. It's just,
I just wonder if they're just too afraid to break apart, because that happened when divorce was like this isn't just like bad for you. Like, I don't think I'm comfortable with you coming over for the dinner party on Sunday. I heard you guys are getting divorced, and like that's just not something we just don't.
Yeah, that could be part of it. I think
the Mormon
there's an argument to be made, especially for women, but also, like, to a larger extent than we're honest with men, to have sexual intimacy with one and only one person for your entire life can be a very beautiful thing.
Well, sure, the sex could suck and you wouldn't even know.
Well, but I don't really even think that. Like, I just think there's something that you'd have to say, like, that's enviable. It's enviable to say, like, I've only ever given myself sexual to this one person. I think it can also be that, like, you feel like you got stuck and, like, you just dealt with it. A lot of times arranged marriages used to be like that, and then you'd have a side lover or whatever, just to kind of say, like, I never got a chance to date, and now I want to do that. People come up with various solutions to things. And I don't think there are any hard and fast rules. I would say that that's ideal. I also think it would be ideal as a man if you had no sexual experiences whatsoever, no masturbation, no porn, never looked at a woman with lust until you got married, only put your penis in her vagina. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, okay.
Blowjob? Come on, man.
Right. That sounds terrific, that you just always looked at her in the eyes, never even, like, took her doggy style. Like, I get how, like, yeah, okay, right, but that's like a ridiculous. I think there have been people
belly to belly missionary till you die. Get out of here.
I mean, but you understand it. Like, in other words,
one of you has to stay skinny.
It's not the like, you don't need to, like, it's just, like, all about loving each other more and more. It's not about variation. It's not about the novelty. It never gets boring, because every time you do it, you like, give yourself fully. But I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy. I've never been that guy. I think there's like zero.
Like, I think there's making love, and I think that there's fucking. And I think they both have their place in our lives. But I also think,
I mean, I don't even know if that would be, because the guy's not gonna. I mean, give me a break. It almost sounds like torture, right? Like, if she's like, you have to look at me in the eyes. I can never just look at your tits, or, like, take you from behind and just enjoy the physical. I think that's, like, almost a ridiculous, almost misandrist.
No, if I want to be romantic,
if
I want to be romantic and I want to make it special, I'll do that. I'll be like, no, look at me in the eyes, and, like, we'll make eye contact for, like, at least the end portion of it, and it's special and it's romantic. Like, that's like lovemaking.
Yeah.
But, like, no woman wants to be made love to every time. Sometimes she's like, I want you to fuck the shit out of me, dude. Like, come on.
Yes.
Yeah,
right.
I get it. My eyes are pretty, but, like, I want to stare at the fucking wall with my forehead getting knocked into it every once in a while.
Yeah, right. I just want to scramble my brains and just, like, let's just use each other, kind of. But we love each other, but let's just let's just be like very animalistic. Whatever. I don't think that's a problem. I honestly
Yeah.
don't think that's a problem. Even when I was saying that thing about like I think this is an ideal, I was like,
I think it's a
I
beautiful
don't think that's
idea,
even
but it's
healthy.
only an idea.
I
It's a
think it's
fairy
unhealthy.
tale. Yeah.
I mean, I do think the part about like if you could, as a man, they say there are guys who have never masturbated, right? They when they always say it's like 98% of guys and the other 2% are lying. I don't
Yeah.
know if they're not lying. I think it would be interesting to never and like say a priest who's never masturbated and never been with a woman. It must be interesting. I
I
would
bet
think
he
that would be
pisses
like
out
it.
cum. Like, are you kidding me?
I maybe wet dreams, but I do think there have been people who have largely done that. I don't think every priest and every monk is whacking off to porn. I know a lot of people don't find that possible, but I do believe it's possible. It's certainly
I
nuns. There are nuns who have been just like sort of like, I don't do that. It's easier for women. And I think it'd be interesting. They're sort of sexual freaks in a way.
They
And
don't
like I
masturbate to
think
porn.
most
They masturbate to stealing $1 off the fucking collection basket when they take it in the back. Imagining what
yeah,
they could selfishly spend that $1 on. They could buy that candy bar they keep looking at when they go into
yes,
town.
that's right. That is right. That's what happens.
That's
I
the forbidden
remember
fruit.
hearing about nuns and like they were like when there was a priest who heard confessions of nuns and he was like some of these are holy women, some of these people are so fucking petty. They will come into a confessional where they're supposed to be like women of prayer, but they're like it's just all about arranging things and they just find a way to be you can find a way to be evil when it's almost impossible to be evil. You know what I mean, like and like yeah, you may not be sitting on a dick, but you're like it'd be better if you were instead of just driving everyone crazy because you want to like make sure that everyone feels guilty about, you know what I mean? So there's
Yeah.
no magic formula. Like, and we're all human beings, and like I don't think any of us. This is the problem I have with the internet: is this sorting out between the good people and the bad people.
I think good
I
people
don't
do bad
know.
things.
I
And
don't know, and I would hope that my legacy of like all this shit that happened with Grace's mother is that like it's not about who is the bad person here. I just think it's sort of a tragedy, and I would hope that before we die, we could all kind of say like, okay, yeah, there's a narrative here in which no one is judged, and it's not about anger. But right now, I do think I have to like focus on like helping Grace like kind of recover from this experience and have like not be afraid of life because I mean that's a tough time when you're between the age of 15 and 20 to just have your whole world plus COVID plus dropping out of school because of COVID, but also because of the craziness, and then being on the internet, getting unbelievable amount of attention. That's a lot of it's negative. Being associated with your dad, having him accused by your brother. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's a fucking lot. I have a lot of sympathy, but when I look at her, I'm like, all I see is potential, talent. You're a beautiful girl. You're a super smart. You are not just a body. And we could have a lot of fun, and everyone could win. And we could buy your mother a house and take care of her, and like not need to resolve it. But like for now, not. Let's get out of this loop. Let's experience the joys of life again. Let's get out of crisis mode. I hope everyone can just sort of like just try to get their feet on the ground and get that din of screaming at each other out of their ears. And we'll take it from here. And it will be what it will be. And hopefully, I can't talk to my kids for a year because I didn't show up in court.
oh
And
shit.
like, but I was like, well, there was a DHS report that was done. How do they know anything, right?
I mean, you
And it's
can. You're on YouTube. You can talk to your kids whenever you want. You just can't have that two-way conversation.
no,
You can
ah,
make a YouTube
it's
video
funny. Yes, I can
and they
make a
can click
YouTube
it.
video. I don't know if I could address right. Of course, in the age of social media, of course, anonymous accounts. I basically I could
I'm just
talk
saying
to
you could
Grace.
YouTube
Super
video
easy.
and just talk about the things that you wish you could say to your kids that you can't talk to. They could click it.
Right. But I feel like I don't necessarily I just want everyone to take a little bit of a break and just do you know what I mean? Like they've been through enough.
Sure. Based on what you've said, I think you're doing the best that you can. I hope that I know people are gonna watch this who have a bad opinion of you, and they're gonna pick apart and find the things that they don't like. But I think that you said
Yeah.
everything from a thoughtful and compassionate place. You didn't stumble at all. You didn't double back on anything. I don't see any reason to think that you were lying. I didn't see any tells or anything like that. Which uh, believe it or not,
I
I know a lot of stuff about this.
I actually think it's quite impossible, if you allow me to talk, to set, you know what I mean? If someone is actually listening, I guess you could come up with the Stockholm syndrome theory, but like I just don't think it's even possible to come up with a theory of how like I
People have worked
groomed
very
and
hard.
raped, you know what I mean? Like even her mother, like Grace was still talking with her for a while and was saying like, just mom, how does this make any sense? And she was basically just at a certain point, just like, shut the fuck up, you know, and like because it doesn't make sense, right? But I just need to say your father's the problem to get some space, and I'm actually okay with that. That's okay. I don't
Sure.
want to go to jail, but like if you need whatever way you needed to get the space, you got the space, and the kids have some space. I'm okay with even like that the justice system was unjustly depriving me of my kids because they probably would have said I need some space anyways. You know what I mean? Just go to gymnastics practice, play football. In a year, like whatever, at Christmas time we'll all be sad, but in a year probably we'll be in a better place where we can all, maybe less than a year, we can say like, all right, let's let's try to just be more reasonable, but not get back into this shit. And at a certain point, you know, 3 of my kids are now adults. Once you're an adult, like none of this stuff applies, right? You know, like you'll be free to talk to me unless you yourself try to get a restraining order on me, which at least none of my younger kids have. Like they're just kind of like mom's crazy, and my thing, like through like whatever Grace has told them, like you know whatever, just you don't have to like resolve this. It's okay, you know. Mom loves you, dad loves you. We all just like it was 5 years, you know, it was 4 years with all of them. And even now, just with one of my kids after this, she's an adult and she could barely like function. So,
Sure. The
and
other
like, I'm not looking to put the rest of the kids who are much younger in that situation and say, like, try to make sense of this because they don't know why their big sister, who was always the leader, is so shattered, right, from all of this. But like, I know because I was there because it
It's not
was
really on
super.
them to know, you know?
Yeah, but they want to know that like because their older sister, who they always looked up to, like they want to see her succeed, and I want her to see her succeed. And so the best thing, instead of talking with them or trying to like fight for their rights or whatever, I think the best thing she could do is just be happy and be online and this beautiful radiant girl who kind of like moves beyond all this shit and just has fun and dances and sings and you know what I mean? And like
Well, I
if
mean,
she
it's not
wants to be
on
a streamer,
them.
that she's a fun streamer.
When I say it's not on them, I mean, what like a lot of the stuff that you said to me, like they have to live with their mom for a year. You don't want
Yeah,
them living with their mom for the year and thinking these bad things. Like they need to think
right,
that their mom's good while they're living with her. So when my kid's
right,
mom kept my kid from me, I didn't say bad things about my kid's mom to her or her
right,
boyfriend. She has they have to live like
right,
mom is the primary parent and I'm there on the weekends. Not
right,
anymore. But like so
right.
like why would I do that to my kid? It's not for them to
But of course
understand right now. They'll understand in time.
they'll sometimes say to Grace like, "Mom's being crazy." They'll show her the text, and Grace, you know,
Oh yeah,
I feel like
I
that's
got
up
the
to
shit
Grace.
talk.
I feel like that's okay if Grace wants to say, "Yeah, mom's crazy." Like I'm glad they don't send them to me. I'm glad they can't send them. Well, they can send them to me, but I couldn't respond. But I'm glad it's like, yeah, just go to like
If Grace says
Grace will
it, that's
just say
different.
like,
That's
"It's
not
okay if
you.
you think mom's crazy. She's kind of crazy, but like just focus on trying to make it through." You know what I mean?
Grace isn't the
And
parent. That's not her responsibility. She's fine. She can say whatever the fuck she wants.
see, but
That's
that's the
sibling shit.
problem. That's the problem. In some ways, Grace was made the parent and made the responsible female from age 8. That's one of the problems when all this came crashing down.
That is a
Like
problem.
her mother wanted her to act like the mother. Do you see what I mean? And then she wanted to be like the kid. And like that's why this thing of like just sort of dropping out of like being an adult and just like acting glazed and catatonic, you have sympathy for it, but on the other hand, it's like you're the adult here. You can't.
Yeah,
Just
I
act
feel
like
for you,
you
but, like,
can't
you still
deal
have a
with it.
job to do.
Yeah,
Do the
but
job, we'll work on it
sometimes
in between you doing the job.
but sometimes people,
Yeah.
they just can't, you know what I mean? They're like, there's a defense mechanism, which maybe you never saw until now, but there's just a way of, like, just saying, like, "I'm out," and that's my defense mechanism, and it's just safer, and, like, maybe that's what she
I
said,
got
like, that's what
divorced
happened.
before. I know this defense
Yeah,
mechanism. At a certain point, there's nothing more you can do but hurt
you're
both of
saying,
you.
and she told me this too, you know, this is the thing, it's like, at a certain point, I hurt so much that I refuse to hurt anymore. And, like, I get it, and I feel for that, like, 13-year-old girl, like, when her parents were she's saying, "I refuse to hurt anymore," and I just deadened myself, and, like, and then I think, "Okay, that's what happened then when this what could have been a minor thing
Oh, I
happened."
see.
She just said, like, "I can't hurt anymore, I'm just gonna withdraw," and it's very hard to pull someone out of that, because the more you're saying, "Hey, wake the fuck up. We've got 6 kids here," the more that confirms, like, I need to protect myself. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then it becomes like, okay, now I'm yelling at you, which is gonna make you more defensive. But, like, I can't sit here. We got 6 kids, they have real needs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I can't just sit here, we can't all become parents to you now. But
And, you know, Ben, I'm not saying like, hey guys, this is Dad of the Year, Ben Thorp, but I think that you're a person, and it sounded like you did what you thought you should have, and I think it's
yeah.
having talked to you, and like I said, if somebody brings me something that shows me what you're saying isn't true, then I can deal with that then. But I have no reason to think that you're lying. I have nothing that you said tonight seems to contradict anything that has been said publicly that I've seen. And while there's going to be people that no matter what you say are going to stick to their guns of criticizing you for it, like I think that
And frankly,
I think that
like,
there's going to be some
I
people
don't
who
honestly
see it
care what
differently
people
now.
think of me. I know,
And
yeah,
I seen
but
somebody that I've talked to about when I seen the first videos of you and said that they just thought that you were that this is a really good conversation. Thanks for sharing it. I thought Ben was just a rhetorical wizard, but he actually wants to have conversations. This is what
mm,
this person and I talked about after you talked to Sick, because I could tell after a while you were tired of his shit and like
yeah.
you ran circles around him. It was insane. At the end, you had him talking about his father. I was like, "How did Sick let this happen?"
Oh,
Like you were
yeah, I
just fucking
remember
with
that.
them. It was
Yeah.
crazy. And so, like to me and the guy in my chat, we were just like, "What's Ben's deal? Is he just like fucking?" Because like Sick was like you had control of that whole conversation. It was wild because
Yes.
Sick usually gets mad about something and he dominates the conversation really well.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
was kind of hard to trust anything you were saying. But I said, look, I just need to talk to this guy. I need to know for myself
Yeah.
what the fuck's going on because all these conversations are so adversarial. They're so people are coming in so hard that like I can't trust what's being said on either side here. I can't
Right.
expect you
Right.
to be open and honest when people are like that.
Right. You have no idea, right? If you're just being attacked,
Yeah, and I
how is
didn't know how
someone
this was
supposed
gonna
to?
go. I didn't know if you're gonna
Yeah.
be open and honest with me, but it seems like you were. And like I I respect that you made the tough decisions, and I
Yeah.
understand why you're at where you're at, with like living separately and all that. And it's tough.
And
It sounds like a shitty deal.
I don't have any problem with people saying, like, you should force Grace to live on her own. That'd be good for her. I don't know that I don't know that that's wrong, but I don't know that that's right. And you know what I mean? Or you should have X, Y, and Z, or you should have gone to court and fought this. Like, I could see your point. I don't know. I have my reasons.
Yeah,
It's a super complicated situation. I think I've tried to make sense of it as best I can. But I think I'd be doing my kids the most favor by, like, just being happy, getting over it. I don't wanna be the dad who was broken by a family thing. I don't want Grace to be that. I don't want any of them to be that. Because I think the most dangerous the thing for people is the victim mentality. I think it's, like, lethal for human beings
sure.
to say, "I'm not trying anymore, I'm blaming someone else." And, I think anything is better than that, and I think we can be very even kids can be very, very resilient as long as they feel
Especially
like
kids.
someone is trying to make sense of it, someone's gonna be there for them, and like reassure them, and like even if I can't talk with them for a year, like they know I'm making sense, and that we'll work it out, and you know what I mean, like, and no one's in immediate danger. Let's just relax and
Everybody
enjoy.
wants to have an opinion about how you should parent your kids.
Yeah, it's
Um,
interesting. I don't mind it. I think a lot of people should do this on YouTube, actually. It's better than it's like better than paying lawyers. In some ways, families that have difficulties, obviously the first thing you should do is talk in private.
yes.
But I do think, and we did go to therapists, we did go to priests, and none of them really helped. And so I do think as a last resort, bringing things into a context like this can be good. It can resolve conflicts. I think it can also be like an interesting way in which like people who, let's say, are looking for a partner can meet other people and have like, I've always thought this idea of like people in nursing homes who have a lot of experience that our culture doesn't really respect. Would love to like watch people e-date and like put their 2 cents in and root for one. It could be fun if people wanted to do that, instead of just like Tinder, just
Well,
being such a like lonely and like you're on your own and like nobody knows what the fuck goes on here. But I think so. I think there's a lot of positive opportunities for the internet. I don't regret
I don't like the
having done it.
condemnation. Because, like, even me, like, I didn't, my kid's mom had my kid for a long time. Like, well, you should go to court now. Like, look, if I go to court now and I lose, do you know how fucking hard it'll be to win later?
Yeah,
I have
right.
to go
There's
to
a
court
lot
at the
of
right time. I
yeah,
have
that's
to do
right.
it when it's right so that I know that I'll win. I owe my kid winning if I go to court.
Right, right, and you do know
And I'll
there
never
can
convince
be
them that,
there
like, I shouldn't
can
go
be
now.
right, right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. And like Ride, he's a great guy, big supporter in chat. He said you should have fought for your kids. I fight for my kids every day, and I was like, well, I get your strategy, but like, do you want to be a guy who's like always bitching about your kid's mom, or do you want a guy who's like, you know what? I'll catch you. We'll connect when we're able to. I'm gonna make a like I'm gonna move on with my life so that I like say like it's okay. You know what I mean? So I get it on both sides.
Yeah.
But I do think like I had been through it enough of like getting pulled into drama that I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. If she wants to do this to all of us, she can. And the courts, I thought, were gonna say, no, you can't because there was a report done. I never read that report. But I can imagine it saying like, "Oh, there's shit on YouTube that's like super duper." So the judge read that and was like, "Okay, we'll grant you this." I think she actually regrets it because like why it's a lot easier to parent with someone else. You're not winning by like, what I mean? I guess you could
Yeah.
say like, "Oh, I win. I take care of my kids 365 days a year and fuck you." Right? But it's also
Yes,
like,
if that's what you
it's
want.
it's a lot easier to be a parent when the other parent can give you a break and
Yeah.
take the kids sometimes. So hope you like it, But my suggestion would be rethink it, and let's co-parent and let's be a little more mature. But I also don't want to have co-parenting discussions that go 10,000 hours. It's like I'm just gonna say
Taking
like,
up a
look,
lot of parenting time.
I'm filing a fucking restraining order if that's what it is. It should be, it's difficult to do, and maybe it needs to be mediated. I'm just saying life's complicated, so I appreciate being able to have a voice. Um, and I appreciate you interviewing me this way. I'm really glad that we actually delayed it because I know we were supposed to do it earlier.
Yeah.
But I really do find this thing with the Mr. Girl thing, which just happened spontaneously. It's weird that he was actually making content when we were on YouTube, but it never made a connection. But now I can see like, actually there's so much overlap, but we're different people, but he's ended up in a very different place than I have. And I know
Yeah.
that Smith said he doesn't want to talk to me because he's afraid I'm going to go blood sport with him. And I don't, I mean,
You
I
expect me to
think
good
that,
content.
yeah, Smith was an, I am more like, I treat Smith more like a son who I like
I know, I
banter
bet he
with,
hates
and
that. I bet he
I
hates
sort
that
of
part
beat
of
the
it.
shit out of him. But actually we did a sexual, inventory,
Seen that.
and he's highly submissive. So I was like, actually, I think probably Smith likes getting kind of like
I think you said
busted up
before,
by
all
dad.
these older guy streamers want to be my fucking dad.
Yeah, right.
And when you guys were having the stream too, I was like, this is what Smith was talking about right here.
But a lot of times with Smith, like we're both sort of like trying to talk over each other, but like we're listening to each other too. So I'm like, oh, this is good content. This is what the internet.
Yeah.
This is what the internet should be, where it's like it's vibrant. Both sides are kind of jumping in. Sometimes you can even interrupt. Certain people it flows better, just like one person talks to another person. Sometimes it works like it works well, and there's something fun about that and dramatic. But when it gets to be just vitriol and chaos, like actually, like there are parts of my brain that I think are so fried from doing that for so many years that it makes me like kind of tired all over, and it's almost like I have COVID from it. And like I know that people say I do a good job with it, and I can talk shit and scream at people and all that stuff. I have that kind of personality, but man, that ain't worth it. That ain't worth it. Even if I was making $1 million, I don't want to be some kind of guy who's just known as this guy who can get in the ring and beat the shit out of people and have the shit beaten out of him. It's boring,
Yeah, I think it's sort of like run its course. My whole goal whenever I stream with another person is, I guess I'm just trying to see like how interested are people in people that are honest and being willing to be kind enough to let other people actually like have a conversation with them instead of the blood sports. I'm sort of like an opposite of. I mean, I could do it. There's a place for that, but primarily,
there is a place for it. Sometimes it's fun just to blow it out and talk shit, But I don't know why people don't want to have that. Like I think that has something to do with Destiny. Like kind of like
they want to capture that Destiny golden era of stream content and like bottle it up and reproduce it.
Maybe you're right. It's kind of like it was great when it was fresh.
That's what created
and now
the space.
We're just trying to keep doing this.
Yeah, it created the
space.
It
just gets boring.
And when it was new, it was sexy, it was fun. But there's a reason why the people that made the best content with Destiny don't do it anymore, because this isn't a sustainable model.
Yeah.
You can't have these kinds of blood sports and have people being able to keep doing it with the same people over and over again. It becomes too much for people. It's not good to keep on doing that. But I think that there's always throughout my entire life, I've never gotten tired of having open, honest conversations with people that think differently.
But some people maybe think this is what I don't really understand, because I in a certain sense, I've never really taken a step back and gotten a sense. Like I don't watch like Stardust content. I find it unbelievably boring. Frankly, a lot of the panels
used to be a lot more exciting.
Like they're like I don't really know what the point is, but like the Mr. Girl content got me. Oh, is that right? Stardust used to be.
Yeah,
I just think it's kind of like, let's create a fake drama, and then we'll just like sort of pass it around from creator to creator. They'll all react to it, like some bullshit argument between Darius and Xena, both of whom are like sort of, I think, somewhat mature people who are acting immature because there's just a demand for this drama, and they both get paid for it, and like everyone, this is the norm, right? And like, oh my God, she trolled him that she's pregnant. And like, he was super, you know what I mean? I get it, but like at a certain point, this is the Jerry Springer problem, that like, it gets boring, it gets old, and it's just the same old shit. And like, maybe when Jerry Springer started, it was kind of interesting and new.
Yeah.
But it just, then you just realize at a certain point, all these people.
What did it turn into?
All of these people.
It turned into buying the VHSs Too Hot for TV, where they had uncensored nudity added to Jerry Springer, because Jerry Springer wasn't enough anymore. Do you remember seeing the Jerry Springer Too Hot for TV VHSs?
Yeah.
Women coming out to tell their boyfriends they cheated, and they're just like whipping out their titties. Like, what? They had to amp it up.
Right. It's like becomes like a drug. And then at a certain point, you actually realize these are all more or less actors. And they're just conjuring up like, what? That's not my son. Yeah, the paternity test came. I mean, it gets old, and like, you know, it got milked for too long, and then it got or like Joe Rogan, who's now become like probably the number one guy on the internet. And you know, I remember watching like this Fear Factor thing, and then at a certain point, that people have like glasses of horse semen or something, and they're you know what I mean? It's like, okay, and that's when they were like, shut it down, shut it down. This is too crazy. This thing, which was interesting at first, has become like just obviously degrading. It happened slowly. We didn't see it, but like when you got like jars of horse semen and you're like, you know what I mean?
After you've seen somebody
It's
drink
like,
horse cum once, where do you go from there? You got to keep on ramping it up, right? Because the
right,
cockroaches
just
weren't enough.
right. Let's call it. Let's call it. Someone's gonna like someone's going to, I don't know, kill themselves when they realize how degraded they were. You know what I mean? And like, we don't want the blood on our hands. Let's just go somewhere else, and it'll have always has the same track. But I'd like to see it be something that, like, okay, yeah, there's blood sports, but it's a spice. It's not the main dish.
It's not the meat, yeah.
You know, and like cat fights between men, they're funny. It's funny when it gets personal, but let's also have a point that we're making. You know, like maybe
Yeah.
you know, maybe it also has to do with like women's rights or something like that. And you know, like it's a different philosophy. If it just goes personal, then there's just going to be like five characters. There's going to be the dad, the abusive dad narcissist. That'll be me. Then there's like the woman who's sassy and like, you know what I mean, libertine. And then there's going to be the, you know what I mean? It's like
It's
it
just
just
the real
becomes,
world.
yeah, it just becomes right. It's all like
I don't know if
you
you
might
remember
as well
that.
be actors. I do remember The Real World. Yeah, that was the first
It was
reality
like
TV
real
show.
people, but like they were all so very aware of the camera. It was wild.
Right. And when they were cast for that,
Yeah.
and when it's edited, there is no such thing as reality TV. The camera is always a factor. And you know, editing is always a thing. So like that's one of the interesting things that people were like, is this real? Are you acting?
I'll believe
And
reality TV where I hear somebody going from the bathroom because they're taking a painful shit. I'll know it's real when I hear that. All right.
but it'll never be real if the only way you could make it real is secret cameras. Then it would be
Yeah.
real. That's illegal or at
Yeah.
least
It's
highly
unethical.
immoral.
Yeah.
Um, Otherwise, the camera being there is part of you know, and people are just deluding themselves to think that when they're watching Survivor, they're watching authentic. Do you think
At least
what is it?
now.
Do you think NBC is going to let someone die of starvation in the wilderness because they didn't win the fishing net or they're dysfunctional? No way in hell they're going
Well,
to allow that to
I th-
happen.
I think that there was less of an idea that you could become a star from reality TV. There was people just like less used to the idea, and then they might have just gotten accustomed to cameras being around. But nowadays, everybody sees it as an opportunity to like make a career for themselves. It's just too
Yeah.
far gone. It whatever there was that was magic in that and felt real. It definitely
Mm.
wasn't on the real world, but like of the shows that spawned off of it, it's gone
I
now.
think the first wasn't there a first real world. I remember a guy who was like a punk rock guy, and his name was like Pip or something like that. And I actually remember watching that and saying like I kind of like this guy. He's like a he seemed authentic and like he was a pain in the ass, but I think he wouldn't be cast now because he was a little bit like he was a little bit was it called The Real World? Yeah, that's the
The
first
real world,
reality
yeah.
TV show. Yeah. And
MTV.
like I thought he was actually like kind of an interesting person. I always wondered what happened to him. And um I but then you subsequently see it. I don't know. There are people who love the Real Housewives of New Jersey.
Yeah, I
And
can't.
I don't know. There are people who are like, you know, it's real. Like, it is to some degree real.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
there's some
can't deal
freshness
with
to it.
understanding like what level of investment I'm supposed to have as a viewer, like how like knowing that it's still weird. If it's scripted, it's scripted. Cool. I understand that I'm watching a
Right.
show somebody wrote. If it's
Right.
like kind of scripted, like it's just too hard to have any of it. It's just it turns into the thing we're complaining about with the Twitch space, right?
Yeah, right.
It just
I actually think that people should start I think it would be interesting. It's difficult to do, but should start like just leaning into the arcs and actually creating arcs themselves that are so it becomes semi scripted in a sense. I think that's okay to do because really no one knows what's real and what's not real. And you know what I mean? As long as you're not
it was
I,
hippy
I,
dippy.
you create kind of your own. At first people were like, I liked season 1, but I don't like season 2. I was like, I'm a human being. This isn't a season. I'm not a character on a show. But I actually kind of like that they have that because that's appropriate. People say this is a community or a family. It's an audience,
Yes.
you know? And there are elements that are more than that, but like when you're calling the police and they're visiting me at 2 a.m., you've lost you've lost track of what your role is in my life. And like,
Yeah.
there's no way it's good for my kids to get woken up by the police at 2 a.m. And then, you know what I mean? And then to ask whether their dad rapes them. It's not, that's not healthy for kids. They can't go back to sleep. They miss school the next day. And then I get, you know, then the internet says you're a bad dad because you didn't take him to school. That's why I had to go to the police and go, yeah, you guys can't keep visiting. And they were like, we'll just have we'll just do a whole investigation and then we'll either put this to rest or like, you may have charges pressed on you. I was like, no problem.
Yeah, just
But you just
fucking
can't
stop.
keep coming over here. Because then actually, if you come here enough, my kids are going to be so upset that it actually does look like child abuse. But it's actually the police that are like doing the child abuse. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't keep asking my kids if they're raped by their dad. That is sort of child abuse. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I had a cop knock on my door because my kid's mom called because I was arguing with my wife and she heard it, but she really just wanted to fuck with me. And when the cop came, he asked if he could talk to me. He said, "No, you can't talk to my kid." He said, "Why?" He's like, "Because you have no reason to. That's not good for my kid. Are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
if you think I'm lying to you, then do something. That's fine. But like, I don't want. That has nothing to do with my kid. Okay."
Mm.
You can talk to
Yeah.
my wife. You want to make sure I didn't like pop her in the eyeball or whatever. Go for it. But this was a shitty call made by somebody who was being shitty. And
Right.
I'm not gonna have you harming my fucking kid by
Yeah.
interacting with my kid about it. Absolutely not.
It's certainly intimidating for a kid to have a
Yeah.
uniformed police officer. A uniform is intended to like signal like seriousness with
Well,
a
they know what a
weapon
cop
on his
is.
side. Right. With a weapon on his side. There's no way to make that like not kind of shocking for a kid. If the cop is in your house, unless you grew up with these kind of interventions, this is like
In which case you're
crazy.
fucked
You
already.
know what I
Yeah.
mean? And whatever. But then there's another argument to let the cops in to say like, eventually this will stop if the police start seeing that like
Yeah. I
this
don't care. My
they're
kids don't need to see that.
participating in an abusive situation. There's nothing here. And always the boys in blue, like the guys in uniform, are always like, "I'm really sorry, sir. Obviously, things are fine here. Like, unless it's like I don't see anything." Because the kids were always like, "No, my daddy's nice." You know what I mean? And so, like, eventually they go back to they go back and like in a fairly small police force, they start talking to themselves and they go like, "Look, next time something comes in, leave these people alone. Like, they're gonna sue us eventually for harassment, and
Right.
they wouldn't be wrong." Like, we're not in the business of like harassing nice people. Like, this is not, you know what I mean? Like, send a social worker, but like, this is not what police are for. And
Yeah.
so they can be on your side. And then it's actually helpful if the swatting ever happens, because then they'll catch that right away and they'll go like, "Oh, that address. Yeah, we'll go, but we're not drawing our guns
Yeah.
and we're gonna call the guy and like we are not going to take this at the level if it was just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
didn't know this address, so there's a way in which I agree with like people who are like, like in a certain way, I should have said, well, I hate to say this, but incest is legal in this state, so it's none of your fucking business, right? But then in another way, I don't want to seem like, right? It's a problem. It's a problem. I don't think they should. I don't think they should do anything other than law enforcement. And
Yeah.
if there is no law to enforce, then you can whatever you can have your own private opinion about anything. You can police officer could watch YouTube, be on YouTube, and say like, I think what, like, I think you're doing this, whatever. But as a law enforcement officer, I had a guy come in here and tell me that my neighbor she got trolled on YouTube hard. We set up a channel for her, and he's asking
Oh
me
yeah.
questions about that, and I'm like, sorry, sir, like me setting up a channel on YouTube for my neighbor. How, this
Yeah.
is
You have no right to be asking me about this.
this is not a law issue. And he's like, well, I'm trying to keep the peace. Okay, and I'm like, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. but like
Keep it in the comment section then. You want moderation? What do you want?
Yeah, right. I'll give you a blue wrench, but get the gun the fuck out of here. And don't come back here next time she has a beef with how like her, her YouTube channel is going. You know what I mean? Like, but I get it. They're nice guys, especially here where we are now. It's a small town. They're nice guys.
It's not their fault, but you still got to tell them.
Yeah, but sometimes they just like, they don't want to do it either. And once they get it, like they'll kind of be more on your side. It's a tricky issue. I don't know who's right or who's wrong. I do think you have a right to like defend your rights.
Yeah, I think they're not wrong, but you're not wrong for telling them like, hey,
yeah,
you gotta fucking chill, dude. It's enough.
Right.
Like,
and
if
like
I get pulled over,
you as a law enforcement officer are one thing. You as questioning my parenting style, like, dude, that does not the badge does not give you any right to do that. And just like whatever, you just got to say it's none of your fucking business. You're here to enforce the law. You might not like me as a dad. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what YouTube thinks about it, honestly. But I also don't give a fuck what a police officer thinks about it. If I broke the law, okay, let's talk about it. But if you're here to, you know what I mean, like to be like a kind of part of the nanny state that wants to help me to parent better, fuck off.
Yeah. So if I get pulled over, here's my license, here's my registration. If you think I was driving bad, breathalyze me. You're not searching my fucking car.
Yeah. I think those things, and cops respect that. A lot of times, I think their intention. A lot of times, I think their intention is to just say like, we just want to check on the kids. We just want to like, just make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, they've heard some wild shit.
They're not ill-intentioned. They just want to say like, okay, we just want to make sure like we're just doing a check-in on behalf of society to say like we've heard some crazy shit. But at a certain point, you do have a right to say like, well, you don't tell me what the fucking issue is here. Show me some evidence, because some guy named King Penis shouldn't be sending a squad car out here at 2 a.m. You know what I mean? Why don't you tell King Penis to like make an actual call using his name or her name and say like, you're from Australia, what the fuck business is this of yours? You know what I mean? Like
100%.
How do you have any whatever? But it's interesting. It's an interesting life. I don't think police officers have an easy job. A lot of times there is crazy shit going on that maybe is good that sometimes they poke their head in. If someone's like in a body bag in the back, okay, like I'm glad they look. If you're looking sketchy and crazy, maybe there is something going on. But
the
you
same
do have
page,
your right
man.
too.
I let a cop search my car once because I was going over the line. I was really tired. I said, "You want to check for beer bottles? Go ahead." My wife was like, "I've never seen you let a cop search your car for." I was like, "He had a good reason to ask. He didn't just ask me because I stopped."
You were kind of swerving.
I was going over the line, yeah. And
yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
But if you pull me over because of some bullshit thing, and I'm not gonna get a ticket for it, absolutely, you're not searching my fucking vehicle. You're just asking to see if you can, and it turns out you can't. So I understand that. I think it's our duty to not allow police officers to abuse their power because it might be on somebody else who's more vulnerable too. So it's like an American thing to do, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah, I don't like those people who
I'm gonna tell you to stop.
I don't like those people who make cops' lives annoying by like, following them around and like they're like keeping a check on the cops, right? And like broadcasting it. I think that's kind of annoying. I do think you should like
I do turn on my camera and record off to the side if I ever get pulled over though.
No, I know, but I'm saying guys who make it their like career to like just be as annoying as possible and kind of ride the line between like, I have a right to be like have a camera and like, just sort of almost instigate police officers to like cross the line and then like catch them in the act and put it on YouTube and ruin the guy's career. It's kind of an asshole thing to do. I get that like more police officers should be aware of the rights of citizens than probably are. Especially in little towns, you know what I mean, where it becomes like kind of a
I got stopped for wearing a gas mask walking through town, and that really pissed me off. I think they don't have to go to school like lawyers do, which is kind of wild. But we need a lot more cops than we need lawyers, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
so, anyways, enjoyed it.
Yeah, this was really good and enlightening. I'm sure that myself and the one guy who said that in chat aren't the only people who are gonna be have a much better idea of what's going on from this conversation. And hopefully
Of
at
course,
least
this is just me talking. I don't have, other people don't have, whatever. They have the opportunity to react.
well, yeah, I was gonna say if
Um,
people have if people see this and they have evidence to say anything about it, I know that you know that that's a thing that people can do. So I think it'd be really crazy for you to say anything that somebody could prove otherwise. And you came off
yeah,
as very genuine. I have no reason
yeah.
to think that
And
what you're saying isn't true.
oh, right, right. Ultimately, like I don't like. We're not in court. I don't have to like, and I didn't feel like I thought it was more of a conversation than an interrogation. So like, because I don't really owe you
Yeah.
anything, and like I think you respect that, but you're like just curious. And this is like, would you, whatever. Here's a chance for you to, say your spill your beans. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I don't
am
like
I
it when
correct in
people are like
understanding that
start
nobody
with
has?
accusations.
Is this the first time this has happened for you?
I think for the well, yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, creators come in with the interrogation idea. Then I react to it and I go like something like, suck my dick. I don't have to answer your
Yeah.
questions. Right. Which then gets them to like, get all fired up or whatever. But I really just don't really, I just don't think it's,
They're not treating you like a person.
yeah, right. Like I deserve to be treated as a person. I don't like, I understand that like interrogation techniques and stuff can't, like, that's what Destiny did. He started interrogating me and I was like, after like 5 minutes of it, I was like, "Dude," like, but he was trying to act like he cared, playing a sort of therapist, and I
Yeah,
just
I
think
think he
like,
played it cool for like 2 or 3 minutes, and I was like, "Oh, this isn't bad." And then he was playing
I
good
go,
cop
"Just
and bad
ask
cop
me."
at the same time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. After I seen that too, I
Well,
was like, if I talk to this guy, I'm just gonna have to ask him first thing, like, "Hey, did you fuck your kid?" So that way he can't like think that I'm trying to dodge around it and ask him. But
yeah,
I
it's
didn't have to
weird to
do
play.
that.
I mean, like I believe in a certain sense, we're just like entertainers. I'm a guest on your talk show. Should be the main format where I'm polite to you, but I can bring stuff up. But it's not really like it shouldn't be anything like a courtroom. And this idea of I forget what I was going to say, but this idea, the idea of playing a therapist, I think, is extraordinarily manipulative for someone
Yeah.
who is, Stephen fucking Bennell. You're a 34-year-old spurg. As a 51-year-old man, show me some fucking respect. But if you want to try this therapist thing, I'm going to call you out on it because you ain't no therapist, and no therapist would do this.
Well,
Like, this is not how therapy works. Even fucking Dr. Phil, who's like a joke of a therapist, you know what I mean? You don't have time to really figure anything out in 30 minutes. But like, he would also like just
that's
like
not even
treat me
his
with
real
respect,
name.
or I'm gonna hammer you. But that's you get a lot of times it's just that's what it is. And I think it's this thing of people want to say probably to some degree you feel like to some degree, you it sounds to me like you feel like I might get some pushback on this that I've platformed an abuser or something like that. And then you're saying to
Oh, they
people
can
like, "You're
suck my
welcome to make up
ass.
your mind," right? And it's like, I don't know what the fuck does that mean.
Talking about me, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying like
Oh no,
people are like,
when I say those things, I'm saying them for your benefit cuz I want you to be able to say what you're saying and I'm just hearing like what I know in the back of my head what people are going to say. That's not to protect me. I don't give a shit. I'm
yeah,
self-proclaimed a huge fan of Mr. Girl. Like I give a fuck what people are going to say about me and what I platform. I give a fuck less. But if you're coming here
yeah,
and you're telling your honest shit, I'm asking you clarifying questions so that way it squashes
yeah.
the thing that somebody's going to say already when you can't respond because it's going to be in comments and shit.
I
Because
think
that
a
shit
lot of the
pisses me off when people purposely take what you're saying out of context because they can.
I think a lot of the deplatforming that goes on is just really avoidance of someone. And I think with Mr. Girl, I just don't really see what the crime he committed was. I know that you say like he shouldn't have made the
Oh,
report.
he
I
the
think he has
crime that
every
he
right to
committed
do
was
whatever.
he pissed off Nick Fuentes and Nick Fuentes' group of cronies. They mass reported him.
Yeah.
So you can't and this conversation has been reframed every single time I've heard it. He wanted Destiny to make up his mind on whether Nick was a Nazi or not, because he'd call him a Nazi on Twitter, but then when he had conversations, oh, he's not really a Nazi, you guys. He's like, no, just pick one. But everybody always talks
Mm.
about he keep on saying Well, he kept wanting Destiny to call Nick Fuentes a Nazi. No, he wanted him to either call him a Nazi or not call him a Nazi.
Mm.
That's it. He said, "I don't want you to play both sides in acting like because this guy, if any, I think it's fair to say that if anybody is a Nazi." That can still be called one unironically. Nick Fuentes has to fit that fucking bill, or we can just say we're just not going to call anybody a Nazi anymore. If you're calling for like people to like actually like exterminate Jews or like advocate for an ethno state and say we don't want Jews in it,
Right.
like then fine. The word Nazi literally has no meaning whatsoever. Then quit saying it on Twitter too.
Also, I mean, to be like my take on Nick Fuentes is like he's not really a serious anything. He's a clown. So
Well, he got hooked up with Kanye and stuff when Kanye was close to Trump.
yeah,
So I mean, it helped.
no, I understand. You could say like I just don't really think like fascism is a danger. I think we all know like
Check out the
what
comments on his
life
videos or
looks
his
like.
live stream once in a while.
I know, but I've seen
I
his
was
live streams.
shocked.
I interacted quite a bit with the Groypers. Yeah, it sounds shocking. I think most of these kids that follow him are more or less like people who draw swastikas backwards, don't even know how to draw them, but are just trying to say like, my teachers wouldn't let me do this, and now I want to do this. I don't think they're really dangerous. They're more like just like adolescent. It's just like adolescence. I think that there's a danger of taking it too seriously. Um, uh, the
I
idea
think
that
that's the
it's an
fear.
Adolf Hitler, that he's like an Adolf Hitler. I just don't really think that, like the circumstances like warrant that. He's a clown, best to ignore. Um, or to like,
I'm
I'd be
not even
happy to debate Nick
moralizing over what
Fuentes.
happened. I'm just saying that that's what happened. Is that Mr. Girl said, I want you to either call him a Nazi
Yeah,
or not call him a Nazi. Don't play both sides of it and make people think that like you should just be clear about what you think about it because it is if somebody might be a Nazi and you're saying, well, in this case he is, then I need you to be really clear about what you think about it. Like I'm Jewish and I'm your friend. Like if I'm gonna be somebody who's a friend with somebody who's openly a Nazi or that you openly
yeah,
think is a Nazi, like I need to understand what that means for me. That's it. That's all. I
right.
I
And
just need you to
I
take a
understand that,
stance, and
but I think
and
the
then
thing is with Stephen Bennell, it's just like he doesn't give a fuck really about anything. He just wants content. And if
sure.
there's a guy who's borderline Nazi who's given him content, um, he just will like trying to throw all of his like virtue signaling under the bus temporarily, and then sort of half disavow it, but right,
He
kind
did
of
cut
make it
ties with
seem like
Fuentes though. When
yeah,
after the Groypers canceled Mr. Girl's YouTube account, Destiny cut it off, and I thought that was like wow. I was shocked and amazed. I was like, that's really cool that he did that. Like this might be the biggest example I've seen of Destiny sticking up for a friend of his, which made the whole
but
like thing.
only after he had alienated him, right, by not responding, right?
Yeah, like the things were getting weird already.
Yeah.
But I still thought that was a cool move. But that's why
I
he got canceled.
I think it's right to say like, well, okay, Destiny is the like big daddy of this particular sphere. When you start saying the sphere sucks, my argument would be don't like cry about the sphere. Just start your own sphere. Mr. Girl could have a whole circle of orbiters who are either people who have like gotten sick of the Destiny sphere or just like fresh. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. He's
He
stuck.
acted a little bit like it's a monopoly, and like all I can do is protest. It's like, well, no, this is a creative space. Make your own space. Let Stephen Bennell do his thing. Like no one's going to be the thing about it is like you're actually telling everyone what they already know, but maybe it makes a few people go, actually, I've never really thought about how like ugly this system is. Okay, but it might not be worth 4 years of your life or 4 months of your life and like 100. How many people are going to read an article this long? But whatever.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think it.
think it sucks that he did it, but I respect that he did it. I nobody shoots themselves in the foot to do what they think is right like that. Uh, so
To me, there's an element. I would love to talk about it sometime, but there's an element. I would maybe with Smith or something. I think there's an element of self-destructiveness. I think
sure.
at work there that I don't get it. I don't get because like to me, if someone pisses you off, what you want to do is like it's the old like the best revenge is winning, or like just
Sure.
like living a happy life. And that if you get caught in the trap of going nose to nose with someone, when you don't have to. it's hard to come out looking like a winner and not looking, especially if you're the sort of weaker half, right? You know what I mean? It's very
I
easy for people to say,
I
"Look,
just admire
you."
doing the right thing by your own definition. Even if I
Yeah,
think that you're dumb or wrong or like you shouldn't do that. Especially if iTunes say like, no, don't do that, that's bad, but you're like, I got to do what I think is right. I respect that on its face.
yeah. A
Because
lot of times,
I don't know if I can always do it at that cost.
yeah, and a lot of times people. I mean, I think a lot of people who were in World War II on the wrong side of things, thought that what they were doing was right. It still doesn't make it any better. Like, you know what I mean? There still is incredible. I think it's just.
Well,
Do I think the German dead should deserve like uh, burial spaces? Yes, I do. I think they should be honored, but in a sense, it's always, of course, stained somewhat. That I mean, clearly this was, whatever. So it's life. It's complicated, but anyways,
yeah,
I appreciate the conversation. I know it's been a long haul, so I'll
yeah.
let you get some rest.
Thanks for agreeing to do this. I didn't really have expectations, but I really enjoyed this. This is really good, Ben. It was nice to get to
Thanks.
know you.
Yeah, yeah, and I keep me available. Even small panels like I'll do because it's funny because it's very hard for me to get on any channel now
Yeah,
because
I can tell. Uh,
I don't know whether it's because I call myself the king of the debate sphere because no one will debate me. But but they all go like, okay, yeah, yeah, that's like like a guy who's been banned from the mall for stealing. Say he's the king of the mall. I get it. So I would like to have like thoughtful conversations. I prefer them to debates, to be honest, but I also like debates. But
I go in almost always thinking about it as a conversation, even if the intent is to debate, because
yeah,
the debate will happen if there is a debate to be had during a thoughtful conversation.
right.
Yeah,
It gives you a format for a very specified conversation. It shouldn't be just like beating the shit out of each other and declaring yourself a W.
that's fair. And we came up with a couple topics tonight that I think I'd be really interested in talking to
Yeah,
you about. That might get a bit debatey. I just didn't want to
yeah,
detract from the interview. Uh,
sure.
yeah, this is probably my longest stream I've ever had. I appreciate you, and yeah, have a good night, Ben.
All right, thanks, buddy. Take care, Jay.
You too. Bye. Um, yeah, I hope you guys liked that. I did. That was nice. I'm glad I got so many the things that I just would have had no fucking clue about otherwise. I'm also glad that I did it on YouTube. This probably wasn't Twitch TOS safe, and I'm fine with that as long as I'm not getting trouble for it. And then I think people might just try to get me in trouble for talking to him if they. Yeah, it was cool to have a few people in the chat for tonight. I appreciate you guys. And I got some stuff coming up. I'll put it on Twitter. I don't like to announce things because sometimes things get shaky and they don't work out. I had like 2 weeks of people just like canceling because they had stuff come up. So I try not to announce things too much anymore. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna try to eat some food and see if my wife's still awake. Have a good night.